means an increasing in intensity. Things are going to increase in waves, and that's what sorrows is. So sorrows let us know that it's not the end, but the beginning of a time of where we're going to see the things around us negate, so that the anew is birthed. Have to peel off the old to bring in the new. So here we are in that time where it speaks of that things would get worse. And so that would not mean peace. That would be the opposite of peace, right? So I didn't come to bring peace. So peace is Antichrist. Thank you, Father, for the teaching, for the lesson. You are my teacher. You're the word, and you reside within that word that's on my heart. So sorrows means that things are going to continue to increase in intensity of waves, intense, like tabernacles, wandering Jews in the desert, intense, get it? So, all right, little spiritual gem there, huh? So, but wandering Jews in the desert is tabernacles, and then an increasing of waves of intensity. So, intense. That doesn't mean great. That doesn't mean better. It means that things are going to get worse. And that doesn't mean that your life necessarily always, that's not exactly, but that things are going to increase in intensity. So we just had a 7.3 or 4 off the Alaskan, up there off the, I think that the Aleutian Island chain out there. And they had a tsunami warning that axial seamount's been going off, Rainier's been going off. There was an earthquake down, I believe, towards South America, went off down there too. So it seemed to be ringing. This rock is it's a rocking and a waving, right? To and fro, the oscillation, multi-decadal oscillation, this back and forth fanning motion. So even the jet streams are affected, but I've been trying to bring everybody's attention to the negation of the magnetism. So that's what's happening, the weakened magnetic shield. So there's going to be more pounding of this rock. No, you're fine. And it will continue to negate and degrade to, cancel itself out. And so that's going to be an increasing. So the scripture tells us of this time of sorrows, the time where it's not going to get great again. It's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. You need to plan for that so that you can be as best prepared as you possibly can, right? So, hallelujah. Spiritually, above all, get your spiritual house in order. There's been a lot of extra things added, like water to our upper atmosphere. That happened back in 2022 on February 15th. Tonga shot up 146 gigarams, 14% of moisture into our mesosphere, a dry layer of our atmosphere that's cold, really extremely cold. So the water went up there, it froze. It's still up there, and it's just starting to wring out. So this is what's happening. Oh, where's all this water coming from? How about a pounding of radiation, solar radiation from the sun, which causes an excitement of, like, the fission process, right? No, that's pull apart, to fuse, to come together. Like high pressure, low pressure, try to even understand. So that process of coming together, that cloud nucleation process is excited when we get bombarded by more solar radiation. So that creates more cloud cover, more water. So we have that, and we have Tonga. So I think we're just beginning to see what's going to happen. And it looks like even if you're up in the mountains, there's nowhere to run from this. It's just people's houses are not going to even be returned to their places because they don't have flood insurance at the top of the mountain. You have flood insurance at the bottom of the hill. Getting a little windy out there. So, thought I'd come in and talk about that. And I know that most people aren't ready for it. It's not for me to make anybody get ready. It's just these things should already be quite obvious to most people that our weather system is snapped. And it's because the cancellation of the magnetosphere that protects us from the energy coming from the sun. So have we reached solar max here, in this solar cycle 25? Do we have more energy that can come from the sun? Absolutely. I don't think we're done yet. So I've been watching this stuff for decades, and there's lots of information on the subject. This has been happening since the 1800s. So it's not new news. Not like this is something that it just came up yesterday. So it's taken a long time to get to where we're at now in history. So that's another thing that should be quite obvious, that there's just cycles, and we're in the cycle of people who had any understanding that we're in an extinction event right now, and would they try to survive, or are you going to try to escape your death? So you're from the central imbeciles and assholes. You're an alphabet soup agency. You're just corporation, so you don't scare me. Although that they arm these alphabet soup agencies to the teeth, and they give them the authority of the corporation because they're just corporate thugs. And and say, would you like to explain Building 7? I didn't think it's there, Terry. Stop in Terry. It's not Terry State, so better have some reasonable articulable suspicion under the Constitution operate, or I'll sue the piss out of you. Not out of vengeance, but because they need to be held accountable. A bunch of soup agencies, from the Department of Jackasses to the Federal Bureau of Imbeciles. You got the imbeciles and assholes at the centralized. They're all centralized right there, somewhere in the middle. So, but thank you for the appearance and to try to troll. And be sedated. Yeah, whatever. You already tried to hit me. No, not you. You're just a troll. Get out of here. I don't sup with vipers or cast my pearls before swine. Pigs. People in government. You're a government soup agency. Get out of here, and you're just trolling. So you're not even a good troll. At least you didn't pick the Federal Bureau of Imbeciles like most people. Start at the bottom. I'm with the FBI. You might want to start with the jackasses at the top. So you're really a troll, is what you are. Test. No, this is a test of. This is a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system. Do you trust the government? Fuck the government. How about that? So we should have already overthrown this tyrannical government, and everybody supports these alphabet soup agencies as part of these pig bootlickers, jackboot thugs. So government has nothing to do with this, and it's a corporation. It's not even operating under the constitutional republic. So shut up, child. You're a child. You don't know what you're talking about. You're not even a good troll. Not out to get me. No, every agency that is a government agency is criminal, and they should lock up every person in government. And that's 40% of the populace. Where are we going to put them? Well, how about that? We'll put them in the guaranteed contract built 80% of occupancy of a private prison to be occupied by these jackboot thug cops. Another one of these supposed public servants that's a tyrant. More pigs, people in government. That don't matter if they wear a clown cop badge or they're all circus It's a big clown shows that you don't understand. And they're corporate thugs operating under commerce. Even all these alphabet soup agencies. So thanks for coming in and trying to be a troll and act like you know what you're talking about, but you don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. So, oh, whatever. Listen to this original. You're trying to be creative. Listen, Terry, I don't sub with vipers. I'm just feeding the trolls. It's what we do in this chat. Okay. We always feed the trolls. This is an actual monitored by law enforcement channel. That's how stupid you are. This is an actual channel that's monitored by law enforcement. I am currently fighting the state of Oregon and the federal government and be placing lawsuits. So maybe they'll take it out of your paycheck, you imbecile asshole. You know what I'm saying? Like an ass, you can't learn. I said you're a troll is all you are. You don't have any official capacity. You're just a troll. You're some dude sitting in your mom's basement or some little girl, like whatever. I don't care. Listen here. You know, Starlight, Starbright, Mad Donna. Don't get all pissed off in here. You know, when you see the van out front. Oh my gosh, they're going to threaten with little, oh my gosh, I got a little guy with a little microphone in a van. So, anyways, shut the fuck up. You're a child. Seriously. Grow up. Go be a troll on somebody else's channel. It didn't work for you. So, you know, like I said, you join the government. I hate the government. I rebuke everybody who works for the government. They're swine. Pigs. Father in his word says, do not sup with vipers, cast your pearls before swine. So pigs, people in government. So take that, stick that in your government pipe and smoke that. The biggest drug dealers on this rock. The governments, the biggest drug dealers are responsible. Who do you think's the biggest pedos are? Government officials. Oh, yeah. Get dirt on them and they'll do whatever. Yes, they do. They're sick. They eat themselves. They will in the end, too, brothers, sisters. And we're here. They already started to eat themselves. Look at Elon. Oh, he's not even a government official. Remember EGOD? Oh, Department of Government Efficiency. Get the fuck out of here. Just thanks for letting me troll you. It's fun. I love trolling the trolls. So, you know, look at this clown. Now he's covering for the pedos, right? Mr. Warp Speed. Maybe it's Donald himself running to be some Terry Grindle, like, I don't know, whatever. That's a, what do you explain your name there? You're not even a good fake CIA corporate thug. Remember, lock them up, all these people in government, take out all, if there's no victim, there's no crime. So all these 80% occupancy, enjoy your time in prison there, Terry. If you truly were a freaking, not just a troll, you'd be in, if I was the 47th pretendant of this corporation, I'd turn it back to a constitutional republic. I would demand that the government stops federally any actions and we seize all government federal buildings to include your job. So you're going to prison. All government officials, all pigs, people in government, 40% of the populace. Man, that's a big, well, there's more people enslaved in America without a victim. The state's not the victim. How could the state be the victim? You don't even know what you're talking about. Well, okay, whatever. Now you're talking about pronunciation, and now you're trying to call me Bud. So goodbye, child. It was fun trolling you. So, but isn't that crazy though, too, guys? We're in a time where you should be able to totally see that, like, what's going on. The pretendant is covering for the pedos, and now he just turned face on his whole MAGA, you know, peace. Those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction. MAGA is the high priest of the Satan Church. So same thing. Mork from Mork. They're a little silly, you know. Nanu Shazbot. Yeah, whatever. How about nanobot? How about a swarm of nano Miss Frizzle school bus, nano school buses up your nanos? All right, never mind. They're already inside you. They do it through waves. They can do it through sound and frequency too. There's a lot of ways they can get inside you because they're just trying to be like Father. Stupid people think that God's in the sky. Stupid people think that they live on a planet. Stupid people think that there's aliens and big feet. These are just childish little fairy tales like strawberry shortcake or whatever. You know, they're just them. Like I said, they're lied. They're blind. You know, like Stevie Wonder, right? You know, that's what I'm saying. I'll make you see why Stevie had to wonder. I'll tell you why. So I wonder. Well, no, never mind. It's these people are just falling for whatever. They'll just be fed, spoon fed, whatever. like that Yule wheel going around that cup and, handle. So remember the bowls, the blood of the saints would be poured out on the nations who fornicate with this new mystery, Babylonian brain waves. So it's okay. You can't turn a goat into a sheep. It's not possible. Father is sending most people to what they think is hell. That's not below their feet. So hell's not a place. Hell's not a space. Like aliens doesn't possess flesh. Neither does, hell is not a place of existence. It's knowledge. It's the lack of. It's no knowledge is what hell is by definition. But people won't define anything once again. So 99% of the people I speak to are translators. And they're on some other time and some other Jesus, if you will. Sky Daddy Jesus, whatever. They're gods in the sky. That's exactly why Father divorced his bride Israel. So anybody who fornicates with these ball gods, thinks they live on a planet, is definitely, and probably for, I'm not condemning them. I'm righteously judging them because I'm not under the laws of commandments of Aaron or Moses and Levitical law. I don't have that. Under this testament, I'm not bound by law. I am not it's not sealed. I am destined. I'm already a bought and purchased, paid possession, and he will redeem his bride. It's about a wedding, not about a religion, but people are idiots. They spin all this. No, I rebuke all religions. They're all vain, and I puke on all religions. They're vile because a little leaven leavens the whole lump. Like one bad apple upsets the whole apple cart. He said, do not sup with vipers. Do not cast your pearls before swine. Do not condemn them. I'm the one that divides, not the scorpions. So don't be false teacher, prophet. Give them my light. Put it at the top of your house. Let me, right, be that one that shines, not above others, at the top of your house. See, people don't read the word, so I rebuke all religions. There's not one good religion. All of them follow the Catholicism. If they don't, if there's any kind of, Horus and Isis marrying Jesus, this is Satan. Horus and this is Christ is the modern day images of a gay homosexual pope, lover, Caesar Borgia. That's your image of Christ, and that's a pagan term. Christianity was not something that came until after, and he was a Hebrew Israelite. He was a lion from the tribe of Judah, not from Nazareth. He was from Bethlehem. So people are idiots. So I just, these vain religions, all of them, schism, Satanism is Catholicism. And the communion, that's the eating of the flesh. So do the crackers and grape juice. These Christians follow that same pagan Satanism thing with these, what is it, the Americas North. They were Satanists. They were not native. They came from the north and the south across the ice bridge and wandered remember, there were people long before Christopher Columbus ever came here. All this is part of this Queen's family and right. But Father, if you go after him and we don't follow ball gods in the sky and sex pistol worship of the cracker Jesus with Baphomet breast gods with breast and beast and man and woman, this is Satanism. This is Christianity. This is Mormonism. This is Calvinism. This is Baptist. This is Luther. I'll give any one of them because none of them follow the word. They follow this Yule wheel. If you don't go through Christ, which is Father in flesh, because Father doesn't have breast nor flesh. Father is horizo. He's the divider. Remember, I separate the wheat from the chaff, the weeds from the wheat. Don't condemn them. Judge them with righteous judgment. Don't sup with vipers. Don't cast your. Do you ever heard anything like this before? Probably not, because this is the gospel. The true gospel can't be changed. So, if you'll define the words that you're speaking, you'll get a whole lot more in your understanding. He said, knock, right? So the wedding feast, you're supposed to eat the meat. And when somebody's giving you the meat, like I'm giving you here, you're supposed to give me 10% of your earnings. And I don't care about that's an old, this is not, we're bound by any fee, fine. Father hates fees. So time is what I'd like for people to spend time here through fellowship, the ministry. But we don't sup with vipers. We don't sup with religious people. I'm not religious. I rebuke Christianity. I puke Christianity. Christians are Satanists. They follow this Catholicism, eat my body. Masse is the eating of human flesh. That's that cup ritual, bowl or handle, or it's called the swastika, and it's a symbol of peace, or a symbol that's been around for long before, Adolf, which is the spirit of the Antichrist, locked in the pit in the seventh, remember? Trump, the releasing of that king comes, right, with the key. That's my love, Shiloh. He opens up the pit. 2 kings, 2 crowns. He said, Revelation 3:11, I come quickly, let no one take your crown. So more than one king, more than one crown, and the crown is your inheritance. And if you don't have an inheritance because you let someone take your crown, and that's what he said, like a thief in the night. So that's why I put sorrows, because sorrows is like a woman in travail, labor, like Revelation 12 that we already seen back before the coming of the new age. We're already in the welcome to Revelation. Welcome to the apocalypse. We've already seen the riders of the first horse. Remember the one in the White House? I mean, on the white horse, there's 2 riders on the white horses. One is in the house, one is on, well, both of them are horses, but one sat with a bow, like a veil. Remember that veil has been lifted, and a toxon, Toxon, a bow and an arrow, like a sticker. Well, it's kind of like Mr. Warp Speed, where he's reaching through the box and grabbing that tip of the spear, huh? I love doing it by the book. Do you base your beliefs on the Bible? Well, that's a pretty uneducated set of vernacular you got there. Believe is not a thought in your head. So you can't believe in a God. You can't believe in Jesus. You can't believe in the devil. You can't believe in whatever. Belief is not, you got to go back to the basics. That's what people are just, I've been there. I'm filthy rags. I'm still learning. I'm always in a study mode. But belief is, faith is a noun. Let's start there. Faith is a noun. By faith alone we are saved, but faith without works is dead. Belief is an action word. So he said, Maranatha, have your legs girded in your loins, your legs, your body be standing upright, not sitting down on some church pew with his Bible Jesus. That's Christianity. That's Catholicism. That's Lutheran. He said, I don't dwell in temples made by hands. And that's a threat to the church. That's a threat to the state. That's a threat to the religion. That's a threat to the mind control. Who kills more people than government? Religion. So you might don't know your historical record now, do you? Celestial, biblical, scriptural. See, the Bible means book. Even the scriptures weren't written on paper. I think these people are rolling up too much paper and chooching on some other, I don't know, whatever. People do whatever. It's not what goes in a man that defiles a man or her. It's what comes out of him or her that defiles us. So they don't love the word, and Father didn't make them. Most people go to hell. Most people don't even have a definition for hell. Hell's not below your feet, and neither is the word planet, because planet isn't a scriptural biblical word. It doesn't exist. Like the word Lucifer, it's never written in text. That's not a word that's even never written in the original text. So there's no such thing. That's like strawberry shortcake. Listen here, Fruit Loop. Follow your nose and do some toucan Sam. You eating that cereal in the morning for breakfast, break fast? All right, never mind. Words are everything. If you don't know what you're talking about, broken record. Where do you get your called truth? You're going to call me a broken record. Well, guess what there, Tito Santana? Carlos Santana. That was a wrestler. Don't worry about it. There's Superfly Snuka from the top rope. You're trying to call me. You're stuck on dumb. I think that what you might be there. Listen here. Don't rock the. You know what a pinball game is? I can reset you real quick. Give you a little tilt right out of here. Turn you back to zeros. That's not even a number, by the way. There's no zero. You want to learn something? You might shut up. We'll do it by the number. 1 bet. Did you get the sticker? Is that what's wrong with you? How many boosters, right? Do you have the right to remain silent? Your Fifth Amendment. So you might use that in here before you tell me that you're stuck on dumb like a broken record. Skip, or we'll call you Skip. Okay about that, Tito? So listen here, Skip. You say the same stuff over and over and talk. Okay, because you're stuck on dumb. Father's got you stuck on repeat. You're only getting one thing. I've said more things here than you probably could learn in a church in 5 years. Well, one made by hands or temples. So just grow up, child. Actually, don't go away there, Tito. or are you the Tito like Michael Jackson's brother? Oh, give me a Tito. Give me a tissue. Are you all upset? I said, what are you stuck on dumb like a record, like a broken jukebox there? You said stuck, right? Broken, stuck. So Skip, will you speak up? Make some sense, because you're not. What, you got to put a quarter in you, Rocky like a Kmart, Rocky horse ride? You ain't learning nothing because you have deaf ears. This is what Father does. Most people go to hell. Most people don't even know what hell is. I guarantee you I've said more in here then oh, here we go. Now look at this. Here, see, you're an idiot. You would know the difference between passion or anger. Tito, now you can leave. I told you to be quiet. Now you just stepped on your own words. So seriously, I mean, you did it. I didn't do anything. You didn't like what I was saying because I was explaining myself in detail. You didn't want to hear it. So guess what? No mas. Adios. Do you know Tito? That was Michael Jackson's brother, right? Tito Jackson. All right, never mind. I don't want to go there. That was a slam dunk like Space Jam, right? Oh, see that hang time, guys? All right, never mind. All right, Spaceballs. Remember, slam dunk with the basketball, huh? Baskets. He said, don't hide that light in a basket, brothers, sisters. So most people, they're not going to hear it. Again, you know, some people, they get stuck on the world. How about that? And all this worldly stuff is dumb. Don't partake in it. Father doesn't want you to be a part of this world. Be in it, but be not of it. These are traditions of men. Mammon, Jezebel, fallen because they're not from the sky. They've fallen because they're an idiot. They're like, you know, they're just, their head is in their fourth point of contact, and that's that round hole that I keep telling you about, the two cheeks to the same hole. So you'll know them by their fruit. They do work in light or they do work in dark. So if they couldn't concentrate long enough for me to tell them that the word belief is an action word, and didn't even get to that it's a verb, because I said faith was a noun. I didn't even, they didn't even get the meat and the potatoes of the meal, did they? Oh, somebody threw them out of here, because that's what Father says. We should do that twice and never talk to them if they want to keep spitting venom, So he says, don't turn your back on anybody. Love thy neighbor like thy enemy, and especially yourself. But you don't have to keep 2 times. Read scripture, please. He declares 2 witnesses 2 times. Bam! You could get him out of here who never hurt me. I just troll him. I get him hooked like the letter J. Oh, there's no J. And yeah, I know. But there's a lot more to that. What's that mean? So until you can actually explain what that means, you might, have a little more detail to your dialect, your gloss at your tongue, and have some definition in your explanation before you try to come, especially when it comes to the aletheia, the word, it can't be added to. That's when he made very clear. So I'm not perfect. I know somebody who can do it way better than me, and he's not perfect either. The only thing that's perfect is Father. Father is Christ Jesus, and that is the Ruach HaKodesh, 3 separate, not this all-in-one transgender God. So that's what this ministry is about, bringing people to the light, because that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to fellowship and share that light. If they're in the broad way, show them to the narrow way. I ain't trying to change anybody. These people are so foolish to come in here and not even think that I'm trying to change anybody. They got me all wrong. Father already bought his bride. That's it. That's already was chosen even before any of this was from the foundation of the world. Then he came and paid that in the price in flesh to fulfill the Gentile nation, so that I don't have to be under the laws of Moses or Aaron or Levite. I'm not under the Levitical law. You're not going to make me have to celebrate to get in God's graces. I don't have to celebrate. As a matter of fact, I'm told not to celebrate anything. So we don't go back to, I can get by here and I'll celebrate and I'll have this and I'm better than you and I have more and you have, no, do not judge them by their cover. Look at Donald there is no EpiPen Island files now. There's no files, no pedophiles, no pedophiles. He's not on it, and he's covered for him. He's an island boy like Joe. But anyways, remember, this is the same thing over and over, brothers, sisters. That they have this planned well in advance. They know what they're doing. That's why it's not hard for me to tell you what they're doing. It's not hidden. The future is not hidden. It's already written. Stop messing with the world and pay attention to the world. No, the word. Stay in the word, he said. Be in it, but be not of the world. Stay in the word. So if you're in the word, there's no predicting. There's no prophecy. You already know what's going to happen, because it's going to go by exactly what it says in that book. Every jot, every tittle. So he don't want us celebrating things. Mr. Warp Speed, he can be pushed off a 500-story bank and fall into a perfect suit, right? fall right into a suit because a man in a suit can't sin. No. Give a man a gun, he'll rob a bank. Hey, Donald Warp Speed, how many felonies does he have and how many times has he filed bankruptcy? So he's not a perfect man, but he knows the scripture better than all these religious idiots. I can guarantee that. Oh, yes, he does. He's wise as a serpent. Why do you think he decorates his house with a serpent? Leviathan, the one in the garden, Mithra, the sun god, Satan, Apollyon. Hello. So remember, don't try to change anybody, brothers and sisters. At this point, if they don't see this, they're not gonna. They're shouldn't on the. Maybe somebody who's on the fence, but it's not for you to decide. The word is the one who will sway them. Let the word sway them, and especially when you don't be riding the fence there. Be hot or cold, or I'll vomit you from my mouth. It's in the word, brothers and sisters. It's in the word. So I'm saying, it just overcomes the bride, and don't worry about it. It's already bought and paid, and you can't be put under any law. And if you suffer because of that, then Father will cover you through Christ, the Hamashiach, as your mentor, as your mediator, as your advisor, as your counsel. Before he's kind of got ins with Father, he's was the head of the household, right? The head of the church, the head of the body, the high priest. He was the judge. And, he used his law, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, to wonder the wages of one sin was death. So we had to follow that, right? Now he condemns, right? And we judge righteously with his word. We show people to the light. 2 times, we're not supposed to be messing with them. I'm toying with them, and I shouldn't do that. I apologize for putting you guys through this toying with the trolls, getting hooked in here like phonics, or like some letter J hooked on a hook. Snagged them, 3-prong hook, it would be a treble, but the bass and the treble. But never, I play him like a fiddle. I know. Devil went down to Georgia, but devil's a deceiver and a demon, and the one who distributes fortunes allowed to change times and seasons. These people think it's 2025. So what am I to do when I hang around people who think it's 2025? It's not 2025. So I can't help them. And we're in the extinction cycle right now. It's in the 12,000 year super cycle. All these elect on the, the top, these elected officials, not the elect, the higher, the heavens. See, if you're ruled, he says you can't serve 2 masters. That's what you're not supping with the word enough. The rulers of the darkness of this world, are they ruling you through taxation and corporatocracy and their slave nation through a merchant number? Are they able to, overtake your ability to determine the difference between a standing man and a birthed man, that they take over your birthright by merchant, by stocking you like a stake, putting stake on your birth and crediting you through that canal that you came into this merchant maritime law. But you don't say anything, you don't speak up, and that's why they already took it from you. And they sell your labor on the stock exchange. Oh, wow. That's pretty hardcore there, matters. I didn't let that say, but look, in here, just so you know, I don't do Republican or Democrat. So, I don't, I don't, you know what I'm saying? And I don't know why they'd show that. We'll show that anyways. Democrat corn is what it is. So, but anyways, somebody's got to bring this up, right? Because they're going to try to, he just completely turned on his whole MAGA base and like gaslighted them. I don't know if you've seen that today, but he straight gaslighted his whole base and said, if you think this is because the doctors or the Democrats, they doctored it in it. This was long before. This has nothing to do with Democrat or Republican. This has to do with why they're still touching children at the airport, and the man responsible is Mr. Warp Speed with his 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. Trick. Silly rabbit. April Fools. Tricks are for kids. Remember, Tammuz had sex with his mom and he loved rabbits. See what I'm saying? They do this ritual, the 3-in-1 God. Why do you think they dropped 3 steel buildings? Erected the 44 tower to erect 1. Who do you think signed the top of the tower? Oh, the man shall God. 44, Barry, the known homosexual with a problem and open court. Remember, that was all brought out and all that. Like I said, they're not hiding. His name is Barry. His name, Barack Obama, was his uncle. That's how deceived the people are since 44th regime, right? They're all on the same team. Two cheeks to the same hole, two wings to the same dragon. So Father's but see, he's this. This is Father is the narrow. Their way is the broad way, and they love it. They love their winged God with, you know, like I said, they're angels. Their messenger is doesn't have wings. You know, kind of like Red Bull, huh? It gives you wings. You know. They put it in a Monster Energy drink. We'll stake you and unleash the beast on you, and you'll drink it and you'll love it, and you'll drink whatever we give you, like the Kool-Aid. People were slamming the hopium during the 44th regime, and then drinking the Kool-Aid during the 4 + 5 is 9, 4 + 7, 11, the 9/11 regime, currently in office, that should have been overthrown long time ago with stay out of the bushes. Remember, JFK was a Mason. George Washington was a Mason, for Christ's sake, 33-degree Mason. So George Washington, always same answer. When they ask who is your favorite president, it'll always be none of them. They're all Masons. It's all related to the Queen. Why do you keep going by this crap? Hey, at least George Washington outlawed Christmas, but people have gone long from that. An average American doesn't have any idea what Christmas is. They don't know it's Satanism. They don't know it's a Roman orgy where they had sex with man, beast, and woman. And looks like where that's where the mange comes from. Well, if you have sex with beast in a manger, then you'll be born in the middle of the winter, right? In a manger, in the middle of the winter. That's Satan. That's the one Trump decorates his house with. See, that's the one Christians follow. Catholics, Mormons, Presbyterians, Lutherans, Baptists, Southern, all of them. See? So somebody asked earlier about religions, and now you know that they're all a bunch of Satanists. Satan means adversary. Well, not all of them, because some of them like to add body parts, like Mr. Potato Head wants Mrs. Potato Head's parts, you know, the slot. I'll take yours. You can have. I'll take Jack's button. Jill wants Jack's button. Jack wants Jill's pocket. Come on by so you can give it a try. See why they do that? Wise as a serpent. Come on by. That's eugenics program. You can't have kids when you start smashing and stuffing and cramming and rearranging and, hey, I like what's a dick for? Hey, never mind. All right. Hey, look at that guy's a dickhead. All right. I don't know if it is or not, but Richard, he goes by Rich. I had a friend named Richard Head. Man, that was a bad. I would never want to have been called him. And Eddie and Richard Head. You could look them up. They were in Panorama City, California, off of by Chase, over there by the school. But anyways, what a horrible name to name your kid Richard Head. That was his name, and his brother's name was Eddie. But I like playing, and neither were the other. But that was really so. Yeah, like I said. Anyways, these things are like they're pretty much like a rooster, you know, like Giannis, any cockle-doo, right? Ooh, that sounds like a lady of the night with braces. Black and Decker pecker wrecker. Well, cocks have peckers, right? So, all right, we're getting a little lewd crude in here, but hey, dialect, this is everything. They like to play these rooster rituals on everybody. Remember Giannis in January? And I told everybody at this ministry egg prices were going to go up. So you all had a fair warning. They didn't do it the year before because they paused Joe Biden and skipped Joe Biden, and then they did it the year before. Correct? There's the skip. See? 46 if they got to skip Joe Biden so they can blind 11. See? But they did it this year. Did you know how much money did the egg industry make this year? What was their gain percentage? Something like 500% increase. kind of like the chicken of Tyson and all this. It's incredible how they create these shortages, you know, like, cut you off, you know, but that's okay. America got box bagged in canned flavored poison in corn syrups. We're the corn syrup gods, nations. We run our cores on corn syrup. This is the great corn Julio. Oh my goodness. Like Cheerios, like, yeah, wheat, barley, rye, and they got corn syrup in them too, right? The Cheerios. Everything's got corn syrup. Your car runs on corn syrup. Well, pretty much. Ethanol. What do you think ethanol is? Hey, how many polymers is that away from your dashboard? Oh, you're driving around in a corn syrup car too, pretty much, almost. Corn cars. Hey, Had a corn cob pipe and a button nose. Oh, here we go. Listen here, Frosty. You get a little frosty on me? It's supposed to be salty. Oh, those. Gone. All right, your season. Come on. I get it first, like New York on New Year's. Get it? Because of the time change. All right, we don't celebrate anything in here, especially in the middle of the winter. Celebrating in the middle of the winter, in the middle of the New Year's. Get it? The ball dropping, the apple. Hello. All right. Oh, this brain of mine is always on overload. That's okay. That's what works when you have a 5D quantum brain computer or whatever. Robots don't. I mean, we learn, but a computer is got to have some kind of talk to your Groks or Chat GBT, right? So, all right, hey, are you serious? It was serious. First, they're talking to their CIA microphone, like, oh, wait, I'm talking to mine right now, right? How many of them do I have in the house? I got them all over a couple phones, right? They're always watching you. They're watching? No, it was, hey, they just want to be like Father. They want to get inside you. So, have you looked into that at all, guys? At all. You're an antenna. They've done it to all of us. They've sprayed us. Patent 060606 allows them to track us, kind of like with the Starlink stinky muskrat satellite system they got set up over your head. Yeah, up there. They're always watching you from inside and out now. They've got you tracked and traced. Some of them luciferous. Well, kind of like that, thing that makes things like iridescent glow underwater. Those like a fish, like a stick. Oh, here we go. Never mind. Crack that stick, man, and there you go. All right, whatever. You can see in the dark now. What do you know, Joe? Hey, at least it's not LED. Not getting triggered with flash, flicker rate, right? Like, hey, honey, I want some popcorn. Honey, you don't even like popcorn. Honey, just go get me some popcorn at the movies. Remember all that? They'll put it in you. So they got lots of ways to do this, guys. Lots of waves to do this to you. Lots of many ways. Millimeter waves, microwaves. Do you microwave? Who owns a microwave? If you have a microwave, you got to leave. I can't be with people who have microwave. He said, don't sup with vipers. And that thing is just, you don't want to just literally slam, particles, right? It's a radioactive. I'm on a Mexican radio. I wish I was in Tijuana eating barbecue Tijuana. All right, maybe I was smoking a little homegrown. All right, never mind. Just kidding. We don't do that desert land strain anymore. Everybody's got the fire, baby. So no, is it? I don't know. It's like warp speed cannabis auto flower. There you go. They got you smoking the auto cat. Oh, yes, they do. Oh, are we loading? Is that what it means we're loading? Oh, I think we're just loaded. Oh, we're loaded, man. Are you loaded? What are you loaded up on? Are you in the Jesus juice? Are you on Christ daily? You got some kind of disorder, OCD? What's wrong? Oh, this guy's on Christ daily. We got to put him in a straitjacket. Remember, like scorpions? All right. We won't do that. I was going to try to sing a scorpion song, but I won't do that to you because, remember, I'm a scorpizzo, so this is my song, right? This is how I roll. Are you loaded? All right. Kind of like a scroll. Are you like snapping into a Slim Jim there, buddy? Oh, yeah. So my name is Trey. That's what they call him. So it's Trey marked. No, never mind. TM. All right. Just kidding. I don't go by that name. I've left that name. I can actually probably prove that I've been probably called less of my own birthright, that my parents sold me out to that doc and called crazy more than Tracy and Spacey and Terry. And yeah, so it's okay. You know what I'm saying? I've been called Sean and Jeremy, my older brother and younger brother, even my own names too, because I look like them. So people always mistook us, mistaken identity. And um, they look like me. How about that? Because I look more like my dad. My younger brother looks more like, me than my older brother. My older brother looks like my mom. I look more like my dad than both my brothers combined. So they look like me because I look like my dad. But anyways, they do look similar to me, but I'm not them for sure. But I sure got called their name. I got called Sean, and my younger brother got called Tracy. Um, About the end of the year, they figured it out. There was just one gap because I followed right behind my brother. We were only like, 10, 11 months apart or something. Mom was busy back then. Apparently, Dad was pretty fertile. And so we're all pretty close. There's actually one time of the year where we're literally, 51, 52, 53 years all in a row like that. So, like I said, Dad must have been doing something right back then. And, but so we have a similar, look because we have like diarrhea. It runs in the genes. Good genes, right? No, careful there. Clean yourself up there. What a mess. But the stock, cut for that. I can't help it. Like I said, I have my dad's nose and face and jawline, and I look a lot like my dad. So actually, I remember when I was getting a tattoo of my dad, people asked me, "Why are you getting a tattoo yourself?" Before he'd even added the mustache. So they'll be like, "That's kind of strange. Why?" So no, I'm not getting a tattoo myself. Uh, hey, thank you so much. Yeah, we'll get back to make sure you have your concordance. That helps if you haven't got that yet. So you can pull out one word study, and it's just a cheat code is all that. I don't even read that thing. I can't. My eyes are hammered, and it's so small. I still can use it though as a cheat tool because it's coded with the Strong's Concordance. You'll be able to pull out one letter, like repentance, or salvation or whatever. And well, hey, those didn't exist in the Old Testament, did they? So you're only going to find those in the Greek. But anyways, so that's the neat thing about that book is you can one word study with your concordance. That's linked to that's what that means by the number. So I don't know if you bought that yet, but that's something you want to kind of add to your arsenal, to your armor to help you study because I don't read it, and that's really a lazy way to study. And I think you've been here before when I said it. So go ahead right now and use your eSword app that you can online. And you can also, because you'll see it's in the Old Testament Hebrew and the New Testament, it'll say G for Greek or A sometimes for Aramaic, but you can use that as that same kind of concordance because they have a concordance in there to go back into the scripture and just study one word at a time, man. It's so much nicer to just slow down. I was always so afraid of the word too much because I know we have to get it right. We can't add or take away. It's the last thing he said, man. Woo, don't read that. That'll make you, but that don't, what refined you more than anything in scripture? When I was real young and I read that, the very last words in Revelation, I said, man, I am going to mess this up. If I put this on me. So I lazy studied and I tried to fellowship with others. And I didn't know exactly when I was young. I mean, literally a teenager and stuff, Father just made me love the word so much and it didn't matter. And I always just wanted to talk about it. So I tried to find other people who knew more than me in scripture and could help me, with my studies. And I could have done it with myself because there's always been concordances. The interlinear Textus Receptus has been around. That's an old 12th century book. The access that we have to it now is incredible. So I hope you can use the study tools that you have to just study one word at a time and start to understand what the words mean. And then the word starts coming to life. Because again, when you take your concordance and you take out, any one word, you could just pick any word, death, how many times is it written in scripture, where is it said, who said it, or whatever. And now you read that word death, it's written 25 times, and here where it said. Do you know where death is written? Yahweh, you know where death is written? You know what I'm saying? You don't know where it's all at. Neither do I. The only person I know is that would be Brother Jim, at Grace and Truth Ministry. So please use that truly as your final study tool, and don't get too lazy because Brother Jim, not like that. I mean, you can get hooked on him because you can literally learn more now that you have the word, the right study, 12th century book that they literally pulled every word out and defined it in the 12th century. And then you have Brother Jim that can teach you what that book can't teach you. I'm serious, not with his 67 years of studying. You can now use these two tools, and in one day with that book and one lesson from Brother Jim in 3 hours, you can learn more than you'd learn 10 years at any church or any Bible study that you can go to. Guarantee you. So now you actually have the tools to sit down when Brother Jim's not there if some word jumps out at you, if there's something in scripture that brother, so that's how I have really helped me to refine my studies with Brother Jim. Is not only is when I listen to his lessons, there's something about his lesson that I pull out that grabs, and then I want to research something with that. Not that he didn't explain it, maybe in that lesson I didn't get it, and so sometimes it'll help me to refine the words. So between Grace and Truth Ministries, your interlinear, your concordance, and your lexicon, man, you're set. And go ahead, if you don't have them, get that rejected text. And because you can not master that, but you can make a lot of ground really quick by using your study tools to at least get the gospel down. So you got your rock built firm, and you can start, you know, reading these other texts that are out there. But everybody learns at a different rate. I even remember as an Army veteran, there are people who get it real quick, and about a quarter of the way through, they're over there like this. Come on, hurry up! I want to get to the. And I still have some people, you know, they're book smart and street smart. These people only learn from seeing by example. You know what I'm saying? So everybody learns at a different rate, right? We all pick up at. Some people are visual. Some people are more, you know, they hear things, and some people can just hear something once and they get it. Everybody's a little bit different. So between using these study tools that you have now, again, I think you can flourish. And what's most important is that you get that gospel base with Brother Jim and myself and hanging out here with us. And then, you know, that's a neat thing. You know, I really don't, I can talk about things that are not in, you know, like the text, you know, the 66, but I prefer not in this ministry. It's not gospel based, but I can have a mature discussion with somebody if they want to have an open mind. Why I don't talk about Jasher, I won't talk about Lilith, I don't talk about the two different Enochs and the two different authors, and why I very seldom mention them here, because they're not gospel based. And I just love the gospel. Father, I'm so glad he did that to me. He beat all that other stuff out of me. It's not that I don't love it and haven't sat time with it, but it just doesn't feel, it's not a right fit anymore. And that is a reason why they rejected. Yep, absolutely. So Brother Jim's right now. If you want to go check him out, there you go. Go see Brother Jim. He's got amazing studies. There you go. So you see, that's what I'm saying. And it's okay when you have that base, you know what I'm saying, how to be able to bounce off and study, because there's a whole world of stuff out there to study. I mean, there are some amazing, you know, people in scripture or have written about studies in scripture. And then you might just take something from that author that you might not even picked up that still aligns with, it's scripturally aligned, you know. It's still scripturally aligned, and you discern it. You're like, yeah, that's still fit. Hey, that's that final little piece, man, I feel comfortable about. I know the definition, I know the scriptural record, I've studied the culture, the customs of the time. There's some slang here, there's idioms. I've got this, man, I can always be adding. And that's why I don't try to turn out away other texts, but I want to build my house on that solid rock foundation. See, that's what I'm saying. There you go. There you go. You know what I'm saying? Um, yeah, no, this is so beautiful to be given the blessing. Remember, listen, this is the crazy thing. Listen, Yahweh, listen to this, watch. If you eat of the tree of knowledge, you shall surely die. He didn't say if or when. He said you shall surely. He knew they were going to eat from the tree of knowledge. He already knew that Leviathan was going to tempt him, and that was the original sin, right? So, you know what I'm saying? But he tells us we'll perish for lack of, which is hell. It's a fine line. Don't eat of that tree, but if you don't have enough, I will throw you in hell. Woo! Careful what you're taking in, because he will reveal the things that I tell you. I don't think you need to study anything else until you go base, back, constant, beat the gospel in your head, keep studying the Greeks, keep studying the Hebrew. You don't need to fluidly speak either of these languages, but to get a good grasp on what Christ was saying through the definition, like Brother Jim teaches and stuff, it just brings the scripture to life. And then honestly, a lot of these other things seem kind of boring to me. Just I read them and I've read it's like, you know, I don't get it. But it's nice to know that we have to walk this fine line, and that Father will reveal these things if we don't try to remember. Lovers of truth, You know what I'm saying? Read into that. You can't overdo this. You know, you're trying to seek out every single little thing. All these mysteries will be revealed to you at the time of your death. All of these are your rewards. These are part of your rewards. And that's why I love this gospel, because that's what Christ said. You don't need big churches. You don't need big houses. You don't need celebrations. You don't need all this big stuff. You need to have a relationship with me. You need to have a relationship with me. I am the Word, and I am defined. I am undefiled. I am an undefiled, defined, pure, unadulterated. And it's this translation. It's what we do with this flesh that makes us change Father's word. So he is sovereign. He's the creator, the writer. He can't sin. That's why Paul said we have that inner man, and he is blameless. And if we just listen to that Christ in you, Father is inside of us, not somewhere else. We don't need all these other things. The world just kind of goes away. And that's why I love watching Brother Jim. He's like in his 80s, so he has not cared anything about but the word of the Father. That's his main, and Christ. And then just because Father drew him, it just makes him the, to me, I think he is hands down the best study tool that we have available at our hands right now. So you know what I'm saying about that, Jen? Think about that. If you eat of this tree of knowledge, and that's obviously because they had innocence, you shall surely die, right? and then if my people shall perish for lack of knowledge. So you got to look at this. You're hot. You're like wearing a coat. Would you please get off of me? Would you please get off of me? You're a god big furry coat. Stop it, you big furry coat. Stop it, you big furry coat. But so isn't that a pretty, because it's a fine line that we walk, brothers, sisters, and that's why I truly try to keep you Christ, Jesus, Gospel, Matthew, Peter, Mark, Luke, all the 13 books, and still looking back at these testaments of the old, because he didn't abolish the law. He fulfilled the law. There are still things in the Old Testament that we, are not we can't do, and there are still things that we have to go by, but they're not laws, obviously, of flesh. These are all spiritual. He made all law spiritual. Now it's written on our heart, not on paper or tablets or stone, by sacrifice, by fee, by blood, by celebration, by high priest. Now it's by, I'm inside you, sup with me and share the light. You don't need a house made by hands to have a relationship with me. It doesn't matter if you're the high priest now, Aaron, Levite, I taking Jews and Gentiles. He even told, remember, his apostles to go out and preach to the Gentile nations to fulfill this covenant of all flesh. So we're not bound by celebration. We're not bound to, eat this or don't eat that, or celebrate this or don't celebrate that. Actually, he doesn't want us doing any of these things. So that's why you got to have some knowledge. You know what I'm saying? It's like a gluttony thing. It's like moderation. Those are two completely different things. All things in moderation. We got to look at these things. We might not want to look at them, but you're not going. If you're going to have a bias and only look at it one way, well, then you're a Republican, or you're a Democrat, or a blood. You've done sold out, and you let them pick and put a label on you. We're supposed to have an open, discern all things. So most people want to be biased. They want their ear tickled, and they just love feeding themselves what feels comfortable to. It is Grace and Truth Ministries here on YouTube, and I would suggest, if you haven't been over there, Ozzy, go right now. Come back again. And if I never see you again because you get stuck over there, man, I love you. Thanks for coming back. Good to see you again. But Jim Brown is doing at Grace and Truth Ministries right here on YouTube. I suggest you go right now to Grace and Truth Ministries and go check out one of these lives. Go watch 5 or 10 minutes. Come back and tell me what you think. You probably won't come back. You'll probably stay over there and watch the whole thing and come back the next time I'm live and tell me. I've never honestly ever sent anybody over there, Ozzy, and they come back and say, yeah, that was garbage. Like I said, there's people go over there and I never see them again. Where'd they go? They're over there at Grace and Truth now. Well, that's what this channel is all about. It's about bringing people to Brother Jim, because he has 37 years, that's almost 7 decades of studying on my 3. Well, he has, 67. Yeah. He's in his 80s. He's got 70 years of studying almost, and he can do it like um, just nobody else can. He's just a great influence. And he does things that I can't even begin to study. He remembers with things in school. I didn't listen in school. I didn't learn anything in school. I learned a little bit in school, and I went to college too, and I learned things after I got out of school, but I didn't listen in school. I don't think I could even add, subtract, read, multiply, divide, spell in the fourth grade. I didn't go to school very little until my dad came and stole me from my mom because of some horrible things that were going on with my brothers and I. But at that point in time, I didn't have an education. I watched my brothers and sisters for years, and my younger brother and sister. My older brother would go to school. Um, my younger brother didn't go to school very often. He was younger too, but you know, my dad came in the fourth grade. I didn't have any real education. I couldn't spell or write or read or do anything. They didn't have special classes back then either. So I had to get my butt in gear. I can remember how much in fear I was, so in fear, and then I was such a space brain. So my mind was like, all I had to do is get the minimum out of it and squeeze the minimum to get by. So my brain was able to do that. So I didn't feel like I had more to learn that I couldn't learn. I just knew I had to learn the minimum, and my brain was able to pick that up because I wasn't being malnourished and abused and whatever. There was a lot of things going on with me at the time. That the reason why dad had to come take me from my mom. But more of an absent parent than anything else at that point in time in my life. But it's amazing how the brain can pick these things up, and so we all learn differently. And I know that going with Brother Jim helped me to, you know, just stop being lazy. Stop being lazy and study these words, and you'll be able to, if you know what the words mean, then you can understand this book so much more. It comes to life. It's a new living will and testament. So it's supposed to grow with you. You're supposed to go back and reproof the word with your brothers and sisters in the narrow way. It's just what it says. You know what I'm saying? That's absolutely. Cultures and customs are absolutely everything about study. If you don't know the culture or the customs, there's a difference between an idiom and an idiot. you know, an idiot, somebody who doesn't know. They've never heard it or heard, or um, even seen it. They have no recollection. They could not even put on a lie detector. They would pass the test. That's an idiot, and people get offended by that. An idiom is more like a parable. It's we speak and say idioms all day, and it's like slang. Words were slang back then. There were meanings that didn't mean. If I said, "Holy crap! Did you see that? That's flipping sick." This guy just crapped himself. Hold on, I'll get the priest to sprinkle some holy water on you because you got a demon or something, right? That's what if you said that at the time of Christ. That's what they'd run, hurry up, try to get you something to wipe yourself, and go get the holy water for the priest and try to get the priest to sprinkle on you because they thought you had a demon. If you said, "Hey, holy crap, that's flipping sick. Do you see that?" And they probably the words meant something completely different. There were slang back then, like hearing it from the horse's mouth. You didn't, hold on, I got a frog in my throat, guys. Can you hear that? Does anybody, oh wait, hold on, I got a frog in my throat. I don't have a frog in my throat. I'm just kidding. That's an idiot. You guys are sitting here like a frog in a pot of boiling water, guys. No, so did you really hear it? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You can lead a person to knowledge, but you can't make them think. They got to think for themselves. So yes, brothers, sisters, knowledge, isn't it a blessing to have what people have just taken for granted, to just allow their dialect to be slurred? Slurred is what it is. It's slang. So at least you know the base of the definition of what you're saying. And you should at least, hey, in anything else in the world, who cares? But when you're talking about scriptural words, and he says don't add a jot or a tittle, then hey, you might want to define the words that you're speaking if you go tell them. Do you realize the fire that I put myself through, brothers and sisters, by speaking this word and sharing it with you? I pig myself into a lot of potential judgments, don't I? So that's why I try to make sure that we stick. I don't try to go on and do all these studies and all these other things. We stick very gospel based, the same thing. This guy's always talking about the same stuff. Yeah, I know, it's the gospel, baby. It's what I love. It's what I love. He makes me love this more than anything. That's why I stick to the 66 canonized books. We don't go off on Lilith or Jasher or Dead Sea Scrolls and talk about the Quran or anything. We just stick to the gospel, baby. Gospel's where it's at. That's the gospel is the only way to the Father. Christ is the gospel. He put the gospel on the hearts of the apostles, and they all died a martyr's death for him. They had a life, they gave it up, they picked up the book, like he says, and follow after me. So if you have a life, you might as well forget it. He's more important. This word's more important, and that's what they did. Does anybody want to kill you and throw you in a jail cell, hang you from a tree, stake you, stalk you, poke at you, put holes in you, hang you from a tree, stretch you back so you can't breathe? All glory to Shiloh for the ritual. No other channel is showing the I can't breathe ritual too. That's why they put you through the whole Cornholio virus. The great Cornholio. Are you threatening me? No, it's scary. Remember, it was scary. Oh my God, we're all going to die. So, do you believe in Satan claws? So, you know what I'm saying? Because they stretched Christ back and they made him so he couldn't breathe. Does your life feel like that? That's the word. Theolobos. It's like to be pushed down, like pneumatic air pressure. They had Rome. They had pneumatics, guys. Theolobo. Theolobos. How do you think you're going to cause that? They could cut stone with air pressure. They could move things with air. Remember, compression, air, pneumatics, pneumonia, breath, respiratory. I can't breathe. Hello, that's what they did to Christ. Does your life feel like you can't breathe? That's what he said. Theolobos. You must narrow is the way that leads to the straight. Straight is theolobos. Get that through your head. This is why you study these words, because people aren't going to, you're not going to learn this in any other ministry. You're truly not going to learn this in any other ministry, brothers and sisters. And I'm hoping Father will keep me here longer and I don't have to go teach this to a bunch of stinky dudes in a jail cell or prison. So we'll see what Father's got in store for me. But until now, I feel totally thankful that today was my trial. I guarantee it already pissed off Judge Vandenberg, and they would have sent me in contempt of court, and I would have never seen you guys again, probably for a long time. So I'm here, and I'm thankful for that. Hopefully Father will keep me out of prison. It's all up to him now. I've tried as hard as I can. You see how hard I've pressed in here. Theolobo, I've been, pushing on all of them. Father's been helping me. Father's been doing it with his counsel. Luke 12:11 with his word. The word's my counsel. You be without counsel. They'll throw you in front of their magistrates and their synagogues and their men and their authority and their black robes. And do not what word you shall say, I will give you the answer. So he's always been there to provide. You know what I'm saying? And so time to buck up, guys. Time to buck up. Now it's time for me to take this, I didn't sell anything to you guys. And I knew exactly what was going to happen today. My postings were up for 5 hours and then everything shut off. I would have to relist everything every 5 hours now to be able to keep my postings on the internet now. So I don't think I'm going to sell anything between now and then. And it's okay. It is what it is. I've been suffering with this for years now, with these being hit by the internet. I've made my living by using this Dragon V system and turning it on its head. Everything is, like a weapon. It could be used for good or bad, right? So I've taken this B system and really have kind of and turned it on its head and have used the hell out of it like it's some kind of, like I'm pimping it seriously like that. And not in a bad way, but I've been able to. So they have shut my algorithm off, guys. I'm seriously 5 hours, nothing. I'm like, damn. So doesn't look like I'm going to sell anything before I need the $15,000. So I'll just take the precious metals. That just eats my whole Ecuador idea for now and puts it on hold. But I got to get through the criminal suit first, and then I can get through the civil suit. So Father is in control. I just I truly now I need to spend this money, even if it takes me money. Now I need to keep myself out of prison. I don't want them to extort my merchant number. You know what I'm saying? I don't want that to happen. So I give them a lot more money instead of paying, uh, this attorney who still works for the bar. I don't want them to put me in prison for 6 or 7 years. They make a lot of money, and a lot of that money can be sent to other seas, overseas to kill people. So I need to. Hopefully, Father will keep me out of prison. And if that's what happens to me, and then so what? They threw Christ in prison and jailed him and enslaved him and hated him and then martyred him, killed him. So um, if that's what happens to me, then that's what Father wants. They martyr me. My day of death was already written from the foundation of the world. Nobody's going to take my life. When Father, you should have already been able to see that. You need to be witness to that. You can see physical proof of the live stream of them literally hit me in the face with a grenade. That should have caused me to have brain swelling and potentially could have hemorrhaged out and died. I was bleeding for months out of my head, not my lungs from the tear gas canisters, but from the little concussion grenade to the face. So um, I'll get through it. I have to get through the criminal case first. I'm just a little disappointed that I have to take the money to buy and purchase the Ecuador property and put that to the rest for a while and focus on staying here. Stay here. Um, when Father unchains me, it will be His will. Or if He puts me in a cage with a bunch of stinky dudes, then that's what's His will for me, no matter what. So my charges are not against anybody in society. The cops have a problem with me because I'm to standing up to the law because I'm a constitutionalist. So nope, I'll never let it go. I took a note to the Constitution, and my last day of death, I'll be serving this Constitution and won't let it go. So, so I know that's what they've been hoping, and that's why they have just kind of pushed this case off. You know what I'm saying? So, but certain things I won't give up on. Certain things Father made me when I took a note to the Constitution. I'll die defending that Constitution. I took that oath at 17 years old. Well, 18 when I turned 18, but I went on the delayed entry program, and so I haven't stopped serving that, and I know my life has shown that. So just through how Father made me, so I'm a service to other being. I can't help it. My life is always in shambles because of my ability to try to help everybody else. My life gets just like I said. I could end up dead. My son, you know, I could be facing more time uh, than he, faced. 2-3 years in jail, and I don't care about being in jail. If I didn't have my dogs, jail doesn't scare me. I could do jail on my head, standing upside down, no problem. It's my dogs that suffer. Is the only reason that and now I need to keep myself out of jail until I can at least find out if Elijah's dead or alive, if Adriana's dead or alive, because I don't have anybody to advocate for him. So I don't care. I'll take all these precious metals, and I've already lost 40 pounds of silver, all my passport, all my gold. So what's more, you know, what's another $15,000 or something of gold and silver? Already lost 25 pounds not that long ago, too. Remember? So people like to take advantage of me in situations like this. And people do that. People are very opportunistic. And I think that's what ended up happening in this case. And things got a little out of hand. Um, and I think that's, the foul play in this is, I don't know. I have no idea, Jen. Like I said, I know I hired an attorney, so that's better than what I had for the last 15 months almost. No representation. So it's just going to cost the Ecuador ministry. So, oh well, it's not the end of the world. I can work at it. If I can get the civil case done, then I'll work on to the criminal case. And I still know, even if somehow they railroaded me, I still have the right of the civil case. As soon as I just, like I said, I know the civil case is a massive part of it, and I've told this, and I'm going to be speaking again with the attorney, and tell him I want a criminal lawsuit filed, not by him, but I want criminal charges against these officers for grenading my daughter. If nothing else gets done, they need to file a lawsuit. They supposedly had a warrant for me and my son, which I know has issues to begin with, and whatever it is, I mean, I know what it is, but it is what it is. I know my rights, but they should have never grenaded Adriana. They never should have assaulted her. They never should have batteried her. They should have never done that to her. They dropped her charges because they knew the mistake they made. And I do think that that's what's gone on in this case. There's too many lawsuits, and this would cost the state of Oregon hundreds of millions of dollars in lawsuit, and the county hundreds of millions of dollars. The federal government is on the sling here. The stupid idiot coming in here saying they're CIA or there. They should have already been involved out here, and all of this would have been prevented. Actually, just one call, one stop to my driveway, one conversation, and about Elijah's 180 hours. It's been 15 months here coming up, and nobody's ever called me and said, hey, these 180 hours, we need to have a discussion about these 180 hours. So um, I don't know what will happen to me, because there's nothing in this case that's gone that I wanted to any way that I wanted it to. So all I can do now is put up these precious metals, the last of what I have, and start over again. And I've been stripped back to just the clothes on my back multiple times. Remember, 6 years ago, my youngest brother came out here who has millions of dollars, very wealthy man, and very well renowned. The guy has a lot of money, and took everything I own, 200 some $1,000 worth of survival equipment and freeze dryers and generators and, just all these things that I came out here and planned for 2 decades and finally made it out here. And, my own family screws me over because I'm not on this property with just, they're brutal. That's not family, but, you know, um, I came back to just a tent, even what my own blood didn't take. The locals picked off because the locals said that, that I wasn't coming back. The sheriff, that's what the sheriff said, that I wasn't coming back here. What an asshole, man. And that let everybody else pick the rest of what I had. The only thing I came back to was a tent, my original, what I came here with. So, or, you know, but it is what it is. Whatever. I don't have any plans because Father will crush them, and it doesn't mean that I've been defeated. I'm just going to let him deal with it. You know what I'm saying? All I've ever done is get myself in more trouble, my son in more trouble, my daughter in trouble. Look what happened. I tried to help them, and it backfired. They could be both dead and gone now, and I could end up in prison. Boy, that worked completely the opposite of what I tried to do, huh? So careful. Don't make plans. Father will crush them for you, I'm sure. So that's why I need to let Father deal with this at this point. But he gave me the blessing to have the, like I said, this gold and silver. But I was thinking about how hard I worked for this to get this, because I really had to grind out these last 15 months to even obtain that, that amount of gold and silver is unreal. So obviously I've been working really hard, and Father's blessed me to give me hands to work and a body and a mind to do these things. But even some of these things I took a pretty big loss on to try to help others. So I don't know. Um, it's okay. I'll file the civil lawsuits, and we'll see what happens. That should yield hundreds of millions of dollars. So I wouldn't need to worry about having money then, would I? So um, I put my retirement in precious metals and land. I don't measure my retirement and my wealth in dollars and cents and, zeros and ones. I measure my wealth in ounces and acres, in pounds, and so that's what everybody always does, though. But so that's why I did purchase land, and why I'd like to purchase this land for the ministry. It's just one of these things that somebody can't take. That's been after I'm gone. That's, if I donate it to the ministry, then it serves the ministry. It's kind of like these tattoos that I buy that nobody can take from me. Why do you spend all that money on those tattoos? Because this is a way I document what's going on in the celestial firmament above your head. We're literally weeks away from where we were at in 2014, brothers and sisters, with these tetrad super blood moons. So I hope you understand what a blessing it is to be right where we're at in this time. Um, but if anybody, like I said, if anybody can help me, I don't think I'll have a problem getting a civil rights attorney. We'll see. Um, but I need to pay for this criminal attorney. So You don't have to. There's no obligation. I'll make a mention of it. There's not like there's a big crowd of you in here, but if any want to help the ministry out, you can help secure some of this funding with the gold and silver, because I'd almost guarantee you that gold and silver in 6 months from now will be worth 3 times as much, and I'd be able to pay that ministry off with that same gold and silver, which is only worth about $14,000 right now. That ministry is 38,000. That metal will pay for it. That's how much I do believe we'll see an increase in the precious metal sector. I've been in that sector for 30 years, or longer. So I know the space pretty well. So we're just in the market. So it would be kind of a bummer to just watch it all walk out right now. And then in a month from now, it spiked, being like, damn, I could have bought the ministry with that. So anyways, if you know anybody who can, help out or something, maybe, somebody who's hit it big on Bitcoin or something, somebody wants to help this ministry out, I am looking for somebody to help me out here in this situation so I can try to keep the funds secured through the precious metals to hold on to those for another 2 or 3 months so that we can, and I'll show you, I'm not going to take that money and do it anything for me. I don't have wants or needs. Like I said, I probably should have taken that, whatever, that 20 some thousand that I'd had cash to pay the ministry off here and purchase that attorney back then. But I thought that the purchase of this ministry was more important because it can serve after I'm gone. I could go to prison. They could come out here and kill me tonight. Anything's possible. And the ministry can serve after I'm gone. So that was more important in my eyes. I don't know how my son would feel about that. If he's stuck somewhere in a cave or something, and my daughter, I would feel pretty bad about that. But I serve the ministry. That's what I do. Before I serve myself, I serve the ministry. Before I serve my son, I serve this ministry because this is what Father wants done. So that's what he made me make that decision. So I don't have regrets. So, but I got to figure out how to get to this. Like I said, I have tomorrow. I actually don't have any more days because tomorrow I have a full day, and I have to have that money by Friday. So I don't think anybody has that kind of money right now to chip into the ministry. It's kind of ironic that Brother Jim's ministry is $1 million a year, $1 million a year to run that ministry, and that's how many people. I think I have a larger subscriber base than Jim Brown does, and that's okay. You know what I'm saying? How they could give. I don't give what Brother Jim gives though, so don't even think. You know what I'm saying, to the ministry, and he does take the tithes that he gets and ships out about 3 to 4 grand, sometimes more a month, to the people within the ministry. And but he takes a salary, and um, he pays 5 people there are on salary. So I don't take a salary. I don't take in any kind of money like that. So it just kind of blows me away again. Like I said, I'd spoken earlier about the GoFundMe thing, that these people make all these, just for veterans, because, I'm a veteran. I think somebody'd help somebody out like me that defended their rights. And but it's okay. I don't expect anybody to do anything. Like I said, I don't want to be known as some grifter or whatever. I don't really want anything. I just really want to fight. I'd wear these clothes that I have for what I have on my back right now in the southern hemisphere. If it didn't get cold for the rest of my life, I don't have to wear a certain thing or have a certain thing. I don't need to own anything. As long as my dogs are not being hurt, my dogs are happy and fed, and I can share the word. And at this point in time, that's what I'm happy doing. And so I'd be fine with that. I don't need to own anything. A vehicle to move around with, maybe when I was in South America, just to travel, to be able to share the ministry. But, probably something I just put in the ministry's name anyways. I might even go ask somebody to donate. Tango, all done. Hey, Tango, all done. So, but we'll see. I have no idea. Honestly, I have no idea what's going to happen. But I know that where what needs to be done is the law enforcement officers need to be held accountable in this case for what they did, for the assault of my son and my daughter, the assault of me. And and then I'll feel like, not out of vengeance. If they break the law, they need to be held accountable for breaking the law. So it's a crime to hit somebody in the face with a grenade. I wasn't threatening anybody. I made no threats to their life. That's not how it happened. So they messed up pretty bad. So we'll see. maybe again, after going over this case again in some more detail tomorrow, I'll feel a little bit better. But I'm just a little down because of the whole Ecuador thing. I was really looking at getting out of the country, um, and going and growing organic food. And so it could still happen. I don't know why I'm be like this. That was like I was pretty close to buying this ministry. Like I said, it's the one in South America, but it's just, I really was. I had found, like I said, I had the other backer with the money that I had to get the remaining and just make it happen and then figure it out later kind of deal. Like it could be sold any day. It's been up on the market for years. Looked at the improvements to the property is well worth every penny their asking price. And I thought even an offer for a little bit less would probably secure the deal. But I got to take those funds to buy the Ecuador property now and shift them over to this attorney. So, oh well, life's not Burger King. Well, yeah, but I don't think there'll be any, Jen. I don't think they'll be able to provide any body cam footage. You know what I'm saying? I know. I don't think there will be. I don't think there was 25 officers, and I bet you none of their body cam is going to come up. You know what I'm saying? Now that will at there, if not, then I have mine. Aren't you glad that I filmed them and held them accountable and live streamed the whole incident so they couldn't get away with it? Because if I live stream and they hit me in the face at 45 seconds and you never hear another concussion grenade, that means they grenaded my son and daughter before they ever woke me up. It was the grenade that they grenaded my son and daughter first before they ever grenaded me. So that's excessive force. That shows their intent right out the gate. Imagine my daughter waking up to a grenade. She's totally has nothing to do with this. This is my son's wife, girlfriend of many years. And that's how they got woken up. So just if there's body cam footage, but I doubt it. I bet you there'll be none of them. Their body cam footage will work. It's like that the other day when I went to that pre-trial. I bet you if I didn't have that, ability and Kevin didn't record that, I didn't know, like I said, it would have been, they wouldn't have it. I called for it for subpoena, did a FOIA request myself. I wouldn't hear it. I wouldn't hear it. It wouldn't be there. So um, they just say it's not there. They had an issue. So I don't even know what kind of footage they can produce in this case. Because that's part of my discovery, right? Discovery and suppression of evidence. I get to see all the body cam footage. I get to see all the docu cam in the vehicles. I get to see all these, anything that was taken, that had any footage that was taken via docu cam or body cam I have access to it in this case. And so I'm glad that I've been able to record the things that, you know, uh, We'll see what happens. Like I said, I know that I have a pretrial conference, or a status hearing on the 28th of this month, where they were probably hoping again that I would, they were going to appoint me some third attorney that probably was just once again trying to steamroll me. So when they see I have appointed counsel, it's not going to make them happy. So I got to take this precious metals and cash it in. So it is what it is. I'll like I said, I'll try to get more, but I'm not going to ever be able to attain the metals that I've attained them at the rate that I bought them for, because I guarantee the next time I'm able to afford metals, it's going to be, this is going to leave me broke. I'm not going to have a single dime, left here. But it's okay. It was just being held to purchase the ministry anyway. So it's not my money, even though I earned it and whatever. I don't need money. I only need money for my son. I already was retired pretty much. Had the ability to be. I was just going to take my retirement money, let this land shoot up or let the precious metals market shoot up like it is now, and even a little bit higher. And I could easily pay this land off and still have my retirement money, and still had a little bit to hang on to get my son later down the road. Maybe not a bunch, but little box of some precious metals or something down the road for him. And he had his own. He didn't even want them. He's like, oh, I got my own metals, Dad. So it is what it is. Like I said, I have to put it in God's hands, and there's nothing else here that can happen. I have no other way to make this happen at this point in time. So I'm glad that Father's blessed me enough to like I said, I got a funny thing. I'm gonna have to take every last single piece of gold and silver and to get that $15,000 to make it work. So, um, oh well, we'll start over again. You know, dimes are 260 a dime. Quarters are $6.25 a quarter. I mean, whatever. Just start a little bit at a time again, right? Start with fractional and try to get some ounces back and buy the bullion, buy the weight, and just do what I do. Start trading, and I can maybe there'll be some things here that maybe somebody will trade me the land for some gold and silver. I don't know. I remember I just had somebody tried me a Tesla wall, but I can't do the Tesla wall right now. If I had that, 6 months down the road, man, that would be probably the best thing I could ever own out here for this ministry, to put the ministry off the grid, a Tesla wall, you know, and he wanted to give me $500 in payments every month after for the remaining of whatever that I was my asking price. So, um, yeah, what a blessing it is to have at least the metals to do it now, so that nobody else has to cover me. Just like the last time I was able to pay the ministry off and um, be able to get this because I bought that ministry and worked hard to get that all done. Cleared out a lot of vehicles that came up for sale like out of nowhere, so I had to buy it outright cash. Two payments, bam, bam. A small payment to secure the basic earnest payment, and then bam, some one big final balloon payment, and that cleared my bank out because I was trying to save the money to finish buying this property off. So, um, yeah, but you got to understand where I'm at, Jen. These people do whatever they want. I even just talked with the attorney again, and he's like, Tracy, they just do whatever they want out there. It's not like you're up any other county. Dude, if you're in any other county, I would totally got this. I could totally, you know, um, it just don't work like that in this county. They are corrupt as it gets. This could potentially be the most corrupt county in all of the country. It is. Look, we just got new police officers out here, new deputies, but we lost our 911 service. Can you get any more corrupt than that? We lost our 911 service, but we have new sheriffs out here, new cars, new deputies, but we don't have 911. So this is why I point this stuff out, guys. They do stuff like this here, and I speak up about it. So they don't like that. I brought that up, that they're corrupt. Just for that reason alone should prove how corrupt this freaking police department is out here. So can't get 911 services if you call, but hey, we got some more cops to put you in jail. But we won't have no attorneys for you, but you'll probably just take a deal. Yeah, you're an EMS, so you no 911 services? What? Lifeline. Lifeline. You got to pay to the helicopter and pay the insurance to be lifelighted out of here. So, yeah, no, none of that emergency services in here in this valley. And you know what? Honestly, the Lifelight, the people who pay for Lifelight, they say that gets them faster to the hospital than the ambulance in many cases. The people who pay for Lifelight out here, it will take them faster because they're airlifted it right here. They go bam to Portland or to Washington or over to Bend. It doesn't take so it is worth the service. You know what I'm saying? Sounds like Venezuela. I know, doesn't it though? And this is America, man. It's hard to believe. This is America. Anybody ever hear of oh God, what's his name? Childish Gambino. Uh, I am facing hindering prosecution, interfering with a peace officer, hindering a pig, interfering with a pig, harassing a pig, and menacing a pig, and conspiracy to criminal because it doesn't matter. Like I said, I already know. I'm not even concerned. Um, their warrant isn't valid to begin with, and they can't. Like I said, whether they understand this or not. And like I already told, the attorney, and I don't want to say too much. They dropped Adriana's charges because you can't charge Adriana with interfering with a peace officer and hindering prosecution for telling Elijah not to stop. Elijah was fucking driving. If Elijah didn't want to stop, or not stop was his business. His old lady has no control over his body. She didn't restrict his body, and I only told him not to stop. Don't stop the car. Don't stop. Don't you dare stop this car. Don't you, you know, if he wanted to stop, he could have said, fuck you, Dad, I'm pulling over. But he chose not to. And I'm not throwing my son under the bus, but for their warrant, that's going to make it really hard when they already dropped Adriana's charges because they know they didn't have a warrant for her, for one, which they didn't have reasonable articulate suspicion shown probable cause on a warrant signed by a judge, but they didn't have there was no crime by telling Elijah, don't stop. What if there was some music going in the background? She's like, don't stop, get it, get it. Maybe she had an earbud in and was listening to that song. You know, but it doesn't matter. That doesn't mean that she's hindering prosecution or interfering with a peace officer. So they dropped her charges for that same exact reason. That warrant is not valid. They didn't even have one for her arrest. So that's why they obviously had to drop her charges. But I'm telling you, that's why they put charges against her. I found that out, that she, somewhere in the video, they thought they heard her say on the video of me filming it, which I couldn't hear it. I listened to it. I couldn't hear her say it, to not stop. But he's a grown ass man. He's an adult. He was driving. And if he wanted to stop that car, he could have stopped the fucking car. So that is not on his wife. And I don't remember hearing her say, don't stop the car at all. I know I was saying it. So why the hell would she need to say it if I was saying it? See what I'm saying? That makes no sense with her either. So put charges against her for interfering with a peace officer and hindering prosecution. That's not hindering prosecution. I'm not interfering by telling Elijah not to stop. I'm not interfering. Oh, because I held him here? If they wanted him, they could have came and got him. They never made the attempt, remember, to come to the door, knock, and even execute the warrant properly when they went and got a shit warrant. You know, for eluding a police officer, he didn't speed. He didn't speed. They didn't pull up with lights on. They didn't pursue. The cop did. If it's a fucking felony traffic stop for eluding a police officer, the cop gets, get on the fucking ground now. I went and got the cat out of the car. Got out of the car, got back in the car. It was parked in the driveway. And he came on my property, so whatever. But anyways, he didn't even identify himself as a police officer. He opened his door up, and I gave him the fucking riot act, right? You know me, calling him a pig and a tyrant, whatever. I can call him whatever the hell I want. I have a First Amendment right to do that. So cops are tyrants and pigs. That doesn't break the law by telling a cop he's a pig or a tyrant. So, but he never got out of his car. He never identified himself. He never even pursued. He didn't pull up with his lights on, and he didn't have a siren. So that's not a felony pursuit. So there's no fleeing law enforcement. Because I told my son to stop is because he has the right to do that. Okay? The right to protect himself from legal prosecution. They couldn't even see his tag because it was dusty. That's why the cop followed us for 4 freaking miles before he even turned his lights on, which I couldn't see. I just told him, don't stop the car no matter what. That's why I went live, because I know, so they're screwed. They're screwed on that warrant. Their warrant to come out here and bust this fucking house down was wrong. How they did it, they executed, and the warrant itself, you'll see. And I may be wrong, but we'll see, because I know that's why I don't want to say too much, but that's why they dropped Adriana's charges. Because they charged her with hindering prosecution and interfering with a police officer, telling her not to stop the car, telling Elijah not to stop the car. That's not probable cause for a warrant. That's not hindering prosecution. Elijah's an adult. If Elijah wants to stop the car, shut up, honey. I'm stopping. You're just gonna have to deal with it. I love you. I'm going to jail. Whatever he wanted, he could have done that. I didn't physically stop his body. I just told him, don't stop this car. So that doesn't mean that I'm hindering prosecution or interfering with the peace officer. So this could go very quickly. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see. You know what I'm saying? We'll see what happens. So this attorney, he's very good at what he does. He's very expensive. That's, he's not a cheap attorney. So you pay for what you get for what you pay for these days and age. So he will do what the case needs to be done in the case. So he'll be real with me. He won't lie to me. Get out of here, disgusting, you Mexican American. Nader's a Mexican American going in his Mexican cabinet. So Sick pigs. So, but anyways, do you work for the government, Nader? Or are you dealing all this drugs? The biggest drug dealer is the government. I think Nader works for the government. We got a government official in here, guys. Wrong. But anyway, so, but we'll see what Father has, has in store. Again, I think that this cop out here was moving that product, and that's why this other officer died out here, because he was on to Sergeant Rourke. And we got a dead police officer. We need the feds to come out here and investigate why the hell that, cold case, why that officer lost his life out here. Because I think it had something to do with the cop dealing this stuff at the airport and his son dealing it too. Shh. The farmers want some of that, and they want anonymity. So if you be quiet, farmers can pay off the cops, and the cops can come pick it up at the airport and distribute it to the locals, and they get a little cut, and everything's happy, and the farmers are clean, and nobody cares. So, you know what I mean? So, that's how it works in this little hick town I live. The cops run the drugs. The government runs the drugs. No, they don't. Cops don't break the law. Government doesn't break the law. So, yeah, they do. So, this ain't even a constitutional republic, so it's not. So, get over it. Hey, what do we got? We got a message here. A message. Oh, okay. Host hoping it was something on the property, but they shut my internet down on my marketplace, guys. I'm sure that I haven't gotten any likes on it. Like I said, I bet you if I raised the price of it, doubled it or tripled it, I'd get some hits on it again. So it was a good effort. I'll get it sold. It'll sell. I just have to. I'm gonna go sell. I'm gonna put a sign on the highway. I got a big, massive sign that I bought that I'm gonna fill out and build a bracket for it and put it out on the highway, and somebody will buy it locally eventually. So I'd be in jail right now, guys. I should be in jail right now. According to these pigs, I know they would have tried to put me in contempt of court. And look at, I'm sitting here chilling out with you guys. Love you, brothers and sisters that are in the narrow way, man. Thank you, for Father, for keeping me out of court. You heard that, EMS for life. That cop, that judge wanted me in court. He wanted to be today. I would have been, exactly that I would have been shown contempt of court, and I'd be in the back. You know what I'm saying? I'd be in the back. I know I would. You know what I'm saying? They have me back there eating ramen and drinking freaking, pond scum, there. So I'm thankful. I'm drinking Berkey water, and I'm not sitting in there with a bunch of stinky dudes. They're not stinky. They take showers. The multiple times that I got locked up, the only thing that hurt me was, my face was killing me from getting grenaded, and my eye was messing with me. And, you know what I'm saying? But the guys in there weren't bad dudes. The last time I was in there, I bailed myself out of jail. I've never done that. You know what I'm saying? I never bailed myself out of jail. That's a first. You know what I'm saying? But there was 5 of us, you know what I'm saying, going in there. And there was actually six guys in there. And the one guy was sitting over there on the other side on the bed, and he was listening. But the other guys were into the word. They love the gospel. They're like, this is awesome, man. I love this. That's how this is. It was on their hearts. You know what I'm saying? Some of it they knew, some they didn't. And it was pretty cool. So I know they got that on camera. They hate that about me. If you put me in general population, I want to be, teaching and sharing the word. And so 6 guys in there, me being one of them, but 4 of them, 5 of us sitting there humming on the word. You know what I'm saying? What an amazing, to take the advantage of the situation, if you will. So I didn't want to be there. I knew my dogs were probably being, they were hurting, and they didn't do well without me the last time that I left. So that's my hope. Stay out of jail. And so far, Father has kept me alive and out of jail. So anything's possible. He'll protect me. It seems like so far he's kept me. I mean, I've gone to jail a couple of times, but I'm still here. You know what I'm saying? So All glory to Shiloh. I'd say because I should be in jail according to their plans. I really think they had plans to put me in jail with that Josephine County judge, to send me to trial and just to railroad me. And I don't think I would have made it through day one. I'm sure the trial would have been 9 a.m. in the morning, and like I said, they'd have called for, the third. Wait a second. Oh, they got a hot today, so yeah, it's cold. They do cold sandwiches down there. It's a freaking shit show down there at that jail, guys. I can't believe my son was in there for 11 months, almost a year. What a horrible, oh, what a stay that was for him. But he's strong, so maybe if he's in prison somewhere now, he's keeping strong and staying in the Word. And but I want to tell you that I'm thankful for that, guys. That I'm out and I'm not in jail, and my dogs are laying here with me, and I'm gonna feed them here in an hour. And you know, I made some. I went and got that burrito the other day, and I had those carrots, the escabeche, and I had the jalapenos. So I made a jalapeno burger because I went to the store yesterday, and I mean real hamburger, and not some prison mystery meat, some cock meat sandwich or some Big Bob, there, you know. Um, oh man, that stuff they do there at the, oh, hey, I don't eat pork, that's not, oh, well, it's turkey. Oh, so everybody's in here eating turkey now? You don't have to lie to me. They won't even give you a non-pork dish, guys, at the jail. Oh no, that's turkey. So you're telling me everybody in here is eating turkey? This isn't pork, and eggs, sausage and eggs. You're telling me this is turkey and eggs, right? Yeah, right. And you gave everybody in here turkey? Okay. So, like I said, I could be eating to some of that. I miss meals, guys. They don't even, there was time Stacy, she didn't even give me my meals. I'm like, look, lady, I don't eat that. I knew that was, I didn't eat breakfast this morning, and I need, a pork free meal. That's one of the things. It is my religious preference, and I don't do it because of that, brothers, sisters. I do it because it's an unclean meat, and it's not what defiles a man that goes in them, but I just choose not to. It's not because I can't, because I'm going to get in God's graces by eating it. I just choose not to eat it. It's part of my religious right. Okay, so I use that religious right. I thought you were religious, and I make sure that. And so, but they'll skip meals. Oh, we'll bring you a peanut butter and jelly sandwich or something. I don't get no damn meal. And both times that I was locked up, brothers and sisters, I had no money on my commissary. No money. I had $3 the first time. $3 the first time, and I got 9 coffees. That didn't last 14 days. So, oh well. But hey, oh yeah, we're super thankful right now that I know I'd be sitting in that back of that jail cell right now. They'd have thrown a couple more charges at me. And hell, they might have just tried to disappear me, brothers and sisters, because I think that that's what they have potentially done to my son and daughter. So what would make me safe from their wrath, So best thing for me to do is stay out of jail right now. Don't let them put me back in the jail cell. Use my legal right. Get this criminal case taken care of. I think it's going to cost a considerably more amount of money than I even have right now in gold and silver. So I can't give up. As soon as I get out of here, I'm going to, or whatever happens in this case, I'm going to have to, to go to trial. It's going to take probably triple that, at least 5, 10 times as much. So we might be looking at $150,000 to take this to trial with an investigator and his driving back and forth. So this could get really difficult really quick. But if there truly is a criminal case, I'm going to talk to him about that. If there's a criminal case, then I'm going to tell him, then let's get this civil attorney going too, and get these cases going dual. And I'll cut you into a portion of the civil case if this is criminal, and if you want a percentage, prosecute my criminal case, get me through this, and I'll cut you in to 10%, whatever. You're an attorney, you're not cheap. House, whatever. If it's whatever, maybe he'll do it. Money talks and bullshit walks. So we'll see. That's And that's stupid. I don't like money, guys. I'd rather be dead than have to worry about money, to be honest with you. I really do. And I don't mean to be a sellout like that, but I don't care about money. Money doesn't do it for me. I hate money so much. I've learned to live without it. Remember, I showed you 3.5 ounces of gold, and I didn't buy those. Those were all done by trading and fixing things up, building things out here, repurposing, and and starting out with something small and keep working my way up and by fixing and trading. So I'm thankful for that. I really am too. That Father's blessed this ministry enough, and even if I have to give it all up to get this criminal case taken care of, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. It's going to be worth a lot more later, down the road, and probably by the end of the year, I think we'll see $100 silver, $3,000 to $5,000 gold. Just those three pieces, I would, but it's okay. Um, I just There were some other things that I bought, and I guess I could have bought a little bit more gold and silver, but I don't like to buy too many things at one time. You know what I'm saying? And I can only trade for so many people who would trade with me for gold or silver. So, yeah, no, this isn't a pro bono attorney, Carl. This is a 100% got to pay this. I'm all done using the state. This is 15 months. There's no more doing that anymore. I have to pay or I'm going to go to jail. I would have been in jail. I don't think you heard, Carl, the the status hearing for the pretrial conference on the 10th. That judge was going to throw me. He threatened to throw me in jail. Come get me, pick me up right here where I'm at, and put me in jail. They want me to be in jail. They want to silence me so I can't do some. Those were his exact words. I'm not a dump truck, Tracy, and I'm very expensive. Are you sure that you can? I said, John, I have this. I flopped the gold down on the table. He said, let me see that. And I said, there's about $10,000. He only had to, he only told you to stop talking 7 times. Yeah, he tried to shut me up, didn't he? Not let me say anything and just trampled on my rights, but that's okay. you know, um, like I said, it'll all work out, So tonight will be my only night that I'll be able to probably be able to take any more donations because I have to have it by Friday. So tomorrow my day is completely filled. I don't have any time tomorrow to try to even sell anything. And I bet you tomorrow somebody will contact me when I have no way to I'm not gonna have the ability to sell anything tomorrow. I'm doing full attorney, full this whole case tomorrow. So it's okay. Like I said, I think I'll have just enough. And maybe if I still owe him a couple thousand or something, I can figure it out. I'll figure it out. Maybe Kevin will give me a loan or something like that. Um, Kevin's seen me hustle since he's been here, and he knows how I can build and whatnot. So, yeah. So either way, once I get through the criminal case, though, I can move on to the civil cases, and we'll go from there and see what that yields. But I do think that actually will yield a lot of money that I don't want or nor do I need. So I'll be donating it, and we'll be building housing out here, more housing than we already have here for the ministry. Actually talked with Kevin about the other day. I think I'd like to build some like adobe houses, I grew up in the desert, and so putting plaster on the outside of the home and build that kind of home out here, I think they'd be excellent homes in this area. So it's a high desert, so it worked good in the winter, and it worked good in the summer. Kind of has a little bit of that geothermal effect, if you will. Not like an earth home, but definitely stays a lot cooler on these warmer days. And that's what I would like to have out here for the ministry: 4 or 5 or 6 of those 1 or 2 bedroom houses for the people in the ministry, and then we'll figure out what to do down there in the in the Amazon, in the jungle, what kind of building to build down there. Might even do something similar down there too. Put another block or brick or rock building down there, and maybe just do it all, because that's down south. There's a lot of masons down there, not fake masons, but Not so much out here where I'm at because it's extremely windy. There are yurts out here. There's people who live in yurts, but the sun beats them in this high desert sun. It's really not, at 4,500, 4,700 feet, that sun can do a number to that cover of that yurt. I've built a couple of really massive, large yurt for somebody too, and seen how nice they are. They're really nice. We built a huge platform off the ground, like a foundation, and then set it on top of that. And but it's extremely windy out here. But I would definitely like to do block or brick, or do completely all mason, all rock or terracotta, or I'm saying tile, and just that type. That down there is not, that's their trade down there. So, and I do that. I do concrete work. You've seen some of the concrete work I've done back there on the property building that. You probably have to pay. Bet you it costs the company probably 125,000, maybe a $500,000 to put the front on that um, storm shelter in the back, to do all that mason work, to build all that the way I dropped it, and French drain the roof, and the the stairwell and the floor, and just the tile work and all the extra. It's a lot of work there that's done. So, but I'm thankful that Father gave me the skill set. So I probably do some of that down there too. But a lot of this stuff, I truly just probably hire people, guys. I not that I don't want to work. Uh, Self detox. I'm quitting this weekend. I'm not sure what you're quitting, but lots of water, Kevin. Make sure you get some rest. Get your sleep up, get your proteins up as high as you can. Eat. Make sure you're not. That you got some proteins and vitamins in your body, because if you're going to go without, and your body going to put your body in shock from that's the way I do it. Cold turkey. I don't care what you're quitting, but don't matter what you're quitting, but be careful if it's alcohol or something like that. That's a really extremely, extremely hard thing. People can die from quitting alcohol. So be careful if that's one of your deals. I mean, it is what it is. We all have different vices, but drink lots of water and stay in the word, man. Let Father be your, you know, um, keep getting thrown off live. Yeah, I apologize. This channel is something else, isn't it? But you guys helped me make this a lot. You sure made this last 14, 15 months a whole hell of a lot easier. I can tell you that. I couldn't have done it without you guys. So, um, lots of vitamin C. I don't want to give any medical advice, but keep your immune system as high as you can. So the liposomal, um, your body's going to want to detox. So you might look into how to detox your colon. You really want to detox, you need to. Yeah, that's a hard one. That's not an easy one to come down from. Um, and it's just so widely prescribed. It's on the streets. It's everywhere. So, but I tell you, there is harder things to come off than that. But that is another one that's not very easy to. Just make sure you stay hydrated, man. Make sure you stay hydrated and just hang around people who are supporting you. And that's a big challenge to try to stop. I mean, it sounds like you have yourself ready, and make sure you're mentally ready to do it. And when you do it, stick to it, and think about all the money you're saving, all the time it takes to participate, however whatever you do at that time. And now you got time, you got money. Some of those things don't smell very good, whatever. I don't know how you ingest it, don't matter like that way, but you'll feel better for sure. Um, I know that they had me on OxyContin and Percocet and nortryptophan and some of these other for my seizures, and I never felt any worse in my life than when I took those. So I don't know if you experienced the side effects, but man, those things just mess me up. Opiates give me hiccups, and I tell you, I've never felt any worse. So that's just me, but I definitely felt better when I wasn't taking them. And I didn't only take them for about a month, so I didn't really have to. I tried to hide not taking them for a long time because I couldn't be on opiates and morphine and be having a job and being a single dad and driving a vehicle. So uh, Yeah, so it's there you go. Appreciate it, Art of Pain. It's tough, guys. People don't realize. There you go. There you go, Carl. Thank you. So expect some, expect some, just to be drawn through the freaking mud, man. That's just gonna, your body's gotten, nice. Yeah, there you go. Absolutely. See, that's what opiates do to me, Kevin, man. Man, they make me come out of my skin. You know what I'm saying? And I can't do it. I can't do it, man. It's God, I feel like I'm, yeah, like I got bugs all over my skin. I'm scratching myself. I'm like, ah, like I can't do this, man. That don't make me feel better. That makes me feel worse, And I'm telling you, after on that stuff for a month, for 2 to 3 months, I could taste it because I don't do narcotics. I use cannabis to help me for what I need. But I'm not telling you, I'm not giving you any medical advice either. Okay, Kevin, but maybe a little cannabis might help too. I'm not giving medical advice. I'm not giving medical advice, Kevin. And maybe it's better to just go kind of stone cold, nothing, and that's a better way. But some people come off of, opiate. They say it's the gateway, but I know people who've been able to use a little bit of cannabis, and that doesn't mean you need to smoke. Maybe you can eat an edible or something, to give your body a little bit of a come down where you're not just bam detoxing, where your body goes into straight shock. And kind of like Carl said, you're going to feel like you have 1,000 flus at one time. I mean, you're going to feel like you got a monkey on your back, man. And you're going to want some relief from that because your normal is a little bit lifted, if you will, because I don't judge people. People have addicted personalities. Imagine I don't, and it must be hard to have one. So I know people do. I've studied this, been in law enforcement. So whatever you have, you're gonna have to deal with it differently, like I said. But definitely too, there's something before you do this. Let some people know you're doing this too. Okay. There's a lot of time that you need a support group. Kevin, don't be one of these people. I'm 7,954 days clean, and I'm sure you'd love to be there. Okay, Kevin? Okay, I bet you would. Yeah, I bet you would right now. 7,000, come on. You get to a point to where when you're clean and sober, it's over. You're over. You've mastered this now. It doesn't have a hold of you. You don't need to celebrate all these. I'm, 3,000 day, but find that now. I'm 1 day. I'm 2 days. I'm 3 days, and find people who will support you because it's hard. You need a support group, and when you're detoxing and your body feels like you want to go back because you want to go back to that, man, I know I'll feel a little better if I just go back to normal. And I know people don't know addiction, so they don't think that normal is, oh, they don't have to put that bottle to their mouth. Shut up. You don't know anything about disease, about an addiction. You don't know anything about an addictive personality. Some people don't ever have the problem. Some people, everything. Some people are addicted to dopamine dumps on the internet. Every 30 seconds they're swiping. It's very similar. It's really not that much different. I know that sounds like it's not, but I don't know if you have access to a support group. And again, I'm not, yeah, well, once you're an addicted, once, you have like alcoholism, once you're an alcoholic, it's not going to go away. It's going to be something that you're going to have to fight that monkey. But, you know what I'm saying? To even try to make the attempt, I tell you, I was going to write, uh, name meetings. Yeah, don't do that now, stuff. I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's not, no. Don't do that. Because then, look, and there's not some people. Listen, Kevin, some people need that. So you already sound like you'll have at least a somewhat of a chance at overcoming this because, see, people get hooked on that, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that because that works for somebody. Some people need acupuncture. Some people need hypnosis. A lot of different people can use different avenues that works for them. But I'm not into these things because I really think they make a lot of people feel kind of bad and they keep dragging you through the mud. I'm talking about people just going to support you and check on you. You doing all right, Kevin? You got your, still things working out? Did you fall back on it? It's all right if you did, man. It's not the end of the world, but we want to try to help you. So tell us, that you're doing all right. You don't have to lie to us. And if you slip up, you freaking slip up, man. It happens, but you need a good support people around you too that are going to support you and get you through day one, month one, year one, 2 or 3, then leave it alone, please. Stop. Don't be one of these people that's, I'm 50 years sober. Yeah, that's nice. Okay. You got it mastered. That's cool. So, but definitely use those tools that you have if you do have a good support group of people. And then same thing, and it don't matter, honestly, and I know this might not be easy for you to do, but you're going to have to stay away from it for a little bit, Kevin. I think the mastery of something is to go back around it, not too soon, to say, I don't need it. Oh, I can be around it, but I won't use it. You know what I'm saying? So, but you need to be away from it. So, like with cigarettes, you don't bum it, borrow it, or buy it, don't bum them, don't buy them, borrow them, or bum them, So the same thing. If you know people that you were hanging around that do that, you need to separate yourself from that right now. And that's not hard to do because that might be the only friend you got. You know what I'm saying? So that's where it gets tough. I don't know. Now everybody's got a different, I'm a loner. So I got the ministry to support me. You know what I'm saying? I keep smelling food, guys. I wonder what the hell is I keep smelling? Well, I smell like something's cooking. I wonder if Kevin's cooking something over there. Kevin might be cooking something over at his place. Maybe it's a little bit of smoke in the air. I'm smelling some barbecue. I won't smell, but yeah, there are places too. Maybe something you don't have to do online. You know what I'm saying? There are some online. Maybe you don't have to do the whole NA thing, but you can just find some people to talk to, and find something else to do with your time. Because I don't know what your usage was, and you don't have to share that here. It doesn't matter how much or how little you did. It's not going to change what I'm going to tell you. Again, find something to do with that time. You were pacifying yourself, whether you want to, you know what I'm saying, admit it or not, like I said, again, try to put yourself in a position where you just don't put yourself around it. Because what you're about to bite off is not something that, that I would even recommend trying unless you're ready. So it sounds like you're ready. It sounds like you mentally understand that this is going to be a struggle. And again, if you can find people that support you and you can get through the hard detox of it, you'll accomplish, you can come off of it. And then, like I said, it need be somebody down the road you can be around and it don't bother you anymore because you've overcome it. But it's tough. You got to change your whole lifestyle. Again, you pacified yourself by using this for your time. I don't know what your daily usage or time usage, but find something to do with that time, because that's where people, they fall back. They don't know what to do with this time that they were using, whatever. It don't matter what their usage was. I don't care what it was. It's like, what are you going to do with that time? Find something to do with that time. You know what I'm saying? Nice. Thank you for that, Kiki. You know what I'm saying? So there you go. It does. It takes you out from the knees out. Carl knows about. Carl's what I'm talking about. It's tough. Like I said, you feel like somebody drained you, and radiated you, and you feel like you've turned into a zombie for a while. And like, man, if I could just get back just to normal for a minute, right? People forget that people who have an addiction, and I don't care what their choice is, it doesn't matter to me. I don't care. They have that ability to people don't realize, if they've not have an addictive personality, never struggled with addiction, that sobriety to them is abnormal. That doesn't feel normal. Normal to them is to have a level of some kind of intoxication to lift themselves from life, man. Life sucks sometimes. It's nice to take a load off, not think about it. The old black wall, right? For a minute, let go for a minute, Well, moderation's one thing, right? But anyways, like I said, quite the feat here, because again, once you kind of make this choice and you do it, you got to kind of go full bore, because that's why I try to explain to people. They don't realize that that sobriety to them is abnormal. What you might say high to them is a normal feeling. So as you can see, obviously, Kevin, I've studied addiction and quite a bit, and people don't understand what it's like to their sobriety is what people that have an addictive, some kind of vice or whatever you want to call it, normal to them is high or intoxicated. That's normal. I feel normal now. I feel normal. And when I come down and I'm sober, I feel weird. No, that's not how it works. Yeah, that's how it works for some people, because you don't understand what it's like to be on the other end of that, you know. But hey, Kevin, I don't know where you're at. Have you ever seen that little bird that goes and drinks the drop of fluid, and it gives him a little sunshine, and he does a little lift, and he does a little, next time he does a little spin? Have you ever seen that have you ever seen that? It's like a 2 or 3 minute meme. It's like this little bird, and it's white, and it goes up and it drinks the little drop on the ground, and then it gets a little lift, and then it doesn't do that after a while. And that's probably where you're at, where you're not getting that, and you're trying to get back to that. Anybody seen that meme about addiction with the bird that goes over and drinks the little yellow drop of whatever? Ever, doesn't matter what it does, because it's showing you the symbolism. That's a pretty good analogy for somebody who doesn't understand addiction at all, does not have an addictive personality, thinks, no, people don't do that. They don't have to put the bottle up to their mouth. They don't have to use a needle. They don't have to take a pill. They don't know. Well, you didn't take your first little lift. You don't understand what they went through. At first, it was innocent. It was light. It felt good. It's if you haven't seen that, guys, I definitely would recommend go looking at that, and share that to somebody who has addiction or not. If they don't understand what addiction's about, show them. That's a good visual animation of what a person that would go through addiction. It's a process. It's a time thing. It just doesn't start overnight, and it doesn't end overnight either. So if Kevin can bite this off and try to, oh, you haven't seen that, Kevin, go look at that. You like I said, look up bird, addictive bird or something. It's just like a little bird, and it goes over and there's just a drop on the ground, because it's very innocent at first. It's just, oh, what's that? Oh, well, I'm going to have a little bit of that. And then he kind of, woo, he gets up off the ground, and he comes back down. He's like, well, that was a lifting experience. And well, I'm going to do that again. And then, woo, he got up a little higher, and then comes back down, right? And it doesn't really have too much of effect at first, because it's just but then, boy, that third one, he starts to do a little loop, and then bam, it comes back down, and then it just gets worse, because you would understand, people forget that people with addiction are always chasing that original high. You're never going to feel like you originally did. Oh, come on, take some dip and put it in your mouth. It'll make your head spin, almost make you puke if you never had a dip in your mouth. You know what I'm saying? I know, but it's so truthful. It gives you an idea that that's a person right there. That is a freaking person right there. That person is struggling, and they need help. It doesn't matter. That doesn't make them not a person. Oh, you're addictive and you have some kind of addictive personality or disease, so now you're less of a person. That doesn't make somebody less because they have an addiction. We all have vices. We all have addictions. Trust you me, there's very few of us that are just so upright and righteous that we ain't ever been on Pornhub or gone and done some drug or done something. We've all committed sin in our heads. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's what I like about that. It's very depressing, but it shows me that those are people, real people, with their lights turned out, if you will, that are struggling, and all they need, they're just trying to get back to the light. I'm saying, back to that original lift. And that's the sorry thing about addiction, is people don't teach these people. I don't think it's taught enough, is these people are always looking for that original high. And I think that's what that illustration of the yellow bird demonstrates. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So you see that in that, you know what I'm saying, Jen, that's a perfect, almost a near perfect analogy. of, you know what I'm saying? That's a really neat analogy for somebody to look at it and see how depressing you feel so bad for that animated bird. Because you're like, that's a person right there. If that doesn't call out to your heartstrings and rip your heart out of your chest, I think something's wrong with you. Come on, it's just an animation. I'm an emotional dude, man. Although I'm strong and masculine as it gets and live the American dream, I'm in touching with my feminine inside, baby. You know what I'm saying? I have emotions like for real. Things pull at my heartstrings. I wear the weight of the world on my shoulders. So when I see something like that, it makes me want to cry. It does, because I know there's people like that. That's a person. I didn't even look at that damn bird. All I see is a man, a woman right there struggling and just trying to get back to some kind of what, they think is normalcy. And it just like you said, Jen, it just keeps eating away at the core of the person, and they don't realize that it does. It eventually starts eating up everything around them, and you look at that bird and there's nothing there, and it's just an empty shell. But it's a human being, for Christ's sake. There's still a human being in there. You know what I'm saying? There's still a human being inside of there. Yeah, which you can moderate though with beer and wine. Like I said, remember, Kiki, one or two beers is not the end of the world. Or even if you want to get just smashed once or twice a year, gets stupid, sloppy drunk, even almost a gluttonous drunk, if you will. If you're not going anywhere, you're not going to leave the house, you don't hurt anybody. You know what I'm saying? That's still moderation. Even though there's a little bit of gluttony, I don't recommend that, because you'll probably do something if you don't drink very often and get crazy and let the alcohol start talking. But I don't think, like I said, people can have a beer with the drink, because I used to be the same way. Alcohol's the devil. It's the devil, because I've got a brother who's an alcoholic and have family members. I've seen people, but people can moderate with a little bit of drink. I'll drink one or two beers, and that's my limit. Two beers, I'm a cheap date. You know what I'm saying? Um, so and most of the time I don't even drink the second beer. I'm like, why did I even open that up? Passed out. I might have a hit of some of my cannabis or something, get crossfaded, and I'm climbing over to the bed going, oh man, I like that's too much for me. So they don't mix. But see, thank you too much, Jen, for your comment. And you know who brings in all these illicit things? The mente. The mental control, the mind control, the governments bring in and all these things. And yes, they get these people hooked on it. Ronald Reagan never did win that war on drugs, did he? Thank you, Ronald Reagan, for the SWAT team. If we now the SWAT team, maybe they would have wrote a SWAT team out to my house, huh? You know what I'm saying? But what do we got here? What time is it? I'm going to feed these puppies here in a minute. So I might have to pull this shirt off. It's starting to get hot in here. It looks like that sun's coming over this side. Give me a minute, guys. Rip this shirt off. I'm starting to almost sweat here. Why is it starting to get hot now? It's 6:30. Well, heat of the day. I guess the sun's going around the other side of the house. It's going around the other side of the house. It's almost dinner time, boys. You guys want an early dinner? I'm going to feed these puppies, guys. Give me a minute, and I'm going to give my puppies some dinner here for the kids. Sit this up here so we don't knock that down. Don't you dare fall down. Let's set you over here. All right, watch out. You're in the cords now. Yeah, let's move this. I feel like it's going to fall down. Let's not do that. There we go. All right. Why do I keep smelling? That's outside, man. I keep smelling. I think it's that fire. It's all weird. Some fires come from Canada. Are you ready for your dinner, puppy dog? My best puppies that I ever did best. All the single times. All the one single times. All right. Time for doggies. And for my bubble. And for my bubble. Now we gotta go make sure the kittens. Get the kittens. Make some puppy gravy. Puppy gravy. Puppy gravy. Go feed these kitties. Feed the kitties. Look at. Juniper was out there getting dinner. Getting girls out there. I don't know where Yasher Boy's at. Must be out hunting. Mm-hmm. All right. Doggies first. Toggles first. Toggles the best. Maybe I'm smelling that cookie. There's a blueberry cookie. I keep smelling it. That's what I'm smelling. I smell something sweet. There's a cookie up there that I had. It's not a cookie. I don't want some kind of blueberry biscuit thing. Oh, was that good dinner for the boys? For the best guys that I ever had? Well, there's more right there, huh? Oh, we got multiple. That's what I keep smelling. I keep smelling that darn cookie. The cookie! Oh, thank you, Father, for some good cannabis. No, it's these cookies. I couldn't figure out what I was smelling. My nose it's these. See these? They're blueberries, some kind of, I don't know, I bought these. I don't eat a lot of sweet stuff, but this is some kind of blueberry, and they're super strong. I kept smelling this has got like a real sweet smell to it. They got like little blueberry pieces in them, and they're real strong. Man, that's strong. Woo, that's strong. That is super strong. I don't know if you guys ever eaten these, but these have a really strong blueberry flavor to them. It was sitting underneath that plate. I'm like, why do I keep smelling something sweet? because there's a fire. I keep smelling the smoke of that sweet. I'm like, what is that smell? Yeah, it's some kind of, I don't know what they're called. They're some kind of, I don't think they've got like corn syrup in them or anything like that. They're Belvita cookie, crunchy, some kind of, yeah, they're not like some, just Oreo, or I'm sure they're not very great either. I bet you there's crap in them too, but anyways, these are amazing. I could just eat one of them because they're really strong. I can actually eat a half of one because I don't eat sweets, but they are, they don't have a bunch of sugar on them, and they're not your normal, like, crap, whatever. I don't like that type of stuff. I quit eating that stuff. I don't want it. I don't crave it. A little bit of sugar is okay, but just a tiny bit, it's strong. So if I'm gonna eat sugar, I'm gonna eat one of those. It's the good vibe, good tides. Here, this on a tide. You want to tie to the ministry? You can tie it right here, right? Hey, look at that. Now that's some good cannabis candy. Oh man. Oh man, that smells yummy. Oh, that smells yummy. Dog biscuit. It looked like a dog biscuit, doesn't it? This is a gummy, so there's some sugar on that. Oh, that's pineapple. Pineapple gummies. Yummy gummies. I think I only had just one or two of them since I got them. Oh, man, can you smell that? Oh, that smells good. How do you know there's a God? Pineapples and cannabis. Pineapples and cannabis. That's how I know. This will probably last me a year. Here, I bet you I could get this to last me a year, because I won't take these unless I really need them. So, I wonder how many come in a tube. Oh, the tube in this one don't want to come off. Oh boy. There we go. Oh boy, yeah. Yeah. I guess only have had one. Looks like. That's a full one. That's a full one. So I think I've only eaten one of them. So I don't use these. I use these medicinally. You know what I'm saying? I use these medicinally when I'm back. Is just my sciatica is just, I just, oh my goodness. I can't even tell you sometimes how, that pain in my back. But I only use them then. I use those just like taking, medicine. So they do work, though. They work for my sciatica, man. They do a good job. They don't take it away, but they help calm down that nerve pain so that my body isn't sitting there trying to tell itself, you need to go have surgery right now, dumbass. Yeah, everybody's different too, Jen. Like I said, and it depends who makes it. So I try to tell people, you got to be careful. That's what I was saying to Kevin earlier. He might be able to use a little bit to help him come off of whatever, opiate or whatever he's. And people think like that. Like, people forget that people get hooked on opiates, not like on street, because they widely prescribe it to a lot of people. And then they get hooked on the medicine cabinet opiate, or whatever, like Percocet or something like that. And then the doctor will stop prescribing it, and they still have an addiction, and that's where they end up going to the streets to get it. And it's not like they're a bad person. I think it's the doctors who got them hooked on it to begin with, So it's a battle. Glad I don't have addictive personality. Like I said, I only use cannabis. So the times they forced me to use narcotics, in a pill form, I never felt any worse in my entire life. You know what I'm saying? Uh, you know, what a blessing it is to have good access to, again, things that work. And what works for some people doesn't work for everybody, guys. Try to remember that. It's not that I try to tell people too. It's not the end all be all cure all for me. It doesn't cure all my ailments. Doesn't make everything I have go away. It actually just helps calm the nerve aids down so they don't send that signal pain and tell my body, hey, you know, I'm going to keep sending the signal pain, which means my body is actually working properly. If you know what that means, it's telling itself to go get fixed. If that wasn't happening, that's what cortisone does to you. That's what these, um, these what do they call them? It's the stimulant side. Not the cortisone, but the other side of that. Oh, come on, come to you. What it is, but they'll assign get you to cover something up to just mask the problem. It doesn't actually fix anything. Um, so when your body's sending a signal pain like sciatica or something like that, it's actually telling your body's still working properly. If that wasn't happening, um, uh, come on, why can't I freaking pull out of my medical file here? Um, people use them for weightlifting. What am I talking about? It's like a stimulant. They'll um, do that same thing with people to try to mask their body. Why is it not coming? Steroids. They'll give you a Whoa, that camera just did that move all on its own. That was weird. So, um, but it's not fixing the problem, and that's a good thing. Like I said, so I'm thankful that I have access to something like cannabis myself personally, so my body can calm down and tell itself it's not the end of the world. It's going to be okay, and you can relax and still function and not try to, it's not going to be the end of the world if you don't get fixed. But so people forget that's a lot of the some of the things that we have and the body does. It's almost like a valve system. It either turns off and would increase the flow to a different area, or dampen, or it's the way most of these things work. It's either stimulant, correct? There'd be another, like adrenaline would be another. That's like I was saying, like a stimulant, but like a steroid too. They'll give people a steroid, and that doesn't really fix their problem. Kind of like they try to give you a narcotic. That's not going to fix the pain. It's going to dampen the pain, but it's not going to fix anything. It's just a band-aid. So I am thankful that at times, like I said, that my body does have the issue with sciatica, because I should have had surgery a long time ago. So it tells me the system's still not fully functional because of so much nerve damage, but that there's still the proper thing is still working, saying, hey, listen here, buddy, you need to get fixed, or you're going to, make yourself worse. So it's like a fuse, if almost that would like pop or something, like, hey, we're not working anymore. Why? But it doesn't actually work like that. I'm saying in this case, I'm just trying to give an idea people don't realize. So try to remember, people who struggle with addiction are going to go through a very similar process with their mind and valves shutting off in certain parts. That's what a virus is, but it's just very similar. I know that sounds crazy, but that's the same way a virus works. It's a program to tell the self it needs more over here. It's like an algebra problem. A virus is like an algebra problem. What? See, my mind isn't like work like most people's, like I said, and I really wish sometimes I would have never had this training. Uh, yeah, that too. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Elsa. It's not fixing the problem. It's making the problem worse. Most of the time, they want to sell you the cure and never talk about, right, the cause. They just keep selling you the cure, and so they can farm you out so you can have the other effect to the farm guy. He farms you out, because it used to be a doctor was a specialist of many things, like a midwife, and would even come to your home and tell you how to stay healthy and sit down with you and consult you. And now they just, well, I'm going to send you over to him, and he's the specialist to farm you out to this guy. And they don't even have that mentality anymore. They really are just very narrow in their scope and their understanding. most doctors don't understand, even have lost the basic cellular makeup of the human genome on how we process whatever. Just our circulatory system alone is an extremely advanced system that looks just like a damn tree, and our extremities, the way things work, and the way, our respiratory system, obviously part of that same pushing this, oxygen through our hemoglobin. And okay, all right, I'll stop. But anyways, like a virus, it tells the body to stop, or to add, or to take away. I'm lacking, I need over here, this is a mix, this is causing this effect. And normally that's basically the basic structure. I mean, our body's extremely advanced, but also it's, at a right, on nutrition. That's right. Exactly. And I love NDs. I love NDs because NDs are a threat to the MD. The MD, look, you need an EMS in here. You need somebody like me or EMS in here for life, a first responder. An emergency doctor is an amazing, when your leg's cut off, you need somebody to suture your leg, and, you've got contusions, and you need this type of, respiratory, somebody to put in an IV, start some kind of fluids, just basic keeping your body till they can get you, on a table with the doctor, to can sew your leg back on. They're great for that, but they don't tell you how to stay healthy. So I give it up to my first responders, people, but doctors and MD, they don't care to keep you healthy. That doctor keeping you healthy is going to keep them employed. So they're going to farm you out to the, what I'm saying, to this, just the way the system's set up. I understand this snakes up a pole system, and people don't like me. They're like, man, why are you exposing doctors? Doctors are not good people. They work for the system. Although is a good intent, the road to hell was paved with good intention. So I'm not saying I don't like that doctors don't specialize in some fields, but it's not the same midwife doctor that cared about your health to keep you healthy. They care about staying in business, and they work for the script. Most of this is about signing you out to that farm guy, farming you out to the so you can get the effect. And these people, by the time they're in their 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, they're taking that daily regimen, slamming them like, so I stay away from doctors, stay away from hospitals. Sick people go there, dying people go there. That's not where you want to be. Keep healthy. Avoid hospitals, avoid doctors. Don't give your all the money that you work for your whole damn life to a doctor at the end of your life because you didn't take care of yourself. Okay. Again, love my first responders, love doctors. When I'm, in the emergency room, those are doctors. I love a first, and they have MD. You know what I'm saying? They're a medical doctor, and they don't need to understand the nutritional, what I'm saying? Uh, oh, interesting. Hey, Kiki, you do hair surgery? Interesting. For real? Actually, Tango, man, you are a whiny, whiny boy. My dog's like Kevin. Oh, can't you just telling me, huh? Just tell me what you want. This Brad would have to do that, old huh? Okay, we'll start the clock. 5 minutes, 10 minutes at the most. They'll be whining back at the door. I love my puppies. So, but I was just going to say, because I actually was looking into some doctors that did, or actually one doctor I was looking into who was an autopsy doctor. Well, they did like a doctor almost, but obviously doing autopsies are part of forensics and whatnot. But you're going to have a field of study in that same line of work, obviously. But he was talking about how certain people, he had figured out how people who had like male pattern baldness all had a very similar kind of a film in between their hair follicle, and he'd always documented this, and I've never seen anybody do the research on this. because I've always shaved my head since I was 17. I don't like hair. Hair's like, I'll grow facial hair or whatever, but before even joining the military, I had long hair. But um, I've asked people, why don't you grow your hair out? Well, no, I've actually tried to do everything I get to try to make my hair never go back again. Nair will go into your hair follicle and ruin your hair. So I've done that a few times. Boy, that hurts though. I mean, it almost burns. Don't put Nair on your head, guys. Keep that Nair away from your head. Nair hair remover for the ladies, right? Let's ladies too know. But anyways, all right, moving on. So, but I just make a mention, like if you said, um, if you do surgery, I've seen this one doctor did autopsies, and he said that everybody that had any kind of male pattern baldness had the same. He'd split their wig back. Oh my there, exactly. Right. Oh man, that's a burn. Burn, burn, burn. I did. I remember my son came home with a mohawk, right, from his mom's house, and although she still at the time had custody of him, it shows her lack of caring about him during this. I don't care if he had a mohawk during the summertime. Sure, that's fine to have a mohawk during the summertime. He's not going to school. He's not getting interrupt. But he came back, over to my house with a mohawk, and I'm like, and I'm the only one who ever cut his hair, so I wasn't really happy about that. Um, and so I cut his hair, and his mom was pretty upset. But I shaved my head too, and I nared it. That's the first time I ever really did that full blown nair freaking. And oh my god, I mean, part of my hair took years in the front to grow back up front. It really hammered. That stuff can do a number to your hair follicles. So careful putting chemicals on your head, guys. And just easier for me to shave my head and use a bic or whatever. But I just thought it was absolutely funny. And I did it again, thinking, oh, I just probably left it on there, and it didn't take long. And man, that stuff hit that bird. So I wouldn't use hair remover for your head. Uh, but anyways, Kiki's talking about putting hair back on your face there or head, but but I just thought that was kind of incredible because I've really looked at a lot of these people who and I'm not sure if you truly are what like you said, do like, because there's many different ways that these people have gotten away from this plug look, where people, you could tell that they'd had plugs, and it looked horrible. There are people who have literally gotten surgery, and when it first started out, and I think it's come a long way now. I think people can I've looked into it, that there's more than one way to do this, and it's almost impossible at this point in time to tell. Now they've gotten that good at it, at doing hair surgery, actually going in and sewing the hair into your natural human hair into your head. And I'm a therapist. So I'm not sure if that's what you do. uh, Kiki's hairdo. So and it makes total sense now, right? A therapist. But if you ever seen that that gentleman, he did a long study. I think he did about 30 or 40 years of autopsies. He was in the line for a long time, and he just made note of it. you know, and he wasn't even, like I said, he wasn't balding or anything. He just was fascinated. So I think there's a lot of there's a people who sell a lot of fake products that don't work. Um, and I think it has something to do with our chemical makeup, kind of like what I was talking about earlier. Nutrition and medical, we all chemically kind of made up a little bit different, although we're very similar because of the intake and our pH and things how we were given as children. And there's a lot of contributing factors that can mess and mess with the acidity or the alkalinity of our body, which has everything to do with nutrition, in my understanding. And I don't want to give any nutritional advice here or anything, but yeah, I just thought it was a pretty interesting blog. I think it was about 7 or 8 years ago. I'd found this one guy, and he'd made all the notes, and he said every single person, if they had a little bit of it, you can tell. If they had a lot of it, you can tell. So I'm not sure if you ever run into that. And I don't even think a person, I wouldn't even know without surgery how somebody could get rid of something like that. Anyways, but not sure if you've ever seen that, heard that, know if that's a thing. I've never seen any other blogs about it. It's been struggled to find it again, and it was probably like a hour and a half, blog where he went through a lot of his studies and he gave really good, scientific theory behind the whole, gave a lot of validity on that this is what's causing male pattern baldness in all men. And none of these chemicals are going to fix you. You can either go see Kiki's hairdo and go get some good surgery if that's what Kiki does. But other than that, I don't think there's any one of these miracle things that you can put are on your hair or whatever, because it's actually in your scalp. It's below, it's down underneath. That's what I'm saying. It's a very thin layer, but um, he didn't, I guess, quite see it at first, but once he caught it, he started making record, and he always noted that no matter what, if they had any bit of, even in women too, because it doesn't women, and so it's the same thing in women that can happen, and whatever it is, it's some kind of film that builds up on our scalp, and um, I don't know if it's caused from the sun, chemicals, what it's caused from, but interesting little conversation there. I don't know if you ever have you ever seen that blog about that guy, but it wasn't easy to find. Uh, so I don't think I see now, Jen. I wouldn't believe that at all. I think that's bot science, whatever you've been told, and that's fine. I'm not, that's why I like to look at it. I don't find any validity to that pigmentation, because this was underneath the skin, and people who don't people who are bald have tan and plenty of pigmentation. And, I'm just going off of what I researched in it, because I did some more studies in it. Um, and I'm not sure. That's what I'm saying. I don't think they can do this. I think everybody's got this miracle cure, but the only way you're going to cure it is either to go remove or whatever, discover whatever that guy had. It figured out what's causing this chemical to form in all of us, which is obviously, even if we had a different makeup or whatever, there's something that's a similar causing that same, whatever the makeup was of that. But he did find it in everybody, male or female, that had that any issues. If they came in and they were, he could tell the difference between somebody had a shaved head and somebody was bald. He would split their wig and open it up and look, and he said he'd always found it. And he just, part of when, he had the ability before on that to do that anybody had the chance, couldn't obviously do it to everybody. Anybody had the chance, he could do that, and he'd open them up. And so um, I'm not sure. Like I said, I think and I think it's for a purpose. I think it has something to do with the time that we live in. I know it's been around in history, but I think it has something to do with the sun. I think our body naturally craves the sun, and somehow it wants to antenna that sun. I know that I love people, I've always shaved my head, and the darker my head gets during the summer, I can say I'm never going to get sick. Like, what are you talking about? I said, the tanner my head is, I guarantee you that there's no chance. People are like, dude, it's the middle of the winter and your head's still way crazy tan. I'm like, yeah, I see how that's how I stay. I use it as my antenna for the sun. So I don't know. I mean, good. I'm not sure, Jen, what that's all about. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've looked at it, and like I told you, I know there's a lot to do with the follicle, a lot to do with circulation, and see, I think that's part of that. I think that's whatever that film is. What I was saying, you know what I'm saying, Jen, is underneath there, is that film is causing that circulation at the follicle to not to do its dial. It can't breathe under there. Whatever that. This guy was on to something. It's the only reason I stepped off this whole thing to talk about it, because I thought it was fascinating. And then Kiki brought it up or whatever about it, hair, doing obviously with the name, but it was a really interesting study, because I look at a lot of things and I find people have a lot of theories, but I never, because there's still bald millionaires walking around. You know what I mean? Well, people who have a lot of money that could obviously go get these treatments if it worked that great. That's how I kind of compare. And I know that's a crazy comparison, but I go to people who can actually afford, you know what I'm saying? Um, if that makes sense. These people, many actors have a lot of money and they're bald, and they could go get any surgery. They have all the money. They have all the, and nah, there's been nothing so far that no Rogaine, no this or this shampoo or no that, or you got to go see Kiki. if Kiki does the hair jobs, like if that's true, what Kiki's hair, then that's the only way I've ever seen that you're going to cure this if it's been an issue. And I think it's silly for people. Whether you have hair or you're not, doesn't make or break you as a man or even a woman. There's a lot more to life than hair, and that's even why I shaved my beard. I was like, hell, whatever. I said I wasn't, but TBI patients have accelerated. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of cool. All right, good stuff. You know what I'm saying? Just a conversation, guys. Appreciate having a conversation because again, I when I've ever looked into it, I'm like, this is the only study I've ever seen that has any validity that I've ever seen anybody. Because I've tried everything to get my hair to stop growing. I don't want hair on my head. I have to shave my head. That's maintenance. So I'd rather figure out a way to make it stop growing. And so I kind of reverse looked into how it. That's how I got into this study because, I have. Well, we have the ability. Remember, Earth isn't below your feet, but over conversation, I know what you're saying. But we are set up just like a toroidal field. And obviously, we wear plastic shoes. And, I remember last summer, I didn't do it this summer. I wore no shoes all summer. I worked, I could step on little stickers and rabbit brush, and I didn't have that nasty, hard, crusty feet either. My feet just got to keep them clean and wash my feet. And but I could smash. I did it on the live stream, just smashing the rabbit brush out here, which hurts. I mean, it's like almost like a blackberry thorn. It's a pretty good, good sized little thorn. But yeah, we have the ability because of our, again, not this whole. Let's not go too far off into this Reikiism and chakra. I think why are you being timed out? I didn't catch some of your comments. I see you were commenting in here, but I didn't get to your comment. You said something earlier. What did just said? Magazine Hebrew for virtual. Okay, listen, Justin, you're on this. Some of you guys are already seeing this. This has everything to do with patent 0606. There's a lady online that's been talking about this, guys, whose parents work for some higher ups. I don't know where I keep seeing her on my feed. And she's been talking about this, guys, how we literally are this wireless antenna. We've all been hit with this stuff, and we're going to have to learn how to, by our outer chi, if you will, our epidermal layer, on our skin to like be able to make your duck bumps, I call them, or goosebumps, stand up on end. You're going to have to be able to tap into your inner. This has everything to do with what you were talking about too. Jen, was this all as part of this? This is what I'm trying to say to you because they know exactly what they are doing here. They know what they're doing, and this lady is on this. I can't remember this lady's name. I think I referred to her the other. I'll have to look up her name again. But I've been watching her blogs now for a couple months, and she's onto this. But you're going to have to be able to put on this armor of God, brothers and sisters. Seriously. And like from the inside out, you're really going to have to be able to. I told my son about this time when he was, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, when the sun was going to do what it's going to do, exactly what it's doing now. You know what I'm saying? That didn't take long. Oh, about 10 minutes, guys. Hey, careful there, Buggy. Careful. We'll get a big drink, huh? Get a big old drink. So I'm not sure if you know this lady that I'm talking about. She's a married lady. Her parents work obviously for the government, and she's been talking about how they have been able to tap into our system already, and they've been doing this for a long time through the Nano project, through this. There's a ton of them. There's so many private contractors out there just spraying whatever they want on us without hardly any regulation. That's just how they've been able to basically turn us through this nanotech, and basically turn us all into antennas. And if you don't have the ability, so to speak, from the inside out, once this, there's more and more, they're going to be putting this on people more and more, and you can't fight this stuff off. It's just going to go right through you. But it is something that you can get yourself to, so to speak. Christ is inside you. Father is inside you. He's stronger than anything they can put at you. Anything stronger from the Son. He's creator of all things, and he can do anything. He's with all things, Christ Jesus is possible with all things Father. So, but it starts from the inside out. This is a little woo-woo at this point in time, but it's not anymore. What do you think all these towers do? These are continual putting these waves in your body. So you are going to absorb these, and you do have this, and I don't want to say chakra, if you will, because they've got this all screwed up, but you do have, you absorb through your, and it out through your groin and in through your head, which makes all of us this same energy field. This is all that we are. You're not this flesh, and everything in your flesh is still that same makeup of a toroidal field within a toroidal field within a toroidal field within a toroidal field. It just replicates itself. This is how all this happened. That's how he created the light from the darkness, that he's self-existent, Jehovah God. Remember, he's more powerful than anything. His greatest, weapon why we're here is his Son, not the literal, spiritual Hamashiach in flesh, but that hot electric ball, because plasma, it'll cut you like, butter right through steel, but it emits energy. And so how that comes from the Sun, I believe, has everything to do with what, again, and I've been speaking earlier about the cancellation, the negation of the magnetosphere, and how I told my son 20 years ago, son, there's going to be a time where the sun's going to start emitting good energy and bad energy. And you're going to have to learn how to filter this off, son. I might not be here. I'm probably going to be dead when this happens, okay? But I want you, when you're here, to understand. It's the word, son, is what is going to protect you. It's not going to be any chemical, any lotion, any skin, any cloaking device. There's nothing that will protect you. The word of God is your armor. It's in Paul's writings. He makes it very clear. We need to circumcise our flesh. This is an inside out protection. It's like a freaking bubble over you, where no weapon formed against you will prosper. No fiery darts will penetrate your armor. And the only way is the word of God. But Son is going to affect that word, and how you affected by that word is going to, whether you, that not literal, but like a Christ consciousness, because that is where they're going to be able to overtake you, because your faith is none. Oh, it's tiny. Without, you have to have a stronger faith from inside out to come take over anything from the outside in, because that's physical, and Father is spiritual, and he comes from within. Christ in you, Christ in me. Father is inside you now. And so this is where this is all going to lead to, because this is what they've been trying to do, is get inside you, because that's where Father's at. They know that. They got all these idiot things and gods in the sky and ball gods and space farce. You know what I'm saying? He's inside of us, brothers and sisters. He's not in the sky. He's never been in the sky. Please don't fall for that. It's childish little kiddie games. If you probably fall for that little leotarded red Jesus over here, right? This kitty devil Jesus or whatever, good and evil, they're both evil. I don't care if it's wearing a white robe, mask, and it's acting like it's a halo. It's a serpent. Hello, halo, Saturnalia. Come on, man. They put it in everything. If you have an eye to see, go ahead, Pence. But he's inside you. That's why they want inside you. And nobody knows that, because they got everybody balls in the sky. Balls in the sky. You know what I'm saying? And that's all they're thinking about, But he's inside of us. So that's happening now. And I can feel it already. And I already told people this was going to happen. It's not like this is something I'm guessing at. It talks about this sun eventually where men will have boils on their skin from this sun, what it's already starting to do to us. And it's going to come from the sun. 99% of these judgments are going to come from that sun. The fire judgments this time are the sun. Remember, how do you think he slapped, fired Sodom and Gomorrah? He used the sun to do that. How do you think that turned fire, brimstone, and sulfur? It was an electrical discharge from the earth, from this rock, because he has that precision pinpoint ability to bring the fire. He has eyes of fire, feet of fire. Remember, as fine brass is burnt or burnished in a fire, like gold and silver, refined. So try to remember that. Like I said, this is something that it's going to happen. And if you don't have that armor of God on, I don't think that anybody has even a standing chance against any of the plagues that are going to come. And it says, if you change a jot, if you add to this book, you will receive of all the written plagues that are in this book. And part of those plagues is the sun. So be ready for it. It's something very few people plan for. Like I said, many are called, but only Goss are chosen. So they know this. Why do you think they're spraying us? Because they're trying to stop that from happening and block that energy. Hello. I don't put that on my body for no reason. You know what I'm saying? This guy got a chemtrailer tattooed on his body. Hey, listen. They love you. The government loves you. They're trying to block the sun. The solar radiation that's coming in is smashing us right now. It's raining in your house, right on top of your head. You just don't know because you don't know ever understand how the sun works. It's called solar radiation. It's pounding right through you like that. Remember? So you better have that armor of God on. You better stay in the word. It's going to be your only safety, not that safety. Those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those who call out for peace or safety. But that's where you're going to find your protection. There is no other protection in this. There won't no weapon formed against you will prosper. His greatest weapon, the sun. Hello. His greatest weapon, the sun. It ain't got nothing to do on no megaton, atomic, hydrogen, nuclear. That's come on. So just be ready because there's good energy. That's what I was trying to tell my son. When this happens, son, you're going to have to figure out how to gather up all that good energy because this is going to make you evolve, son. And you're not going to grow a new thumb or a kickstand or a third nut or something, son. Had to play with him when he was young to try to whatever. But hey, it is what it is, A third boob, ladies, or something. No, this ain't going to be some Spock blue. You're not going to turn like you took too much colloidal silver. You are going to make it through this and evolve and to be one of these people that are still standing in this extinction event to the end. And he said we have to endure to the end to be saved. So he's been taught this through the word, not me. The word is what made me fellowship with my own son when he's very young and say, you need to be ready for this. I'm just your dad. I'm not going to be there for you. I'm not going to be there when you die. That's your father. You have a father. He's your creator. I'm your maker. Your mom held you in her oven and give thanks to him. But when this day comes, you better have an idea on how to cover yourself, son. And I'm telling you, it's going to be the word is the only thing that's going to protect you. It will tell you exactly what to do in that time. Right? Wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places. So your battle will be in a higher place, not of this worldly mammon things that is going on. Spiritual wickedness in high places. So this is that's what I'm trying to bring they also spray us to love us because of solar radiation management, but they also spray us with barium, strontium, silver iodide is what they use to obviously, create a lot of this seeding and absolutely. That's the horseman, that's the rider on the red horse. Remember, there are two riders in Revelation. The first two riders remember, people confused that there's the first rider, two riders on white horses. I joke with you and say white house or white horse, but that is the one with the bow, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. Apollyon, the sun god Satan. Mithra, the god with three genders in one god, the one that they go after. So this is, I'm saying this is their lack of understanding of what horsemen they're seeing. Christ is the white horse with the sword, the one that divides. He's the separator. I am the horizo. I bring not peace, but divide a man's enemies to be the one of his own household. I came to separate a son from his father, a mother from her daughter, a father-in-law from his son-in-law, right? I am the separator, not the scorpizzo. The scorpizzo is the false teacher, the white Jesus over here, or the white devil over here, or the red Jesus, or the red devil. They're both devils. They're both evil. People think this is good and evil, and they've been played because they couldn't tell the difference between good and evil anymore. Remember, woe to those who call evil good and good evil. See, we're here. That evil and adulterous generation will look for a sign, and the only sign they'll be given is the sign of Jonah, and you've been given it by this ministry. I don't know if anybody else has put out but this ministry at that Jonah sign. Brought you back to Honga Tonga. Boom, right? 3 days after it rose, after the extinction, they killed it off. It rose and resurrected like Jonah in the belly of the whale Christ. 3 days in darkness. These things have already come to pass. Things above your head. Look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. They love you. They're spraying you with cow blood, mold spores, yellow mold spores, aluminum. That's the onset to Alzheimer's. We're not supposed to be in taking heavy metals. You're an antenna. You want to go back to the original conversation? Are you keeping any notes? This is happening, brothers, sisters. They're going to upload your whole, conscious, and they already are. They're already tapped into your body right now. Oh, no, that's not. Then go, child. You better start figuring out how to. They know what they have, voice to skull technology. They can already know what you're thinking and put it down on a computer. They already have inside you. You act like this isn't happening. That's the problem with people. They're too nice. That means it's too stupid. The word nice means to be stupid. And I'm not going to sit here in my days and, what I'm saying, and know that this is happening, and they've already got everybody all wired up. So wirelessly, nanotech, as I've been speaking of for how long? America Ever After, that channel's a dozen years old. Telling you they've already have this tech that can anchor itself and not replicate, but add. And that's what the whole vidco was all about. A massive, oh, bro, not you again. Okay, get out of here, moon kitten. You lunar tick. We'll just hide you so you can't come back here. All right. So they're yeah, see, there we go, Aaron. How many do you how many of those do you need to see? He's got warehouses with him, and so does Chump, and so does Putin, and so does Ping, and so does Zelensky, and so they all have warehouses. These things, they got them in underground warehouses, above ground warehouses. It talks about the hope. You talk about those things that come out from underneath your feet. But you ain't paying attention to the scripture, you ain't going to understand what's happening. So not only should you be looking up, but scripture talks about, they've got everybody fooled that there's something's going to come out of the sky, when the only thing that's actually going to be truly come from anywhere is going to be below your feet. There's nothing coming from the sky. There's a sun up there, and you're so confused that you think you can go on the moon, like whatever moon was in here, lunar tick. But anyways, it's all this sky daddy worship of these ball gods in the sky, and the same ritual that they've done over and over and over again. There's nothing new under the sun. You think this is the first time we've had the internet? Get out of here, Zachary. You're a child. You don't have any idea. There's no such thing as God, child. There isn't. There's no God. God is a title. He said, before Abraham was, I am. So obviously you've already fallen for some grand delusion. So go take your Kool-Aid and slam your hopium and move along, child. There's no such thing as God, because God is a title, and I'm a veteran, United States Army veteran, so I know rank, and you can about face, and I'll be nice about it. I won't give you it in your ear. So get out of here, child. So you're an idiot. I can already tell. See, we'll know you by your fruit. So God is better than you. God is a title. You're an idiot. There's no such thing as God. Where do you find that? That's a title. That's a rank. It says that in scripture, but that's the translation of what it actually says, correct? It doesn't say God, does it? It doesn't say Lord, does it? No, it doesn't say Christ, does it? Oh, no, it doesn't say any of those things. We're taken from paganism. So you don't even know what you're talking about there. See there, Zachary. Oh, no, there's no God. Okay, moving on. So are you ready for this sun to do what it's already doing? Are you feeling any of this yet, this energy that comes from the sun? Because I already feel it. It already is affecting me. And I've already, I told my son at this time that some of us are going to be a little more hypersensitive to, electromagnetic sensitivity. EMS is something. Oh, though they didn't call fibromyalgia real. They told people that fibromyalgia was, you're crazy if you had that, you know. And there's all kinds of things that we're all electric anyways. So I'm extremely affected by electric. That's why can't go into your stew that you live in some spewing Nimrod tower, spewing out a bunch of semen samples all over the place. Well, whatever, seas of waves, of microwaves and millimeter waves. And oh, I'm okay with that. I just live in a microwave. That's what those towers are. Call them Nimrod towers now. Every one of them is a phallic tower to their sun god. That's why they erect these towers. Oh, well, we got to put this in here. And it's all part of his erection. Nimrod, get it? Oh, did you hear my kitty on the roof? So, but that's what they are. So I don't see how you can live with all those Siemens towers. I mean, Nimrod towers spewing all of those waves of microwaves and millimeter and 60 gigahertz and 60 millimeter more waves. You're in a stew is what you are, but you don't feel it. So probably in the city, I don't think the people get the same effect too as out, in the ether, the natural ether without, there is a natural ether that still exists, but you don't realize what an ether tower is either. You don't know what ether is. Ether is a natural existence. There has to be a dark particle and a light particle, right? You have a electron, a proton, basic, some of the basic stuff that I was talking about, this toroidal field, and how this was all, spoken into existence by vibration, and that has resonance, which would have frequency, which would have wave, which would also have a charge to it as well, correct? He created the light from the dark. So I don't know. What's a one-eyed cat? There's scorpion milk. Maybe it's the opposite. It's like an albino kitten. I don't know. Somebody who's got gray buttholes. I don't know. Moon kitten. I don't know. Shoot the moon. I don't know. They were in here earlier. So, but anyways, I hope you're paying attention. Like I said, a lot of these things are being put right in front of your face. Somebody knows what a one-eyed cat is. My bad. All right. So if it's a moon kitten, that'd be like a one-eyed cat, right? But albino. So careful what you wish for. Or yeah, that was perfect, wasn't it? Get it? Never mind. I get the old motorboat going in here. Oh my goodness. Father, why did you make me know all these words? I wish I didn't have all these dialect dysgloss. I wish I could be some caveman. Ugh. Me no care. Football. That'd be nice, huh? So it was in there earlier, some milk kitten or moon kitten or some, some ill ring around the rosy, some pocket full of, never mind. Is that a pencil in your pocket, or are you just glad to see me? All right, moving on there. Remember we were talking about these Nimrod towers? So pencil towers, they got with their little paddles on top, paddle towers. So they can smack and spank you with their waves and do all these, rituals that they do with you. They're performing these rituals. Remember semen waves of microwave towers, millimeter waves, but you live there in the stew. And so it's like you're gargling the chowder every day and you can't feel it. So I know a lot of you guys aren't going to be affected in the cities. I think the cities are negating a lot of this energy that's coming from our sun. Oh, no, it's not. Yeah, it does as a whole. You got a whole different thing going on in that city that's creating a whole different ether. It's a false ether. So ether has everything to do with the sun and with how that this is all here and existing. It wouldn't, without the ether, it would all fall apart, right? Kind of like their muon or whatever, there's no dark particle. That's an idiocracy. But anyways, dark matter. You don't matter. Get out of here, Darth Maul or Darth Vader. Luke, I am your father. Now we're going to start having lightsaber wars. Nope, you can take your lightsaber and stick it in somebody else's ice hole. All right, Star Wars, Star Trek, Starlink, you sneaky muskrat. Get out of here. You're a rat. I don't hang out with rats. Rats are like snitches. They end up in ditches or with stitches, one of the two. No, that's no assault here. It's a verbal assault, but it's not meant to really hurt you. It's just, are you the feelings police now? What are you going to put me in feelings jail? All right, so I have a First Amendment right. I haven't threatened anybody's life, so. Stitches or snitches? Ditches or are you twitches? All right, never mind. Skip? What Skip? What happened to that other person that was in here earlier? We were calling them Skip. What were they? So, but anyways, let's have a real conversation here about what are you going to do about this? About the sun and its relentless impounding, just totally crushing our magnetosphere. That I do believe this has everything why we're seeing an increasing too in magnitude of recent here. What do we have? We had a 7.3 or something off the Aleutian Islands. We had 2 years ago. We had a 7.4. See, I pay attention to some of these cycles. Why are you paying attention? Well, there's a cycle that's happening here. If you paid attention, it just keeps repeating itself. Remember, there's no prophecy here being fulfilled as far as like people prediction. Father already wrote everything. We've seen the prophecies fulfilled. Now we're seeing the final book of Revelation come to pass. We are here. We made it. It doesn't mean it's the end of the world. This is the beginning of sorrows. We means it's the start of the end, which is going to take a long increasing in intensity, not peace, not great again, but thalipsis, suffering, iron, fire, hardening, tribulation. That's how this works. And it keeps getting worse and worse and worse. Welcome to the gospel, baby. And if you get ready on the right side of this, you'll be okay. You have to endure to the end to be saved. He will give you that armor. He will protect you. And if you're ready to go, so be it. You ain't got to sit around there and witness all this abomination going on this rock. Not too many people are out there trying to help their fellow brethren and giving them showing them to the narrow way. That's what we're supposed to do. That's why we don't sup with vipers. We don't cast our pearls before swine. If somebody is in the broad way and they're not willing to narrow self, then show them to the narrow way. That is the word hados. Hados. I am the hados. He said, I am the hados. I am the aletheia. That's the truth. And the only way you're going to find that is to narrow off this translation of this world. They do these worldly things. There should be nothing of this world that's so enticing to you right now that it outshines, it lifts Father above his word. And most people don't want that. They want to do it once a week. They want to. Now, I bought some Jesus. I got it on a shelf over here. Hold on, I'll show you. I bought some Believe Me Jesus. You want to see my believe? I got my little Nimrod Jesus here, my little Sex Pistol baby Jesus. See, I believe. See, I believe in Jesus. Because I bought me some Jesus 20 years ago. I'll sit it on the shelf and I bought it and I believe it. See? I'll piss on you, baby Jesus. Huh? Little Nimrod Jesus. Oh, baby, sit down one day, Sunday, fun day in the pasture, baby G. Oh, in the manger. Baby's got mange. But anyways, your manger Jesus, right? But anyway, so yes, they want to do it once a day. They don't want to do it every day. They bought it once and they got born again once. And we're supposed to be born from above daily. Oh, that's every day until you die. See the difference between Sex Pistol, little pecker Jesus? I never said that. Hey, he's a cock rooster Jesus. So Pecker Jesus. Date, you got to write this date down. It was the 16th that we did it. It was on the court date. I would be in jail right now. If I wasn't in jail, guy, if I was in jail, you never would have heard Pecker Jesus. Thank you, Pecker Jesus, for being such a little Nimrod. You're such a little dick. Oh, I mean, Richard. But anyways, remember their baby Jesus? They said they bought that belief 10 years ago, so I believe. You see how that works, guys? Oh, well, that's the one quick stop fix Jesus. It's like the photo mat. You know, you go over there and you just, it's like a Polaroid. Just, oh, what do you know? It's hocus pocus. You guys remember the photo mat? You know, the one stop shop Jesus. I bought me some belief. I got it at the photo mat. Here's a picture of me and Jesus. See, I believe. It's a Polaroid. Take a picture. It lasts longer. All right, now we got pagers, right? Oh, hold on. It's not pager. It's got a pager. It looks like a phaser. That is the style of a Northwest player. All right, man. I just went and did some more. So mix a line here. I did it again. Oops, it fell out. But careful. Your Sex Pistol Buttermilk Biscuit Jesus. Yeah, baby's got back. Yeah. Whatever. These people love their little idols, don't they? Pecker Jesus. You got like the rooster god, Giannis, the one with the cock. Nimrod, when you getting your blood pumping there, you're not supposed to be drinking blood. That's cannibalism and vampirism if you eat the flesh of man and drink blood. Father doesn't want us to. Well, I don't mean to go there, guys, and it's just seriously, it's a play on words, but it's truth though. Remember, Pecker Jesus is the one with the one with the bow and the arrow. Hello, with the point, Nimrod, right? Phallic tower, phallic worship. Why do you think they took and dropped 3 steel buildings and erected one world freedom tower? Because there's no such thing as freedom or free will anymore, is there? There never was free will, and freedom is like dangerous. It's borderline criminal. I mean, seriously, dude, all my day, I wonder if I should take. Well, that's right on the edge of criminal. I know. That's what freedom's like, right? Heck yeah, we used to drink out of the hose and ride in the back of the pickup truck, and we used to tell the bus driver that the train was crossing in the middle of the road. Oh shit, Joe, a train! But anyways, you can't incite violence, so don't do that. We were little heathens back then, weren't we? Yeah, I was a little heathen, but that's all right. My dad died. So my dad was Nimrod. Well, my dad wasn't Satan, but well, kind of he was. He dressed up, and he was dressed up as Satan. He used to go to my dad would dress up as Satan and go to school, and everybody loved him. He was 500 pounds when he died, so he was a big ass Satan. Let me tell you. And it was that Christmas, right? It was Christmas that killed my dad. Imagine that. You dress up in Satan, and I'll make sure that I kill you. Heck yeah, I'll just kill you because you're celebrating these pagan. I was proud to watch my dad die. You know, the whole house blew up. He blew the whole house up, getting ready for the pagan holiday. We celebrated like a freaking heathen every year. We'd have that pre-pagan holiday, Christ, Massey, Sex Pistol, Massey, Jesus every year for 8 years, like in a row. It ended up being the death of him. Imagine that. You dress up as Satan and then it ends up killing you. Well, people always wonder why I didn't like Christmas, because Christmas killed my dad, for Christ's sake. Blew up the whole house and killed all the dogs, my grandpa's dog, and my aunt got out because he did tell my aunt to get out of the house. So he did serve others. He was a, but I don't know. Like this, something I've discussed on this channel before. Will I ever see my dad again? I don't know. When you dress up as Satan and it end up killing you because you got to get ready for the Satan party. Satan Eve, Christ's Mass Eve, the Mass eating the human flesh. And wouldn't you know, there's not in Murphy's Law, but it was actually the carpet that killed him. It was that green damn carpet that he bought the house, and by just father's will, he'd end up raising us 3, young in Los Angeles, California. But anyways, he burnt the house down getting ready because he tore the carpet out. It was the last project on the house. Very last. After 8 years of remodeling, he finally took the carpet out, and he was actually going to have somebody else come put it in because his back was so hammered. Um, and he'd had 2 major reconstructive back surgeries, so he should never even walk. So there's a God in that instance. I knew, because my dad should have never walked. But anyways, um, the guy didn't show up, so God's timing was perfect, just enough to make my dad kill himself. Not on purpose. I don't think my dad actually did it, but Father took him and said, "All right, Nimrod." Well, his name was John, Big John. Like I said, he was over 500 pounds when he died. He was a here's a picture of my dad. See my dad. That's actually was my dad right there. But anyways, he was a good dad, though. I mean, although he taught us Satanism and paganism, and we like heathens, and we celebrate all this heathenistic stuff, and we were a little bit materialistic like that. But he made us earn the things that we had. We didn't get allowance, and I had to work more than my brothers because I was always in trouble. So I was all right with that. I liked hanging out with my dad. He was hardcore, like a drill instructor. So I did all right in the Army because my dad died at 16 and I joined the Army at 17. So he was militant. And people wondered how my older brother tried to join the military, but he didn't. He always fought with my dad too a lot. And he just wanted to be a grown up. And he was only 17, but he thought he was 21 or whatever. He was, he got a little harder to deal with, obviously, when he got a little bit older, but he was mostly out of the house and he got straight A's and never missed school. So my dad told him he could do whatever he wanted, as long as he didn't get in trouble. So my brother did whatever he wanted, and he didn't get in trouble. So I could do whatever I wanted as long as I get in trouble, and I had to get uh, passing grades. And so he wanted me to get good grades, but I wouldn't do what he wanted me to. I did what I told you earlier. So, but anyways, it just is part of who I am. So, some people wonder what makes me do what I do, and, why am I so focused on this wheel, worship and all this Christmas. And it's been my whole life since I can remember. From that day, it's just been a uphill battle, and there's been very few times that I've even been able to. I just can only remember a couple times in my life even getting my head above water, and out of the water light to breathe. And then there's really, truly only been just a couple times for it. I'm as old as my dad was. I mean, been alive probably longer now than my dad was 37 when he died. So I only got to spend 8 years with my dad. Um, but I think he's been dead for about 37 years now. So uh, I can definitely be thankful that I got to spend 25 with my son, whether my son now is dead or alive. I never thought my son would die before me, um, because just the dad would be older. But Father is the decider on that. Maybe he's still alive. I don't know. I can't tell. And, we'll find out if my daughter is alive too. So I've been around death, and I know what it smells like. I can smell death sometimes before it ever happens or before it's in the air. And I don't need to smell the actual stench of a body. But, you know, uh, I was trying to tell people since the COVID, it hasn't gone away, but you guys won't listen to me. Most people tell me I'm crazy because I can smell it dramatically, almost everywhere I go, and I smell it more so in cities and certain places. But it's just part of life, and we all cycle out, and death is just a doorway. It's not really the ending, it's the beginning of a new. And like time will be no more. It says that. Um, that's a doorway as well. Time is an illusion. Death is just part of what we all go through, and we recycle and rebirth to, um, anew. And but there comes a time in this cycle. I don't care how many millions or billions or trillions or years or quadrillions of years old, because it's all eternal. So it never really started and it never really ends, if you think about it, if it's eternal. But people are stuck on these certain little doorways and times in these little places in their life. And I do get stuck by the flesh too. We're all filthy rags, but it's nice to be able to cling to know that, with this suffering, it does end. And as long as sometimes we think the pain that we go through is going to last forever, nothing is forever. Only eternity is never ends, and that's Father, and He created all this with that same repetitive pattern. And so we're now coming to a very important time where time is already overlapping itself. This is this Ouroboros that they speak of, this celestial time of understanding this, that I told you that the sun is doing this already. It's putting out this good and and bad energy, and unless you understand the time, then you're not going to be able to fend well, and you're not going to make it through this extinction cycle. And even at at the end of the cycle, when I say extinction, it doesn't mean everything dies. Extinction is a die down of many, some species, most, but not off. A die off is not an extinction. Although some things very few things in an extinction event die off. I mean, there has been, obviously, we have Cro-Magnon, we have Homo sapien, we have Homo sapiens sapien, we have, Demosobe. We have many hominoid species on this rock. I think that's so funny that people think, oh, well, we're the last ones to be here. Are you that freaking naive? Have they really trapped you that close into two right angles of box and caged you, and to think that this world is 6,000 years old? There's nothing new under the sun. Nothing is going to not happen that isn't written. You're not going to change anything. Father already wrote all these things. That's prognosko, is the Greek word, to have foreknowledge of. And so that's the beautiful thing in coming into this, understanding with predestination. At the helm, I'm the divider, I'm the separator, I'm the one who condemns. You judge with righteous judgment under this covenant. You're not under this "thou shalt not judge" a house of Aaron and Levite. And no, Christ is the high priest. I sent my son to fulfill the Gentile name. My flesh, I am. Before Abraham was, I am. So please be careful. These people fall for these religions, and they're not going to get anywhere with that. He dwells within the Word. He is the Word. This is all spoken into existence. So, try not to, or like I said, He doesn't speak with marbles in His mouth. He said, don't add, or I'll blot your name out. If you add, you'll receive of all the written plagues that are in this book. The plagues are in the book of Revelation, brothers, sisters. So if you do not partake, you will not receive of those plagues, because you will be wearing that whole armor of God, as He told you, come out of her, my people. Do not partake in their unfruitful works of darkness. That is this master that these people serve on this rock. And it's this corporate beast system. And it's America now, whether people like it or not. I am not afraid at all to point out that this United Nations and NATO and 1,000 military bases and 100, you know me, I'm not shy about that. We consume right here in this corporation, as 3% of the world's populace, nearly 40% of the world's resources every single year on this rock. That is the welcome. Remember, all the finest, it talks about a similar of all the finest frankincense and wines and linens and silk, and that was Babylon. And here we are today. You can get it all right here. The whole world comes here to live the American dream, and all the migrants come here, and they let them come here for decades. And come on in America, like, get the fuck out of here. We'll send ICE and we'll kick you the fuck out of here. And we don't care if you got anywhere to go, and we'll mask our faces. Fuck you. And we're putting more money towards ICE than anything in this country right now. Love ICE. ICE, baby. Ding, 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 ding. Or is it Cube? Like yelling Compton, but you moved to Riverside. What's good in the hood? Right there. Kicking people out of here. This is a nation of immigrants trying to keep out the immigrants. They let these people in here. The government's paid them to come here. Now Mr. Warp Speed's like, get the fuck out. And this is crazy. Like, women and children. I don't know how people could deal with this right now. It's a United States Army veteran. I'm appalled at this government, and the people in this country have just turned their back on the people that have been picking their food in the fields and sending money back to their mima, their papa, their familia, and yet they get a new beta game. They ain't send nothing to grandma.
They're bitching about Mexicans come across the border, and since the Obama administration, the 44th regime, it's been other than Mexican, 80%. They don't want to talk about all the, the dragon, the red dragon ones over here, and the Venezuelans. They were paying Venezuelans to come here, paying people from all over. The Venezuelans empty their prisons and send them over here. Then Trump's like, well, national emergency on immigration. You created this shit. So I don't know if I've ever raised my voice that loud. I can't stand this, guys. I hate what is happening so much to these people. Imagine being here for 20 or 30 years. Hey, look, if somebody come here and they're criminal, get them out of here. But if you're telling me they don't have a fucking piece of paper and that makes them a criminal, get out of here. Get the don't unsubscribe to this channel. Don't ever come back here ever again. You're a bootlicker. If they've committed a crime, rape, murder, armed robbery, get them out here. I understand. But people that are leaving, they're taken out of this country. It's Iran because they were bombing Iran. I haven't heard them taking out Iranians anymore because they're not talking about Iran. So if we go bomb another nation, they're going to be after the Russians. See, that's how this happened before, brothers and sisters. That's why this ministry has been blessed to be here to warn you of these enslavement camps. They're going to put everybody in this nation. They're going to use robots to do it. They're going to use the military. They got military on the streets right now. Posse. I never in my life thought I would see military on the streets of the country in America. It doesn't matter. It's already done. Like they're already repealed that posse comitatus. They've already taken so they can draft our women. It's done. What other blogger has talked about they're going to draft our women and they're touching our kids at the airports still? I'm not okay with this. Some of this stuff we can't just keep sliding. Teaching our kids that it's okay to have Jack's button and Mr. Warp Speed never said anything about it on his first administration, and then he turns cheek just like he always does. So anybody right now that has fallen for this whole thing with this Warp Speed and him just turning, do you realize what he did today? Today something was done that I don't think you guys are following. He sat there and turned his whole back. He turned his whole back, you understand, on his own MAGA base, which MAGA is the high priest of the Satan church anyways. It picked up a bunch of idiots that just fell for his Warp Speed nonsense. But these people, he literally called them out and said, if you don't, the Dems did this, even though this list was out long before the Dems ever got, this is not about the list. This dude was talking about, draining the swamp and the Kool-Aid and this Pizzagate and then Clinton and special investigation. And he praised her at his inaugural dinner. No, actually she sat, but he praised the Clintons the very next day. Donald Trump is Hillary Clinton, in case you hadn't figured it out. Donald Trump is whatever. They're all on the same team. If they're a politician, they're all sucking his hind, and there's banksters pulling all these people that you'll never know their names at the very, very top. You'll never see them. You'll never know. These aren't people that come out into the open. These people are these are the banksters. Give a man a bank and he robs the world. So not talking about Jamie Dimon, but listen, this is happening. They have these front men that run these, on the masses. It's called divide and conquer. It's been used for thousands of years against the people. And in this nation, there were once the founding writers of the Constitution warned about these banksters and wrote it in the Constitution that if the government becomes tyrannical using the First and Second Amendment, right to peacefully assemble and redress grievances, form well-regulated militias, part of that First and Second Amendment, right? Heavily armed, okay? If the government becomes tyrannical, first we redress grievances, first ballots, then bullets. So the First Amendment comes first, Second Amendment comes second. The writers of the Constitution knew what they were doing. But we're past that time, just so you know. We'll never overthrow this government. No, there's no militias formed now. There's no states that have well-regulated. There's nobody doing anything in America. Everybody's just like, Team America, stand down. Trump's got this. He's going to make America great again, and we're going to have to go some pain, but it's all going to work out. America's the good guy, and we're just going to keep policing the world, and you're going to do what we tell you. And now, if you don't play with us, you're going to pay. Because remember, that's what he said as soon as he took office. National emergency, and then he comes out, if you don't play with us now, you don't bring your business back here to this country. We threw all this country, brothers and sisters, we shipped all the industry out so we could have cheap Chinese crap. You wanted an iPhone. You wanted a Samsung TV. You wanted a Magnavox. You wanted these cheap little data phones and gadgets and widgets, and they made them for us. And they did it with, you pay people, you know, cheap wages. They make cheap crap. Chinese, Japanese, they make some of this top of the line equipment on those whole rock. You pay them for good quality stuff, you get good quality product, but you pay for cheap Chinese crap. You want an iPhone 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and you want it to be not, that's, you're going to, we shipped all our freaking labor out of this country. We were the largest creditor nation in 19. Remember the great industrial revolution, guys? Come on. I mean, we did this off the backs after World War II of Operation, you know, Paperclip, and stealing all the greatest scientists and chemists and physicists and whatever. But we did, it happened. Okay. We had industry. We were the biggest producer nation, you know, creditor, and we produced a massive amount of product, you know, and we didn't rely on this big, massive, whatever supply chain. We were the suppliers in the, you know what I'm saying, in the industry. And then we turned from that, guys, because we wanted cheap crap. We divided us. Instead of everybody, people having freezers and trading with their neighbors, like, well, the grocery store will always be there. So nobody had deep freezers anymore. People stopped canning food. They went to the convenience. The only thing that sells better than convenience is sex. And it's not sex itself, but it's like a low cut, you know, blouse, or the insinuation. Back in the day, there were times where, when in my imagination I took that dress off, it looked better in my imagination. It was okay, but there was some room for, anybody ever remember that time where a lady just didn't throw it all out there and just, well, at least the mind had a little room to water, and even if it wasn't as nice as we thought, it was still, you know what I'm saying? And then we all subdivided, you know, and then we all went to the, because convenience. What in the heck was that? And so that's where we're at now. You know, everybody subdivided, everybody cabled, and everybody just stopped trading, and everybody stopped talking. I talked the other day on a live stream about, I remember going to Idaho and going over to Star and Eagle and Meridian and Boise and all that stuff back in the 90s and 2000, where every homeowner in a neighborhood was a homeowner. They bought the house, they owned it, and there were barbecues outside, because I sold food. I sold organic, you know, traceable, trackable Angus, seafood, wild caught, free range chicken, golden. So I had the ability to go in these neighborhoods, and it wasn't that damn hard to sell somebody food. It's not like I'm trying to sell them a vacuum, right? But anyways, I remember going in these neighborhoods, all homeowners. That's all gone. You go into these neighborhoods now, it's like a freaking ghost town. There's no kids out there playing anymore. They used to barbecue. I used to have neighborhood barbecues. They'd come by, oh, hey, let's go by. When they refill, and they would do these, kids were hanging out, kids were playing, and everybody was a homeowner. Now they're all renters. There are homeowners, but it's BlackRock owns this. You know, there's been a lot of change that has come to get us to where we're at now, to enslave us under this fascism, where this corporation is now combined with the government. There's no doubting that. Like, Walmart is a subsidized corporation. Yes, I miss the swap meets. Used to go to the Saugus swap meet in Saugus, California, in the LA County area. It was amazing. That's where they had that one of the biggest figure eight tracks in the nation, and that was one of the best swap. We used to go to the Pomona Fairgrounds. Man, that is the best. You ain't never been to the Pomona swap meet, or well, it was called the Fairgrounds. Man, that's where my dad used to take us to get our Vans. You know, we wore those deck shoes, the Vans, and they would take the orders that you can go in and order. You could, you know, every panel you could change, and people wouldn't come pick up their custom order, and they'd sell them out at the Pomona Fairgrounds. Man, I tell you what, it was like that's a massive, you know, the fairgrounds out there, but in Pomona, California. But he'd buy us a set of play shoes that we got to be wild, and then a set of school shoes that we couldn't wear to, you know, to play in. But hey, just love the swap meets. There we go, Carl. I used to ride with my bike and my skateboard on my back, sometimes 15 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. Sometimes I can get on my bike, man. I just ride to somewhere I knew I needed to go. Ride. It was big, you know, it was a big city. And 30, you know, be away 30 miles away from, and the lights come and the lights go out, and I got to ride at home in the dark, and, you know, and make it into bed and get up in the morning and my dad would leave the door unlocked, even though it was LA for us, it wasn't the front door, but we didn't have a bedtime. We had to we had to make it home. But man, on my bike, I can't imagine how far I'd be away to go ride in a wash or go jump off something or something. I love, we did things like that. Remember, guys, what a different time. So imagine right now, like I said, you go into these neighborhoods and people don't even know their neighbor and they've lived next to them for 10, 15 years, guys. And I mean, you could fart and smell it right next to their, I heard that neighbor. I see your one and raise you one. The kind of neighbor where you can get swatted because you're banging the old lady. They'll apologize or whatever. And she's screaming no, but she really means yes, because you know how that works, right? And then I heard banging over there and I thought I heard a gun or something loud popped. And now you're having a good time with the old lady and you're getting popped now. Imagine that. You want to live in a city, huh? And your electric stew in these neighborhoods and stuff. But what times have changed, brothers, sisters? What a time it is to, to even be alive and be a kid. I can't imagine. With these pads, that's how these things raise kids now. They raise their kids. They put them on these iPad generations. You know what I'm saying? It's getting hot out here. It's almost 90. I bet you it's 90 degrees in this cabin right now. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna have to get up and make myself some food here. So, but I apologize. But it's important, like I said, to me, to stand up this because it should be very easy to see right now that the governments don't have the best interest of the people in mind. And I don't think there's any one government, that's doing it. And I think the biggest responsible government party is this American police. Happy Feet gal, I have an underground shelter right now that's probably sitting at 60 degrees. No matter how hot it was today, it's 60 degrees in there. And I don't even have the whole thing enclosed yet. It's 50 foot. It's 28 feet under the ground. It's that's how I planned it. So I purchased this property was to how to try to have like-minded people come out here and learn how to live without any cost, eventually getting their cost to zero. Hey, you want to never go to the Walmart again? You want to never have to go, worry about meat again, because you could put your own meat source in place. That's possible. I can't do it by myself, and I won't. I homesteaded by myself off grid for 10 years now, and 5 years have produced 6 years now produced my own power. Before by generator, but I mean now without a generator, doing solar or wind. I've never replaced the wind turbine. It came down off I don't know what happened that day out here. It's all on the live stream. Some kind of energy was out here. You could hear it. It was buzzing, or try to. Kevin's been here. Even it was audible that you could hear it. There's things that they have the ability to do because there's technology that they're not releasing to us because we'd have already killed ourselves by now. So thank you, Donald Trump, for just being such a greedy bastard and holding this technology back so you think you can whatever upload your Starlink brain or whatever to your robot body or whatever and make it through this next till the little season happens and we get flesh again, and you'll somehow figure out how to unchain your body from this. The iron will not cleave with the watery clay, stinky muskrat. You tell that Elon Musk that I said that, all right? Stinky muskrat. All right. Scratch out here, so hi, buddy. I love you. And we'll come back on here and have a continued conversation if you'd like. I need some help, guys. If anybody can help me out, I'm gonna, I don't have pride, but I'll swallow my whatever I have. And if you can help me out right now, I need some help with trying to keep some funds available to move the Ecuador ministry if possible. It's okay if it doesn't happen. I have the funding. I'm actually just trying to pad the precious metals to hold them for the ministry because I think they'll be worth 3 or 4 times as much by the end of the year that they are right now. So I don't want to put a burden on anybody. If you have the ability to tie to this ministry, I have PayPal, CashApp, Bitcoin CashApp. It's not required. You don't have to. There's no zero obligation to be a part of this ministry. It never requires it, but I'm gonna call out to the ministry. I don't have any more days. I mean, nobody's, I think, can buck up $15,000, and that's fine. I came up with the 20 something last time, but I wasn't under this timetable that I am now. I kind of just, that's the way Father did it. So don't feel obligated to do it, but I'm going to make a mention of it while I'm here. Um, and, but if it's not something that you could just literally just like, oh my God, I just had that blow out the window and it's not the end of the world. And you can't literally like just, it's not going to cut into you. Don't, please don't. It's okay. It's not part of it. Just, I got to make it through this criminal case, and I should have dealt with it already, and I should have taken the money, but I don't have regrets for doing that, and it's okay. Father will provide, and I'm not worried about it. He already has. See what I'm saying? Now, it was by my labor and stuff, but it's not going to not happen. If I come up a couple thousand short or something, that's not the end of the world. I mean, I'll figure that out. I can, so thank you guys. Appreciate you hanging out with me for here, and I don't want to sit there the whole time and grift you. So, um, you know my cause. If you've been here before, it's not my cause. You know what I do here in this ministry. I don't need to own anything. I'm all over it. I want to give everything over to the ministry anyway. So that's where I'll serve Father till the day I die, no matter what. If he strips me back from everything, if he throws me in prison, and whatever happens to my body, I will continue to stand in faith and hopefully be, a light in a very dark place. Not to shine like pride above others, but just this is a tough place to be in. Like I said, it's such a dark world we live in, and if you could just be a light for others, it does help people find. Father helps them find the way because he's the light, but. That's all I'm trying to do, guys, is continue to share the light. So that's what the ministry is for. I apologize. I got myself involved in this legal battle, but it is because I'm standing up for the Constitution. So I'm not doing it because I'm just doing it for my son. There is a county out here, like I said, we don't even have 911, guys. And we got more cops out here. New deputies, but no 911. They're corrupt, and nobody would stand up to these people. As long as I've ever been out here, I encourage you to look up this valley. It's known for having corrupt police out here. So somebody had to stand up to them. And if it ends up costing my life, I'm not going to lie to you. That would be a vacation. I'm not afraid to die. I'll never take my life because I want to be the last one standing here, to the end. He said, you have to endure to the end. And I've worked, done iniquity and lied, cheat, stole. I mean, come on, I'm a veteran, a police officer. I don't want to even talk about the things that I've been put in some horrible situations thinking I'm doing it for the nation, the country, for my job. I don't want anything to do with that now. That's why I was just trying to go down to Ecuador and grow food. So I'll get this taken care of, even if I don't think this chapter of my life is anywhere close to being finished. But I've got to make it through this next point. So if you have abundance and you can tie it to the ministry, you've been thinking about it, maybe just take one person. And if not, don't ever feel that there is ever a monetary. Actually, if you have to think at all, should I give this to this ministry? Please don't. Is this going to cut into, can I afford this? That's not, people will tithe because they have the ability to do so. That's how tithing works. You're not supposed to even say, hey, I'm doing this. I want recognition. So I don't even point anybody out. I mean, I'll say, hey, thanks if it's super chat or something, but you notice I don't. A lot of these content creators, when somebody gets a super chat, they make it like this big deal, and I will answer your question or whatever. But thank you for being a part of the whole, and I appreciate it. So, anybody's got Bitcoin? Maybe that's the key. I can literally take that Bitcoin and turn that over to my Cash App. So, anybody who hit big in Bitcoin in that crypto space? Maybe somebody will come in here. Sometimes it only takes just one person. So, but you're looking at the one person that did put the labor in it. I do have calluses. I've worked hard. I do have the precious metals to cover this, if I end up 1,000 or two short, I'm sure he'll give me another week and I'll get something else sold out here. So I'm really disappointed that today that they keep doing this to my internet. I literally took $20,000 off the price of that land, and I was getting hits for about 3 or 4 hours, and then it shut off. So I know for sure I can't list anything for 5 hours now. So I'd have to just keep relisting it every 5 hours, and I could probably have already had made it sold it by now. But I got hits, and then it's like they won't let anybody even make a comment. I don't get thumbs up, no thumbs. I don't think they do thumbs down, but no laughy, no smiley, no hearts, no nothing. It's just like they turned it all off. So um, I was hoping to sell that land because I would easily take, they're right about the same amount of land, 5 acres and 5 acres. Now that one's twice as much. And I had that one listed for, but I dropped half price because I need to move into cash right now. So didn't work. And I don't have any more days to do it. So tomorrow is all legal all day long, and I have to do that. I mean, this is a 15-month-old, 4, 5, 6, years of discovery. I've got to be able to spend time with the attorney and make sure that I can do this properly. I don't want to miss a thing. It's been a long haul. So my major focus is going to be finding, the location of my son and daughter and going from there. So if you want to be a part of the ministry, comment. That's good enough. That's awesome. Time is a tithe. Thumbs up. I don't even like saying it because I like to see people just organically do it on their own. I didn't ask you to hit the thumbs up. 22 people don't think I'm batshit crazy. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Father, for just one. If there's just one thumb up, that somebody at least doesn't have to tickle their ear, but that they hear, and it's not falling on deaf ears. So I do appreciate that. And, just being here in your presence is a blessing to me, guys. Remember, I should be in jail right now. Well, according to them, I should be in jail right now, and I'm not. So let me go make a burrito because they don't have those kind of burritos. I will make a homemade burrito, and I'll come back and we'll hang out. Go let the dogs out to go pee if you've been hanging out here for a little bit. Smoke them if you got them, if you're a cigarette smoker. Whatever. Go hang out with your lady for a minute. She's probably been griping over your ear, your husband. Maybe go get them, come back in and hang out with me for a little bit. Go hang out, and I'll be back in 10 or 15 minutes. I believe the police are involved with the missing because the police SWAT raided my house illegally and did a lot of legal things that I believe that the law enforcement is involved with the disappearance. Marshall Radonich is the guy who obviously has something to do with this. And so I think law enforcement it's because I stood up to the law enforcement. They targeted my son, and then they tried to arrest my son. I wouldn't let them arrest him because they tried to say that he got in trouble and did his probation twice. And they said they wanted to throw him in prison for 7 years. I'm like, that's bullshit. Here's all the proof. And so I fought for 15 months now. I was grenaded. If you want to go watch the live stream, guys, you can go through the playlist. There's 258 hours of me pleading to the state of Oregon, pleading to the county, pleading to everybody that my son has already done these hours, and then he did them again because you said he wouldn't, and he didn't even violate his probation for 4 years, and then you try to throw him in jail for some technicality. You're fucking with him. You're targeting him because you're mad at me because I protest your police department, because I protest your governor, because I protest the COVID, because I protest Donald Trump. I held official protests with city council members, people within the community. We did official prayers there right across from the sheriff's office to try to get them to stand with our little. So the government's got it out for me. Even when I was in the military, was pointing out the hypocrisy even in the military. I have an extensive record for if you don't do your job, like, you put your pant legs on just like me, one leg at a time. We're not above each other. If you're put in a community service job or a job as a manager or whatever, and you hold authority, you need to use that. Power corrupts absolute power. And that's where we're at right now. So that's what I stand up to, is these people that have taken the rights away from people. And so they have targeted my son. And because I pointed out the corruption that I believe that the law enforcement officers are dealing illicit things in this town through the farmers in this little farmers community, the farmers pay off the cops because they want some of what they have, and then they run the rest of it around town, but they get a free pass and it gets wiped over in a lot of towns. So a lot of other things I've uncovered out here too, things like More rapists, murders, and pedophiles are released into some of the poorest counties across this United States. And if you're in the poorest county, look at your statistics. They release murders, rapists, and pedophiles into your county on these contracts, and they get paid. And that's how my son originally got involved with this one guy, unbeknown to me and him. And I even tried to warn them before he even got in trouble, and he still got in trouble with them anyways. So I think they're trying to cover up the rapists. They they grenaded my daughter, kidnapped her without warrant, released her charges, released her, later, but they made a huge mistake. They grenaded me to the face. That's a Fourth Amendment violation. That's cruel and unusual punishment. That's a Fourth Amendment violation of my right to be secure at my house, papers, persons, and effects. It's criminal behavior. They grenaded my daughter and didn't even have a warrant. So they have plenty of reason to not want to get sued and to try to cover it up because I'm some poor guy. They can just sweep me under the rug. Look, I can't even come up with the cash right now, and I had to work for 15 months to come. That's like $1,000 a month, guys. It's not like I made that much damn money, and I did most of it through trading. So I need $15,000 rather than to give them all my gold and silver. But it looks like that's what I'm going to have to do. I tried to put my land up for sale today. I put it at half price, and I got some hits on it, but it gets shut down. So they obviously have control over my internet. I've been using the internet on this platform for 12 years. I have at least 6 channels that are still up today that you can look at my content. America Ever After, Silver's Like Gold, Truth Viral Television, Pure Blood Evolution, Predestined for Light. There's channels on TikTok, okay? So I have been doing this for quite some time, and every time I'm exposing the government and for all their hypocrisy and the bad spending and these politicians that are not having the best. I took an oath to the Constitution, guys. You don't take an oath as an Army veteran and then things get screwed up and expect a veteran just to sit around and be quiet, do you? Well, a lot of them do, but I won't. So when you take an oath to something, you don't quit your post until properly relieved is the very first order that any true Army soldier that takes an oath understands. And I haven't seen anybody that's got my back yet. I don't got nobody even have my 6. I've got Kevin. I'm not saying that here, but I'm saying in this fight, I don't want him because he's already suffered. You know what I'm saying? Um, yeah, America Ever After, the very first channel I ever put out. So um, I've been doing it for a while, guys, and I know people are like, oh, that's where I've seen you from. So off and on, I popped on. I've done other blogs with other bloggers and had more than one, on appearance on Alex Jones, on InfoWars, and done work with some other organizations. But I do a lot of things behind the scenes too that you guys, it gets me involved in a lot of this stuff. I had heavily a lot to do with the wildlife standoff up there in the Burns, Oregon, and exposing the whole Bundy, government standoff at the bridge and how this related to why I wanted the same thing done out here. So, absolutely. Yeah, I did. America Ever After was I was in Ontario at the time of America Ever After. I was bouncing back between on Nampa and Ontario. I'd moved a couple times back and forth to Idaho. So it could have been too. I forget because I said I've had channels I've forgotten that were taken down, before in the past. I'm like, oh my God, I forgot. It's like I have emails. And then when I go look at my email, like, oh, I had a channel about that. Like I have Wandering Poles. That's a channel that I've done content on. That's about the migration of the pole, the wandering magnetic polarity, Wandering Poles. There's a content channel that I've done. Pure Blood Evolution. I just forget. If I can't get my old emails, then I forget that I went and I've been locked out of channels. I cannot get into America Ever After, add, take, even my emails have been locked, or Truth Viral Television. Neither of those channels have, and they stripped all my subscribers out, pulled it back to 2 or 3 or 10 views or whatever. I mean, it's like this guy is never even there, and and it's fine. That's fine. The content is still up, so it's totally okay to me that the content's still up. I mean, I've tried for hundreds of hours to try to get into Truth Viral Television. I'd like to just bring that channel back up and do a little bit of that work that I did back then. I'm not going to do the flag behind me or whatever, but I miss the TV portion of that old. I mean, I was in my 30s or something back. I don't know, was it late 30s? I'm 40s maybe. I don't know. Time's slipping by, but I'm getting old. I'm in my 50s now, so 12 years, 13, I don't know. I've been doing it a while. And even before then, I was hot on the path of all these, you know, people that try to just locally trying to get everybody to wake up. Guys, come on, man. This is happening around us. The whole world is so accelerating at a rate of speed that we're not going to be able to keep this up or they're going to turn us on ourselves. We have some unity, but we're losing it. We're losing our rights. We're losing it. You know, the weather's going, this whole government's changing so fast. No, everything's awesome. Team America, don't worry about it. You know, so I appreciate that I'm still up here today. And I'm seriously, guys, if they had their way, I would be in jail right now. If, you know, that judge, you know, Pat, you know, had his way, if Dave had his way, if all these people had their way, those SWAT officers obviously came here to kill me or make sure that I never spoke up ever again. I think their intent was quite clear. You know what I'm saying? And I'm still here. So, hey, man, I freaking love this. Thank you, Father. I'm struggling, but I'm okay. You know, like I said, it's better than being in a jail cell where I can't keep looking for my son. So I'm going to take the precious metals. Oh, well, whatever happens, happens. It's just shiny dirt. So um, I'll find some more. Or I'm actually going to probably try to do something else. I don't know if I'll ever get involved in the precious metal sector. I don't know. They didn't get taken from me this time, but it's just so hard, guys. Every time I build up a stack of a retirement or precious metals to try to do something, it just gets taken. Or in this case, I'm going to just have to, like I originally, when I first purchased precious metals, I was to pay this land off, pay this land off, pay this land off. I didn't want to pay cash. I wanted to do it in silver. I had this whole thing. I told everybody around me. They purchased the whole state of Louisiana in silver with the Louisiana Purchase. I'm going to purchase my land in silver, not in paper. I don't want to purchase on paper. I want to do it the old way. And this is how I'm going to do it. I'm going to buy a little silver every time. Now, if I have to trade it for cash, that's fine. But I would bought it with silver. And that's the way that, so when my original, you know, silver got taken by my millionaire brother, it was like, dude, you don't even need this. What the hell, man? Take my stinking retirement. I'm a single dad, never got no child support, no nothing, and you're taking money from me, and you live in a freaking 5,000 square foot home and a million, you know, and I'm some poor dad out, single dad, never got anything in the desert. You're going to take everything. They took everything from me. Remember, not just my silver. They took everything from me because I was exposing the Clintons back then. Remember? Yellow Pancake out in the desert, Vale, Oregon, Uranium One. Yeah. Hello. Hello. Yeah, I had a lot to do with that wildlife standoff out here. Shh. They hate me. This government hates me, guys. So this is the problem that I'm having now is that the feds have never even had enough balls to come out here and tell these people to stand down. They could have stopped this. The feds could have stopped this. That shows they don't have any authority over me either. They're a bunch of lunatics and they're a bunch of alphabet soup agencies. I don't even recognize the federal government, nor do I recognize any of these alphabet soup agencies. They're just like a bowl of soup. I don't care if you mix up the letters, if you do A, B, C, is it whatever, LMS, LSD, whatever your fake Fox, they're all fake to me. Well, those are news channels. It's the same thing. A bunch of talking heads do it in what they're told. Look at these ICE agents. What a bunch of thugs, guys. I never seen such thuggery in my life. I hate this country so much because of the ICE agents. If they were just taking out people with criminals, that'd be one thing. But that's not what's going on here, okay? So I don't like this country, and that's okay. I still have love for the people and the Constitution of the United States. You don't have to like me. That's okay. I'm not here to be liked or loved by this world. I'm actually supposed to be hated by this world. So I'm not doing it right. I'm not Christ-like if the world doesn't hate me. I hope this world hates you so much they want to kill you. Spiritually, brothers and sisters, okay? Give me a minute, 5, 3, or whatever. I'm going to take a break. Appreciate your time. There's links in the description if you want to support them monetary. If you know anybody's got a Bitcoin account or something like that. Cash App, PayPal, and take a break, guys. Go. Maybe you need to take a break and eat some dinner or something. I've already fed my animals, so I need to feed myself and fed my cats. So it's time to put some food in my belly. So
I'll show you when I'm done. I'm going to make some burritos here, and we'll continue on with our discussion if you guys like. If not, we'll shut her down when I come back up. We'll see what you guys are up to. Because like I said, nothing. Let me check over. I'll be right back. Hold on. What's going on over there? Okay. Dad's got to make some dinner, boys. Dad's going to make some dinner. You guys already had your dinner. I already fed you guys. Dad's going to eat now. All right. Dad's turn. Dad's turn. Dad's turn. Dad's turn. Dad's turn. Dad's turn. For Dad, Dad. For the Dad. For the mean old Dad. For the mean old Dad. You guys love the Dad. You guys love the Dad. You guys are my best boys. I never did best. The bestest kids. You guys are good boys today. Good boys today. A little warm down here today, wasn't it? We got up to 90. Something. 91 or 92. Ever been no hot. Let's get that back in the cooler. Get that going. We'll get that. Let's get it started in here. All right, she's lit. It's time to open that front door. Yep. It's smoky out there, boys. It's smoky out there.
getting your dinner? There's Panner boy. There's my big kitten boy. I knew you were coming, kitten boy. Good kitten boy. There's some diamond lamb and rice for the boys. And the girls out there. Where's your sister? She already ate dinner. She's already eaten dinner.
Oh man. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Yes, this one is. Where is this? Oh my goodness. Well, I don't know what I just did there, boy. Oh, there's my kitten girl. There's my juniper girl. She's such a sweetheart. She was up on the roof. You heard her earlier. She was running across the top. I have a metal roof, and she'll run. She likes to do laps, and then Yasher will do that. And he'll run up here and jump up on the doggone saloon at the doggone saloon. So the kittens act like puppies out here. So. Oh, yeah, I've got a couple kitties. I got Yasher boy. We'll take a look at kittens. I want to say hi to you. You so hard to hang outside anymore. My pretty little girl. My little pea. Where you going, little pea? You gonna go lay over here? Are you all done with the dinner? And go clean each other off. Oh, there's a good sissy. Oh, she loves each other. Oh, look at how good they are. Oh, what a good sissy. You are such a good sister. Oh, what a sweetheart you are. You're my best girl. You're my best boy, my biggest kitten boy that I love. Look at what a sweetheart she is. You're such a sweet girl. Hey, Jennifer, what are you doing, little pea? My little sweet pea. You're such a sweetheart and hanging out with your brother. Come up here and finish your dinner. So here's a cabin out here that we're in the cabin right here. It looks like the sun's going down over there. Nice red sun there today. Down here at the Silver Rock, there's Table Rock Ranch. You can see it's kind of smoky out here today. We're getting kind of a pink tint there. Whoa, come on, camera, focus. The heck is it doing? But this camera's garbage in it. But and a little look around here at the Rusty Dragons over there. This is the Rusty Cowboy. This is where we do all our live streaming from inside the cabin there. This is the doggone saloon over here. Another one of the buildings. We've got all kinds of buildings out here. Back there in the back. Where's that back there? Back there is the Rusty Butterfly. The maiden over there. Laying on her back. I go back inside, guys, and stir my burrito. Get back. Get back. Yeah, there you go. So we're in the cabin here. Sit you back down over here. Yeah, it's pretty smoky out. That's all that stuff from up north. We were pretty good until about a day or two ago, and it rolled in. Stop whining, Mr. Yatter boy. You're fine. You're okay.
You just talking, huh? You just want some love too. Oh, we want some love too. Mr. Whiny Pants. You're the whiny batch. Alright, let's get this. Go. Boop, there it is. Alright, where is the Cumin? Cumin. 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 Where's the Cumin? Where'd he go? Where did he go? Where did he go? Oh, oh, that's, yep, that's it. That's it. That's it. Alright. Heat up our shells. Oh, come on. Why isn't that one like? Where's my other lighter? Where'd I put the other one? Some green salsa. Heat some of this up. Verde. Verde salsa, por favor. My burrito. Wow, we'll make another burrito later. Oh, that's going to be a bigger one. Get fatty. Burrito.
All right, burritos. Verde burrito. Homemade. These ain't no microwave burritos. Mmm. Thank you, Father, that I don't need to have to be eating jail food. Heck yeah. Now that's a bonus. Let's put our baby Jesus back up here. Our little baby Jesus. Oh, no, we dropped a baby Jesus. Oh, there we go. Mmm. Verde, de carne, de queso. Mmm. I need something hotter than that, man. That's not hot enough. Hold on, I gotta get some jalapeno salsa. Hold on. I need something hotter. There we go. I need some jalapeno salsa here. We'll put some jalapeno salsa on there. Hey, that's picante. That'll work. Thought I had some jalapeno salsa here. I got a couple kinds. It's got green sauce on it already, but it's not very hot. I want to drop it like it's hot. No begging, Tago. I don't do begging puppies. Well, it's leaking. It's a leaking. Más roja, salsa, por favor. Mm. Now it's got a little bite to it. Mm-hmm. Look at my fancy napkins. You like my fancy napkins? Some high-tech redneck napkins right there, boys. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll use that. Yeah. That's my napkins. I call it redneck napkins. Mm-hmm. Yeah, look at that. Mm-hmm. 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 That's some fancy napkins there, boys. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know when the last time I bought paper towels. I bet you I haven't bought paper towels in 10 years. I'm a minimalist. You know what I'm saying? I'm a minimalist. I can make a roll of teepee for my bunghole last, make a lot of napkins for, and I start fires with them, and you know. It's like my paper plates. I got teepee in my, I got rolls of teepee in my kitchen. Teepee in the kitchen. But it's my redneck napkin holder. There's a big nail. Let's put the toilet paper on there. Kind of like in the bathroom. Same big nail and a different board. So you can use it for more than your, remember, what's do Star Trek and toilet paper have in common? They both fly around Uranus looking for Klingons. Oh. Oh my goodness. Excuse me, pardon me. Hey, all right. Now we can put some light on the subject here. All right, uno más burrito, por favor. Give me un momento. Poquito más. And my Spanish is horrible. I don't speak very good Spanish anymore. Holy smokes, this one's a leaker. So, thanks for coming in, Moon. You know, ladies have a moon cycle, right? Some ladies call it their period, but I've only ever known a couple ladies call it their moon. You know, because it's a cycle, like the ovulation cycle. Very important time in the cycle of the ladies' egg cycle. All right, I told you I was fascinated with the ladies' makeup. But anyways. Yeah, and they're shaped like a Coke bottle too. It's pretty neat. Oh, never mind. Well, some of them, but they're all pretty. They come in all kinds of shapes and sizes. Moss red, rojas. This one's leaking like crazy. There's some big chunks in this one. know if I can eat 2 burritos. I just don't have the... No mas. No mas. The burrito, I just made it. A homemade burrito.
Don't really buy burritos very often. Store burritos are just All right. Don't need to be eating 2 burritos, man. That would be freaking the hog.
Got to keep your physique. You can't be eating burritos at the time, you know, right? Oh my goodness. All the water is better than the burrito. I love it.
Oh, I love the turkey. What is that stinking in my head now? Oh, man. Yeah. Now off.
I don't do breakfast burritos because I don't eat pork. Breakfast burritos are pork. I love you, Biggie.
I love you, Biggie. I love you, Biggie. I love you, Biggie. I love you, my Biggie. I love you, Big Bag. I love you, biggest guy.
Oh, cool. Yeah. It's hard to find a beef burrito with like a steak burrito with more.
Oh, that's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's my dad's boy. He's a dad's guy. And the Mr. Bags, too. He's my boy. Oh, hey, your paws are getting on my belly. You got sharp paws. You're sticking those paws in my belly. I love this guy, too. I love this guy. I love this guy. I love this one, too. He's my guys. He's my guys. My crazy guys. Did you love the dead? I love my dad. I love my dad. I love my dad. I love the dad. Hey, get off of me, Mr. Bats. You have to wait your turn. Oh, such a good boy. 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 Oh, it's a good kids. Oh, I got the best boys in the whole wide world. Oh, the boys. Oh, the dad's guys. We're the best guys that I ever did have. That I ever did have. That I ever did boys. There's some more guys. Oh, they're the guys. Aren't they the best? Aren't they the best guys they ever had? See why I ate 5 tear gas canisters for these guys to make sure that they didn't shoot the dogs? I love you, Mr. Bowbone. I love you, Bowbone. Bone, 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 bone. Bone, 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 bone. Bone, 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 bone. Bone Doug. Bone Doug. You're a good guy. You're a good guy. You're the best puppy I ever did best. You're the biggest one. You're my biggest pair of pants that I ever did have. You're my biggest pair of pants that I ever did have. What a good guy. You're a good boy. You're a good boy today. You were a good boy today. You were a good boy all day today. Were you a good boy for Dad? Yes, you're always a good boy for Dad.
Yeah,
He's a special one. He is. He's a special crazy boy. Oh, he's gonna go crazy. He's gonna go crazy like his dad. He's gonna go crazy. Oh no, he's gonna get me with his nose. He's gonna get me with his nose. I love him, guy. I love you, Mr. Bone Bone. I love you, Bone Bone. I do love you. You're the best boy. You're always a good boy to Dad. You're always the best guy that ever did best. That I love. All the single time. Yes, I love you. Yes, you love the Dad? Yes, you know. We're in the big old no. Watch it. Watch it. There he goes. There he goes. Oh my gosh, he's crazy like his dad. Why are you gonna be so crazy? You love the Dad? Hey, what about the Dad? The Dad? Where's your ears? Let me see the ears. Let me see the ears. What's that? I should be in jail and I'm hanging out with my boys. Well, I shouldn't be in jail, but if they had their way, I'd be in jail. And I'm here hanging out with my boys. No kisses. No kisses. I don't want to smell like puppy dogs. I got a kiss.
so that's being you're being hypocritical there, man.
So I don't know what it's. I think it's got to be at least 90 in here almost. Because outside it's still pretty hot.
What's our temperature? Let's check our temperature.
It is 88 degrees.
That's all right.
It's not 90.
It's 88 degrees. You guys are good boys. You just drooled all over me. Why do you got to go get a drink and then drool all over me? That dog gets a drink and he comes over and he just gets a full thing like a freaking pelican and just comes and slobbers all over him to the dad. Like, here you go, Dad. I have some slobbers for you. All right. Where is... I think I'm going to partake in some... some cannabis here, guys. My hip's acting up kind of. It don't bother me too much, but that's that hip that I busted out there working on that darn Rusty Dragon when I dropped that big old beam. Oh. It's cooler outside. It's a little pretty smoky out there right now. It's partly cloudy inside right now, if you can see that. It's partly cloudy out here in the desert, right here in the cabin. You can see we've got the partly cloudy here. Oh. Whoops. All right, you got that one right. Don't blow that smoke out of the window. Better yet, roll them up. That's a Stack song. We gonna get baked. Don't blow that smoke out of the window. Better yet, roll them up. Oh, come on, drawer. Move out of the way. So I had to move that drawer. Oh, man. Oh, man, that smells so wonderful. I love the smell of flowers.
That's my favorite flower that grows up out the dirt. It is. I love the flowers. Flower power, baby. Oh, not peace. Flower power. Oh. Those say peace. Those who say peace and safety. This bowl's going to say peace and safety, and it's going to come under some destruction here in a minute. All right, anyways. Sorry about that. Oh, never mind. All right, we're just hanging out now. I'm not being serious right now. I can't be serious. I should be sitting in, I keep saying I should be, but if they had their way, I just know that. So I want to kind of enjoy my time here. They would have had me sitting in the back of that jail cell and could have shuffled me off into the middle of nowhere. No more pastor revelation on the old YouTube channel. No more. You just have to watch all the archive. So watch all the playlists and I don't know, there's half a dozen channels. Not like you couldn't get if you needed to get some more truth and discern all things, you could come here and content glean for, there's 12 years of me blogging on here, so off and on through the years. So that's a lot of content. I'm so thankful for that, guys, that I can have a platform to, at least be able to, share the light with others, man. This is such a beautiful blessing to have this bis and prognosco, to be able to see things well advanced before they even happen, because they're going by the scripture. And if you love the scripture, then you know what's going to happen. It's not like there's no guessing game. It takes all the guessing it out of, for you. So isn't that a beautiful thing? No guesswork here. We're not guessing. Well, that's pretty yummy. That was the poopy, the cat poopy. Remember? Been a while since I mentioned that, and then boy, it just showed up in your backyard, kind of like in a sandbox. Oh, never mind. Are you okay over there, Mr. Pants? Why are you breathing so hard? I know it's still, you're hot. You're wearing a coat. It'll cool off. That sun is, it's down now. I know it's still light outside, but we're still light outside, but the sun is down. So what time is it right now? It's 9 o'clock and it's still light outside. So should be light for another half an hour or so. Maybe it'll cool off after a little bit more when that turns dark. The puppy's hanging out with the dad again. Are you hanging out with the dad? Are you hanging out with your dad? He's hanging out with the dad. He is. He loves being with the dad. I know. You love being with the dad. I'll let you back outside. It'll cool off a little bit. You guys can go hang out back outside for a little bit. I know you want to be in here with the dad. You just want to hang out with the dad. There you got puppy fever. They want to be with the dad fever. He's got dad on the brain. He got dad on the brain. If dad's happy, I'm happy. Dog breeder, that's the epitome of what I try to breed out. And I come to throw lots of different, shades and colors, but that's it. This is a Australian, yeah. It's an Australian healer. All right. No. See, I'm not an Australian healer, am I? See, my mama was half a dingo. My mama was half dango. I'm a dango. No, you kiss me. Don't you kiss me. What do you think you're doing? Oh, see, you get your smooches, but I don't get no smooches. Oh, would you stop it? Yes. Yeah, my Texas Aussie is what he is. That's what I call him. He's a hybrid. He's a hybrid. So he does. He's kind of a regenerated dog. So he's been here in a body before once, and he somehow quantum leaped into this one. And I've never had a dog like him. So I don't know how the dog could ever duplicate himself, but I've already shown him he has the very similar markings to his old self. Other than the marrow, his markings are near identical. That's kind of crazy, but yeah, he's a good boy. I tell you, dingoes make the best dogs. Anybody I've ever bred these dogs out and they got them, they said, man, this is, anytime I ever had a dingo, they were the best. They're very eager to please. Oh, Biggie, big pants. Oh, watch your chain. Watch your chain. See what I got to deal with all the time? I got to deal with this all the time. It's not so bad, huh? No, he loves to help, and he's a good worker too, and he'll stay close. He doesn't run off. Like we went to the lake with Kevin, the other day. He went up to the reservoir, and he stayed right next to me. He'll tango. He wants to pee on everything, so he'd wander off if I let him. So, got to make sure we keep this dog close, and this guy, he stays stuck to you, kind of like glue. So that's that dingo, though. Super eager to please. Super eager to please. He's ready to go out. Give me a minute. He wants to go out, and he'll be back in 10 minutes. That's about been his max. I don't know what's going on with these boys. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get your game on. Get paid. Oh. You guys are good boys. You're the best puppies I ever did have. I love you boys. Oh, what time we got? All right. Well, I don't think we can reach a state of union that could get any crazier than maybe robots and fake alien invasions or something, because this is pretty nutty. So I hope you're enjoying the big show. It's all a circus to them. They love their Barnum and Bailey, shooting people out of cannons and stuff, right? So who knows where they'll head next in this no, I mean, we know because of the script, but just they seem to have they're at a point where they're gonna have to make a decision here soon. I know that. You don't put military on the streets for no reason. You don't make women draftable. You don't do these things without cause. So, like I said, just be ready. I mean, there's been so many things that's been put in play. It seems like Father's just being so merciful, being so patient, and allowing these last bit of the bride to, be refined and be hardened and become
Well, like I said, ingrained, the wheat and the chaff. So he's the one who condemns. He's the one that divides. I'm thankful for that we don't have that ability. And my darn. Yeah, we don't have the ability to change what Father has already written, and He knows what we're going to do. He knows which decision we're going to make, either our own decision that's not of His, which is our own will, and that's pornea. It's the will of our own, but not the will of the Father, is agape. So that's a blessing knowing that. Hopefully, that this ministry rings true, and that will give you some settlement no matter the struggle in your life. You know that you're not going to get in the way of Father. You need to, if you do, then you're ripping him down, Christ down the flesh that he paid, the price he paid as he birthed the only begotten Son. And yeah, it's there's two Jesus, Paul mentioned, and Christ warned of many Christ and many, many. So it's all these religions. You can call them another Christ, if you will. Church of Jesus Christ, Latter-day Saints, Baptists, Mormons, Calvinists. Catholicism is Satanism, is the deadly head wound that was healed in Scripture. That this is the rebranding of what is modern day religion that was outlawed. That was, the two pontiffs said, we're not doing this wheel worship. We're not doing this fire and tree. Baal in the grove is what it was called. Baal is the worship of sun. It's the god, sun god, Mithra, at the time of Rome. Satan, Apollyon. He has many names as well, as Christ said. So he has to mirror and perform all the same wonders, and people have forgotten that. Yeah, because baptism is by trial and fire, and is a process. And yeah, I'm an ex-Catholic myself. Whatever. A baptism isn't by water. That's a baptism. The only way to be baptized is to drown you. That would be a true baptism by water, but that's not, by definition. It's not baptizo or bapto. Doesn't have water in it at all. It doesn't say anything about water as a halakha ritual of the Pharisees that they had perverted. If you knew your scriptural and record, you would know that. But most people don't know. They're, they don't have any. They're religious, and that's what the religions are. They're all vain. You don't lose your salvation. Well, your pastor's an idiot, Zachary. Your pastor doesn't know what the word salvation means. Bring your pastor in here. Let me set him straight. Give him Grace and Truth Ministries. Father will rebuke him. What Brother Jim loves the word, and that's, he speaks 98.9 or 99% is the word and defined. Cool. I hear you. I know. He says, come out of room of people. Remember, Father resides within you. And if you sup with the word, that's what these mega churches and these Catholics and all these rulers, and it's a threat to the government when they think that you don't need a church and a physical body place to go study. And that's why I rebuke Russia, because of what Putin said, that you have to go. And he said twice, the Most High does not dwell in temples or houses made by hands, because our body is the temple under this covenant. And so you can always sup with Father, and Father is with you, and he's never going to leave you. That's the beautiful thing, is Father one day a year used to visit as not a physical entity, but as the horizo, the separator and the judgment of the over I, the high priest, over the 10 commandments, the law, the agape, housed within that Ten Commandments was remember, the first of those, but we had Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, which was called the law. You know what I'm saying? The body of Christ is the church. No, the body of Christ is the elect, those he chose, that there will be names called out from in the Lamb's book of life. The ones that find the straight gate, because they go through the narrow way, hados, and they find that aletheia, and only through definition are we able to find Father and find, because he's undefiled, he is pure, horizo light, if you will. Every AM the sun would come up at the horizon, and they called that what we call now light. That was called the horizo. That's why Father said, I am the hados, I am the aletheia, and I am the horizo. I'm the separator. I don't bring peace. I bring a separate. I divide this flesh from above, and we are to be born above daily, not again. Again is once. You did it one time. He said, take up your cross daily in Matthew. He said his disciples, those are the ones that are, his disciples are the ones he loves. And he loves them because he makes them love him. He said, if I didn't call out to their wicked hearts, continuously filled with wickedness to seek after me, and all of our hearts are continuously, it says, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of us would. So no pastor's going to save you. You can't, not once saved, all saved. That's blasphemy. You have to endure to your last breath, and then you'll face judgments to be saved. There's no such thing as being saved. He made it very clear that you have to, that's what I'm saying. It's in the definition. Sozo is the word salvation in the Greek, and they don't study. Your pastor doesn't study Greek, obviously. That means to be picked up, carried, and lifted. Your ex-pastor, and brought to an ending point and healed. So anybody who hurt you, he will heal. Anybody who wronged you, he will right. He pours out the just measure. We have to wait and to go through all the suffering, and he's not teaching that. That's what sucks about yeah, no, remember that, Zachary. He said, he said, if you covet another man's wife, that is adultery. Remember, he made a spiritual over this flesh, physical, fornication with a man had to have his wife had to physical actually perform the act of physical, and he made that spiritual. He said these women are out there literally whoring their bodies, selling their bodies to feed, and under my covenant, it said you were supposed to give her half of what you own, and she can't even be legally remarried. You put her out into that marriage contract, as you said, under my covenant in the book of Deuteronomy under the Old Testament. It says you must go to a public place and nail that bride contract to that bill of marriage, and you have not, they can't even be legally remarried. This is Christ. These people think they know Christ, right? This is what he said to the Pharisees. He was telling them because they had perverted Deuteronomy and they had not even been following, telling them they can't be legally remarried because you had not gone back to that public place and nailed that bill of divorce. And so they have to be taken as you took them and entered into that bill of marriage. You have now not released them from their contract, and you have forwarded, and that is to twist, change, or pervert my agape, which is the law. And again, I say to you, they're whoring their bodies, and you're supposed to be giving her half of what you own. So he wasn't that easy, Jesus. You're darn straight he wasn't, Zachary. Does that ever sound like any Christ you've ever heard of? Guarantee your pastor never told you that, your ex-pastor. He told them that he came to fulfill the perversion of the Deuteronomy. This Old Testament had been changed from the Aramaic from the old. Remember, it was 40 years that they didn't agape. They didn't go into the wilderness. They were eating flesh, the Anunnaki giants, not Nephilim. That means bully. Nobody will define any of these words. And before that, Ahab had married Jezebel, and she went after this Baphomet worship of this sun and tree and grove, which is Ahab marrying Jezebel, not fallen angels.
not giants. That has nothing to do. The Anunnaki are giants. The sons of God are doing the will of the Father. Therefore, they can't be fallen, and that's not a giant. So these people are idiots, and these people shouldn't be standing in the pulpit teaching anybody anything. And the word teacher is the word prophet. And he said, call no man teacher, or no, and prophet is the word scorpizzo. Remember, he is the one who separates. He is the one divides. The scorpizzo is one that causes the sheep, the flock, to scatter. He is the separator. Do not think I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword. I condemn. I separate the wheat from the chaff. You don't condemn. You judge with my righteous. I used to, under the Old Testament, allow, do not judge. But see, I'm not under the laws of Levi. I'm not under the law at all. I'm not under this Old Testament. So this is, sorry, Marcy's over there barking, but it's self-explanatory if you'll actually sit down and define the word that you speak. But most people don't love the word, and Father doesn't call out to their hearts to even just sit down and study him just one word at a time. He's the word. So if you love the word and you're in love with the word, then these things will be revealed. You will have a revelation. He will lift off the lies and reveal the aletheia, the truth to you through definition is the best way to find, through cultures, customs, studying the word, idiom, parable. These things are all slang, is what people mostly speak today. And it's another Jesus is what it is. And I like that how they wrote it. This was written thousands of years ago. This covenant was made, and he knew exactly this time where this great falling away from his agape. He said, when I return, no one will know my Shem. I will make a new agape. And they fight over the name Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Or a letter J. Snag to get hooked by. They don't love the word. They get caught up on the little details. And the devil's in the details for sure, but devil's a deceiver and distributor of lies or fortunes. That's the word demonion. Never said the word devil. See, they add words. You're not even supposed to add a jot. That's a period or a tittle or like a comma or a period or yod or not even a letter. He said, I'll blot. That's like a whiteout. Psh, you're gone. You used to could. You ever heard that comedian? You were written in that book of life, but you blotted your name out of that by self. Nobody else did that to you. You did it on your own will, self-will, not free will. It's called porneia, idolatria. But nobody speaks these truths. Nobody loves these gospels except for Brother Jim, myself, and the body that I believe that resides not like a thought in my head, you actions, legs on faith. I send people there over to Brother Jim because I try to mirror other than my difficult. Brother Jim's is not facing 6 felonies, but Brother Jim can teach about the halakha and show you that we're supposed to stand against perverted law. Halakha and Haggadah was that law. They didn't go into the wilderness. They didn't scout out the giants. God split the kingdom, told them to go into the wilderness, right? After Ahab married Jezebel, not sons of God, like fallen angels. And there's no such thing as a fallen angel from the sky. Father's not in the sky. Heaven's not in the sky. Earth's not below your feet. Hell's not below your feet. There's no such thing as the word planet. So I don't know where people get this word from. Planet, you're living on a ball planet spinning on the apes or Chewbacca, or is it the abominable snowman, some Yeti? I don't know. He's an albino, got some lack of melanin. I only see one race, the human race. It doesn't matter how much melanin that's in a man's or one man's skin. We're under the same covenant. Remember, Jews and Gentiles, black, white, brown, red, and yellow, good and evil. Paul was a mass murderer of Christians, remember? Matthew was a tax collector. He whipped them for selling and feeing and finding. You think Father likes taxes today? He got physical, not like Olivia Newton-John, let's get physical. He literally went outside the covenant of this new covenant, which we're not supposed to seek vengeance. But Father's perfect, and Christ knew exactly what he was doing. So if you're standing there allowing the taxation of a nation, a corporation, to just enslavement of all nations under this corporate petrodollar, then and didn't speak up about it. And when he comes back, you're just going to be like, World War II, where they watch people just go walk to their death into the pit of smoke. If you kind of, whatever, that's that same shofar. And you're supposed to be ready for that day, have your loins girded in his service. Maranatha believing is an action word. It's not a noun. Faith is a noun. And faith without works is dead, but belief is a verb. So you can't believe in Jesus. You can't believe in Bigfoot. You can't believe in fallen angels. You don't know what fallen means. Fallen doesn't mean somewhere from above your head. Nothing comes from above your head. There's nothing in the sky. Never has been, never was. Anybody teaching you that is a demon and is living a fairy tale. Strawberry shortcake, eat your little pound cake. What are your little fruitcake? Take your fruitcake Jesus somewhere else. Your sky daddy Jesus, okay? Gods don't come from the sky. That's exactly why Father divorced his bride Israel, because they were going after Baphomet worship, Baal, Jezebel, Baal worship, sun god, Mithra, birthed in the middle of the winter, Jesus Christ on December 25th in the middle of the winter, the one that has mange, or well, they had sex with beast, man and woman, so I'm sure that's where that mange comes from in the manger scene, huh? Never make any sense to you? No, not to me. America doesn't make even 1 cent, 1 penny anymore. Wow, that's my ex-wife's name. That's kind of ironic, kind of now, isn't it? Divorcing the penny. Contact the Secretary of Treasury and tell him not to mint any more pennies. And, well, forget about gold and silver and forget about this being a constitutional republic. Be staked to this, be pegged to this stock or this yoke and carry that weight for the nations and pay for this enslavement of all nations under this corporate dollar, the petro. Remember the oil dollar? Have you forgotten what we've done for the last? I hope you've been standing against that too, because you're going to go down in history as the silent majority. Once again, they walked straight to the death. People watched them. What side of the divide are you going to be on? He doesn't want you to be lukewarm. I'll vomit you. He said the eye is the lamp of the body. It's either filled with light, and that makes that whole vessel, that whole lamp, and your body is supposed to be the vessel. He's supposed to be the one steering. If your lamp is filled with darkness, and you're supposed to be a light in the dark place, if your lamp, the whole vessel, the whole body is filled, but they don't mix. That's lukewarm, and he will vomit you once again, because you are adding to your Jesus. Your sin is the word leaven, and when you mix sin with sweet Jesus, you get punch drunk. The only way you can make alcohol is you have to be within the parameters and lukewarm, correct? That's why he said you better be hot or cold. Everybody teach you that lesson? Go see Brother Jim. I teach you the lesson about being lukewarm in the spirit, being drunk on the woes of this world, punch drunk on this Babylonian brainwave system they got good. Everybody on the Nimrod system. Power poles, plug it in, whatever. Hive mind. We all do it. We're all guilty. We speak into our phone. They have you jerking off on your phone, all of it. We've all done it. We're all guilty of this sin. We've committed sin in our head, and that's under this covenant. You don't even need to commit a physical act. Remember, this is a spiritual covenant. So we've all fallen short of the word. None of us are, perfect, and so we need to show people the light when we're in this dark place. And that's why he's there to say, hey, don't worry about it. You don't have to celebrate that. That's not going to, don't eat this, don't eat that. I don't want to hear that. You're not under that Old Testament, celebrate this, be this, find this. No, don't do any of this. As a matter of fact, go after me and go out and share the light that everybody under this kingdom of the covenant of this new bride that he divorced and called her a whore in the book of Babylon. Well, Revelation, this new mystery book, it's not a mystery. Well, it is to some people. There's Old Testament teachings, brothers and sisters. There's teachings before these, and I've encouraged you to stay out of these teachings. These magi and these, I didn't say not to look up, did I? I told you to be looking at these celestial firmament markers, but you don't need to know the mystery schools and the religions and all these other things back before that were being taught that are part of this magi teaching and this. There's no thing in the sky. Nothing's in the sky. There's a clock. You're not going to the clock. You're not going on balls in the sky. Stop it. This is exactly why he divorced his bride Israel, because he didn't want her to go after other. There's no gods up in the balls. Stop playing with your balls. Rubbing on your lamps and balls and wishes and fortunes and crystals and nonsense. Father creates all things. Stop giving all this glory to the dirt. If it came from the dirt, he don't want you to love it. That's idolatry, is dirt lover. You're a dirt lover. They put you in love with the dirt, didn't they? They sold you on the idea that dying for dirt is the greatest cause of all, huh? You follow this mammon tradition, didn't you? That's the word pornea, idolatria. You're serving the dirt. Everything you ever seen came from the dirt. It's going to go back to the dirt someday. It doesn't matter. And it's not going to matter. But like in this modern day, they'll fill your job before you're even cremated, or they have your service or whatever. It's unreal, but hey, government loves you, all that good stuff. Follow all that, because that control is what Christ, that's what he did. He just stood with the law, right? He just said, oh, okay, this is all right. No, he stood against that. So you need to be conforming to his image, as Paul's writings, and Paul obviously was thrown off a cliff backwards, stoned. And well, because they call it weeds and they call it marijuana. Remember Cain and Cush, so careful. But it bears seeds, and we moderate. There's things that, people are idiots. They'd rather go to their Mexican cabinet, because they're Mexican Americans, and take their Adderall and point their finger at somebody who likes to take a holistic natural remedy. So, no, that's nonsense. Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. When it says, don't sup with vipers, don't cast your pearls before swine. Swine is pigs, and pigs are people in government. Control. He doesn't like control. He doesn't like capitalism. He doesn't like fees and fines. See, that's people blown this all out of proportion because they don't have a relationship with the word. They become. It's like you could take the Vidco. They trusted the science instead of listening to, calling out to their hearts to say, hey, now wait a minute here. They're trampling on people. I thought this was the right. I thought I lived in a nation, at least in America, where I had the right to choose. They never, it was a big fear campaign, and there were many of us who didn't, but there was a lot of people who felt very, one or two, even a booster in, like they were doing the right thing because of the fear campaign they put by these governments who are pushing this, and they're the ones who shut down the church. You understand? They should have been standing, our law enforcement officers should have been standing with our businesses and standing outside our churches and saying, we're not shutting these churches down. Father, remember, he said, go out and put hands on the sick and be with the widowed and the down, with the less blessed and the downtrodden and the less, those with less will have more, brothers and sisters. That's not what Christ. He didn't say go inside, flatten the curve, fear, stand on the X, 666. It should have been completely obvious that this was not righteous or upright to do to any man. Force. If you ain't committed a crime, if you ain't hurt a man, if there has to be another victim. There has to be a victim for there to be a crime. You know how many people are locked up in prison without a victim? That means you're by under this. Remember, you have the right under the Constitution to face your accuser, right? Is the state, you can't bring the state against me. This is criminal what these people are doing. And people love it. They love this pig licker, bootlicking, jackboot thuggery that I was a part of. And I'm Father, as much as I hate it, I'm glad that Father made me do it because it makes me stand against it. So I know that, hey, I serve this. Remember, Paul was a mass murderer of Christians. He murdered Christians for the church, for a living. Remember, he talked about it. He called out, and he was obviously, Father had rebuked his heart, and he walked in repentance. Remember, he was changed man on the road to Damascus, but I'm sure even till the day he, forgiveness comes not by asking. Forgiveness comes by Father rebuking your wicked heart. You're not doing what Father's pleasing and upright to him. You're doing self-will. And he makes you stop. It's like a thorn in your side that doesn't go away. It's like an itch that just won't, like wearing a straitjacket or something. You got to get, and it don't stop. And it's inside your head, and it makes you stop. And that's called being rebuked. And Father does that. The word is what does it. Because the word is not, because what you're doing is not aligning with the word. And then you walk in what is called repentance. And this is just like about baptism, salvation, repent. These are all a process. The Father, everything he says, you have to endure to the end to be saved. So nobody's getting saved on this rock. So any pastor that's out there teaching somebody that they can be saved is a Satanist. And they're a wolf in dog's clothing. I know it says sheep, but they're a dog. They're supposed to be leading like a shepherd, I'm a dog because I'm not a wolf. I can tell you that. And I was being called dog since I was a child, even before I became a little adult. I didn't ask for the name, just like I didn't ask for any title. But life does these things to us. We have just nicknames or how these things come into these. It doesn't matter. He said, "My shepherds." Remember, those are the ones that lead the flock. Those are the disciples. Those are the ones that go out and bring others to the light. So try to remember, these people have no idea what they're speaking of. They go after a completely different Jesus. Under sheeps, under Jesus, what's lost and found. See, I'm glad I said that, Zachary. Did you hear that right on time? And I'm not trying to change the word, because he said don't change a jot or a tittle. But a shepherd, it says a wolf in sheep's clothing. Look, a sheep is getting, if they're the leader of the flock, it is the shepherd that it leads his flock away from the warned wolf. Don't go down to the water, right? The wolf is going to, so a dog and a sheep to a sheep look very similar, right? A wolf and a sheep, no, a wolf and a dog, they both have pointy ears, a fluffy tail, and canine teeth, and they speak back. So you have to learn to speak. That's what a shepherd does. But remember, they'll know them. Remember, it tells us they'll know them by night. Anybody who tries to enter by any other way is a thief and a robber. So by his voice, and that's the agape. You know what I'm saying? Nice. Lonnie in the sun up there, and spent some time and got some permanent fund checks, all that. Careful, Russia might fart on you over there, and you'll smell it. Everybody down here in the lower 48 down here is thinking that Russia is like, because I'm in Oregon, the Pacific Northwest. You're right up here, and they think Russia's all the way around the world. Remember, they're our neighbor. Remember, you can. Hey, did you hear about that warning? They downgraded that 7.3. I think 2 years ago, you guys had a 7.4 up there. So good to see. I don't know why they did that. That caused a little bit of a panic up there. Send out that tsunami warning and no buoy, activation, no nothing. So I see they downgraded it, but must have been tense for the people up there and off the peninsula and all those down to Seward. I think it was supposed to. I don't know how far down that thing was supposed to. Actually, I heard it was supposed to even come further down. So thanks for checking in. Yeah, go get it. You ain't know what it's like unless you ain't lived up there where they call this down here the mainland, right? Oh, wait, that's over there on the Hawaiian Islands. But up there in the where Russia's our neighbor, it's the lower 48, because you got a whole Alcan highway, and it's not like being here. And so the sun goes around like a halo. It might dip down, but it doesn't. Yeah, so you'd be out there barbecuing with your old lady, and got the kids out there and washing the car, and the neighbors out there doing the same thing, and you're like, holy shit, honey, it's 2:00 in the morning. But that's what happens up there. You get used to it. So hey, just go there. You don't know what it's like until you lived it. You have to, in order to be not an Athabascan, that's a native up there but you got to live the lifestyle to understand what Alaska's like. So thankful that Father gave me some time to do some training, military. Spend some time stationed up there for a little bit, and actually got to go to every military base, because obviously Father was working me and doing what he was doing with me. But Richardson, Wainwright, and Greeley, and so got to see a lot of Alaska. What a blessing. That's what I'm saying. I could die yesterday, guys. I've been to all 48 states down here in this, lower, been up, lived in Alaska and lived in Hawaii. I've been to every major city. I've been in and out of the country, obviously veteran. So, man, I could have died a long time ago, and I did not. Man, I got a good one on this shake, although it's hell. Not hell little, but seems like just a nightmare sometimes. It is. I have to remember all the blessings that I've been given, just like now, man. They would wanted me in a jail cell right now, and maybe just shuffling me off to nowhere. So Father has me here today. So
Isn't that a blessing? This is my trial date, and I'm sure I would have pissed off, and I would have been contempt of court, and I wouldn't even made it to a second date, and they just throwing me in the back. And so I'm going to go ahead and continue this march on trying to file the criminal case and move on with the civil case, and then move on with the ministry, and it'll just be a chapter in my life. And I'll look back at it and say, wow, um, here we are on the new difficult, whatever's in front of me, so make a mountain out of a molehill, huh? That's what Father does. So, but he makes it difficult for the people that he loves. And if we love Father, then we know that, because it's through the ellipsis, that's the word tribulation, that we receive that kingdom of heaven that Paul was speaking out. That's our inheritance after we die. So this whole life is preparing you for to leave this flesh, this new heaven, this new earth in Revelation that it speaks of, because nobody wants to speak on these words. Very seldom do people make out Revelation like is this. They don't know what Revelation is. I am Pastor Revelation. I minister this apocalypse, and have done this for you guys on this. Father does it through me, through this ministry now for years. Okay, multiple channels, Predestined for Light over on TikTok here, and now this High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. But the gospel is always being taught here, and that's what's the beautiful thing about the gospel, is it can't be changed. Any changing of even a letter to Christ, this covenant is the other gospel that Paul warned of, and the other Jesus. And so you can't add to this gospel. It's infallible, it is perfect, it is divine, it is from above, not in the sky. It means it is pure, and it is not defiled by this flesh. So I hope you're getting yourself ready, as Paul said, to circumcise this, because they don't teach this in churches, because they don't want you to know. The churches, you wouldn't go put money in their baskets, you wouldn't support their ministry if they told you didn't need to go there, and you could just sit down with the word, and that's all you need. You need to have a relationship and not a religion, and you can find that without even Father will call your heart to do that. I know there are many people who stand behind a label, which he doesn't want us to have a label, but and maybe even call themselves an atheist, because they figured out that there's not some God in the sky, and there's no gods, and they've divorced this world and said, okay, well, I'll just carry this label, but I don't care what people think of me, because I still go home and have a relationship with the Word. But remember, he said, if you deny me in front of your friends and your family, in this modern day co-workers on the interweb, I'll deny you in front of my Father. So you got to share the light. Don't let them fool you. The Word speaks out, should call out to your heart. It's written on the heart of the bride only. He only loves his bride. He don't love everybody. That's a fallacy. That's a phallic worship. This God loves everybody nonsense. Cracker Jesus, whatever you want to call it. They're December 25th. They're Pecker Jesus. Hey, we did it again. We never had Pecker Jesus. We started today. I got to remember that, like a pecker pole. Anyways, listen here. Woody Woodpecker, huh? All right, I was gonna do the whole Woody Woodpecker, but I better not. All right. So one of you guys are laughing over there. What do you guys do? Look, we're not here to, that means to be stupid. You're not here to be liked by this world, brothers and sisters. He said, if you are loved by this world, you'll be hated by my Father. So don't go out there trying to make friends with this world. Actually, he tells us this world is mammon traditions of men. They go after balls in the sky. Ask any one of your family, friends, ask people where God's at. They're going to point over their head telling you that he's somewhere up in the stars. Guys, I kind of know the stars. I got kind of a thing for the. I hope you remember, this is very important. And I wouldn't just, and I'm not saying it's the end of the world or anything like that, brothers. Would you please, anytime we have one of these celestial sign, there'd be signs in the stars and the sun and in the moon. Everybody, it's the end of the world, right? As we know it. So I just, Y2K, Mayan calendar, the whole, everybody's cry wolf, and then they don't even look. So, but anyways, no planets, no stars, sun and moon, Father. So if you live on Planet of the Apes, please leave there, Chewbacca. You're going to tell me that Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok, and now we got big feet. Take your big ass feet and get them out of here, please. I can't teach you if you don't want to learn. Stubborn like an ass. All right, anyways, big feet. Who's here? Who's still standing 10-toe? He's like on your knees like a slave. I'd rather die 10-toe standing for this word than a slave to their system. So anyways, remember, there would be signs in the stars, and
in the sun and the moon, and these things are left for us, brothers, sisters, and as a this is a time marker. Like this particular star is called Kronos. See, but everybody, God, there's no Kronos is not a god in the sky. Saturn had its slowest rotation in the celestial firmament, and so they prayed to that star and had their Saturnalia. This is Jesus Christ, Sex Pistols. So it's the same thing. It's the Basti. It's your wheel worship. It's your wheel Jesus. Get on the train and ride the train into the train station because knowledge is nothing. It's the abyss. It's the 9/11 God. Oh, God. But it's okay. Stars, sun, and moon, brothers and sisters. If you're spinning on a ball planet, then this is probably not the channel for you either. So that's exactly why he divorced his bride Israel, because they went after gods in the sky, balls, and people can't even decipher now and ask people where they think heaven's at. Heaven's not above your head, idiot. That's not what heaven is. Father didn't create a heaven in Genesis. Heavens are his favorite, and that's pride in the Old Testament. And he loves a little bit of the Gentile nation, a little bit of the Jew nation, everybody under this covenant. Not all people, right? He's an all-loving God, yes, but not everybody. You got that all backwards. Who said he loves everybody? Love is the word agape, and that's this Christian nonsense, these Satan, whatever. They all follow this Mass A Jesus. That's Christ Mass, so who do you want me to call it? They're Christo. Mass A is the eating the human flesh. He doesn't want us to eat flesh, human flesh. The giants were eating the flesh, the Anunnaki. Hello? That's why he told me that was his final straw. He's seen enough of this eating, giants were real. I don't know why there's still people that walk this rock that have height, and giants have, been here. I don't dispute there's giants, but where did people come up with big feet? And alien isn't a thing that's a physical being. Aliens aren't beings or physical. That's a word. You're like strawberry shortcake over there with your alien nonsense, spinning saucers and flying space balls or whatever. You're childish. You watch too much television, and I fell for this when I was younger. So, but what does the word tell us? Does the word say that there's gods in the sky? No, that's exactly why he divorced his bride Israel. He said, I control the Pleiades, the stars. So you read out of these other books that have been rejected for a reason. You think a watcher is somebody that's come out of the sky. An angelos is a messenger. So exactly what they did back in their little strawberry shortcake or little whatever they wanted to do, their Puff the Magic Dragon. The dragon is Leviathan. When he says, dragon, the beast out of the sea, people couldn't determine what a beast is. I could ask 99 people that walk down the street and ask them where, hey, it says 666 is the number of what? And I know what the answer that I'll always get. And it's always going to be wrong. 99 out of 100 people don't know where heaven's at. They don't know where hell is. In a place. Hell is not a place. Hell is in a space. Space isn't above your head. Earth isn't below your feet. Heaven's not above your head. God's not in the sky. This is what the whole world thinks. Go ask everybody you know. All these people chooching on their meat cigarettes, their pole worship, snap into a Slim Jim. Oh, yeah. That's the Kool-Aid. Remember that guy? He's the first one to say, oh, yeah. Hey, we got to give credit where these people love drinking their Kool-Aid and slamming their opium, or whatever. They do their march with their red and blue team or whatever. They're just tag, you're it, whatever. These people would capture the flag. They fight over flags. And I took a note to the Constitution, not some stupid flag. I shit on flags, and diarrhea like runs in the genes, and I burn after I take a crap. Well, really, what's a flag have to do with the Constitution? Nothing. What's a country have to? It's about a constitutional right.
So people have forgotten freedom is long gone, and free will has never been part of any of this. There's no free will, there's no luck, there's no gods in the sky, there's no fairy is a Celtic demon, and a demon is a liar, and we've all been a demon, and we've all been what the word Nephilim, it means a bully. You're trying to push your bull ball shit, I apologize, dung on other people. I'm a flawed man. I'm not any kind of perfectionist, or, Father makes me hard on myself, but and get it all right. That's why we're supposed to go back and reproof this word with each other and be like a refiner's fire with the word, not by self will, not by love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thy love thyself is him. Love, he's the love, he's the agape, he's the one that divides, he's the separator, he's the one who condemns. Use the word. If they're in the broad way, show them to the narrow way. That's all it takes. It's not like this is some kind of rocket science here. You gotta have a degree in rocket science. I know there. Listen here, token. Put a little quarter ride in there at the Kmart for you, and they'll rock you like a rodeo ride. All right. Well, there's the rocket too. Remember, either way, you got you rocking to their whatever. He said, "I am the Petra." These people put all their trust in man and science and Scientology and whatever. All of them. I don't want to go into their isms, but they're all the same to me. It's all this system that I'm not trying to change anybody to make anybody change. Um, I'm only told to show them to the light, and that's it. And Father's the one that's allowing all of this to continue, as far as under this covenant. That people that seek vengeance, people that go outside this covenant, they'll pay the price in the end. You're not going to escape any judgments. There's only one judgment. Yeah, there's it. Rain Man. There is what is called self will. Thank you, Elijah. I don't know if he's dead, but he really helped refine. His name was Civic in the chat, and he said, "Dad, I love the ministry so much. I love it, but you're a little hard on telling everybody that God created all things. You need to explain more. When you explain more with the pornea, that they have options. Father gives us what is called self-will. It's not his. You're not doing Father's will. You're not doing the upright, righteous thing. You're doing your own dirt will. You're not loving him. You love yourself, and that's not what we're supposed to do. So only preordained, or what you said, predestined, is what the word says in Romans 8 and 29. I also did foreknow. That's the Greek word to have foreknowledge of, prognosko. And he already knew who he had already chosen from the foundation of the world, who he predestined to be his bride. But that only applies to the ones he loves. Everybody else is a vessel of wrath, fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. So he didn't preordain, he created. He's the creator. And I know what you mean by ordained, but because he's sovereign and he is the law, so he is the only sovereign. There's no sovereign. I wish we could strike the word deserve or sovereign from our lips, because none of us are deserving. Only we are already bought and paid and chosen, and by self-will we can have our name blotted out of the book, because we do not do well under this covenant. We shouldn't be pastors by name, and I didn't ask for to be pastor. It's just part of the, when there's 50,000, I didn't ask for the numbers. It's a restricted channel. This channel could be 500,000 easily if they didn't, through the the banning that they do, because their truth's not being taught anywhere else. So but under this covenant, let me teach you something and get her done. Under this covenant, there is no woman is not, even though that a woman is made for man and a woman could not speak in the church. Our body is a temple, and under this covenant, we are equally yoked. So yes, a woman could pastor this, but we're not supposed to be standing in some physical pulpit anyways, because remember, he's not. That's why churches are nothing. They're swine. They're the exact opposite. It was the church that hung Christ. It was the Catholics. It was the, whatever, the Jew, whatever you want to call through the lineage. It was the same. It was the church that actually crucified him. It wasn't Pontius Pilate. It was, actually, remember, it was those Pharisees that wanted him to be put and stretched back and tortured and stuck. That Roman soldier that came. We know exactly, if you follow Roman torture and you love this word, then we're equally yoked. So absolutely, a woman. That's what I'm saying. I don't think I'm going to die without having yoked to a woman, because I don't think I know if there's a woman who loves this word as much as me. and I need to be equally yoked. If she don't love this word as much as me, I ain't looking for no loner wife, no loner girlfriend. I'd rather die single. I'm okay with Father. I'm married to the word. I'm a bride, baby. I'm a bride. I'm already paid for and been chosen, and he's going to tarry and they'll come back and pick me up. Don't you understand? There's going to be a wedding. I love that so much, and I get to be a part of that if I follow in his will. But I have to do his and not my own. So that's pornea, and that's the word self-will. And if we don't do Father's will, then we're doing our own, and he knows what we're going to do. Although he may give us an option, which we think that we know, that's not free will. There's actually a defined word. It's called pornea, or idolatria, or as you know in the English, it's called idolatry. And I take the time to sit down before I speak these words, because we're not supposed to speak on these words. That's the word prophet, or the word teacher. And he said, call no man teacher. So, and there is no prophets walking this rock today. So would need hospitals. And in the dialect, gloss, a tongue, nobody's speaking in tongues. That's not a thing. There's no such thing as speaking. It's in the definition. That's the word dialect or dialectus. Glossa, it's foreign, and I know it's alien to you, just like some people think alien exists in a physical. There's no physical aliens. This is nonsense. This is your, you know, a lot of people willingly put themselves under these made-up gods. I wish people would find their own way. Just imagine how beautiful that would be. Well, there's only one way there, GE. There's actually two ways. So I think you're just not understanding what this defined word means. So there's only two ways, and there's the hados, and there's the straight gate, and that's only very many are called, but the word is oligos. It means a fraction. Most people go to hell, and most people don't know what the word hell is. So I'm not sure where this beautiful place or space that you speak of. Sound like some kind of Reiki teaching, but that's okay. We'll continue. Willingly put their self under these made-up gods. Well, see, there's only one true Father. Yeah, okay, hold on. I'll go back to Marissa. And he doesn't, never had breast, or nor did he have flesh. Hold on one second, Marissa. And we'll see if we can at least shine a little light on this. This whatever this is that you've fallen under this spell about this beautiful gods. He said, thou shalt put no gods before me. There's only one Father, God. You know, he said, before Abraham was, I am. That is Christ Jesus. In case you hadn't figured it out, that's who Father is in flesh. He had to birth a flesh vessel to fulfill the Gentile nation. So he is the Hokadesh. That means spirit, and you have to have this in you and on your heart. In some of these Mammon traditions of this beautiful place that you speak of is the one way to find their own way. You said own way is Broadway, and that's the way that leads to hell, and that's where you're at right now. And I'm not G5 downing you. You're just an idiot, and an idiot's not an insult, and you might feel attacked, and I'm not attacking you at all. You just probably have no understanding of what these words say in this book, because it was just, he is the word. That's what Father is. He's not some book, because that means paper, and he is the living word in existence, and that's all. You wouldn't be here without that existence. So I don't do balls and gods in the sky, and gods is the word deity, little g gods, deity, that's word demon. And if you lie to somebody else, that's what you are by definition. You're a demon. But people think demon is like, who are you going to call? Ghostbusters, or like poltergeist, like spinning heads, or some kind of owl worship, or Moloch, or whatever. Hold on, my dog is in here. Hold on one second. So there's only one God, and God is actually a title. So God is a stupid word, and you're God. So, because that's my two witnesses. That's a title, and Lord is a pagan term. That means master. Christ is a pagan term. That means anointed in oil. God is not ever written in the text, like the word Lucifer. That doesn't exist. That's not a thing. There's no such thing as Lucifer. Lucifer is like strawberry shortcake, or like frosted Lucky Charms. They're magically delicious. You know, this at the end of the rainbow, kind of this pot of gold nonsense. You know, it's like golden age with Mr. Warp Speed right now. When we're in the age of clay, we're not in some age of iron ore. Iron ore. Look at that. Oh, that was pretty good. Hold on, I don't let my dogs in there. They're everything to me. They ain't like cheaters stole from me, so gotta take care of my pups. Come on in, my big dog. You guys are being the best dogs that I ever had. You're the best boys. There's all the water out there. You got a huge water bowl, but you got to come bring the water in here too. This is the best water. They love the water. All the dogs, even the dogs, will come over from Kevin's property next door and come drink the water over here. All right. Remember, they've got their pink hearts and yellow moons and green clovers and blue diamonds and purple horseshoes. Remember, follow your nose. There are Toucan Sam. That's who Toucan Sam is. Toucan Sam is Lucifer. That doesn't exist. There's no such word as Lucifer. There's no such word as planet. So anybody you know that thinks they live on a planet is an idiot. And they don't have any understanding what scripture is, what this means, and they have no reason to ever speak of any of these celestial markers in the clock that's above their head. Because they probably think you can go to the clock and go up there and somebody's gone to the clock and things come out of the clock and things come out of the sky and things come from balls in the sky. And we all came from balls in the sky. We used to be balls in the sky. Now we're here. Shut up, balls in the sky. Take your sky daddy, ball god, or whatever your nuts. You're nuts. Get out. Take your the man's nuts. Grab them. Somebody take them. Get them out of here. Man, woman, I don't care. You're still nuts. Listen here, chipmunk. Squirrel doesn't need to be told to put up nuts for the winter, does it? So you're not welcome. I don't sup with vipers, and so your store is not welcome here. So go pitch your other little Jesus somewhere else. Your Jesus has got breast, and I don't Jesus with breast, and Father didn't have flesh nor breast. So your breast Jesus is not welcome. Pecker Jesus. So take your pecker pole God with horns, your horny Jesus, your horny pecker pole breasted Jesus, and cracker Jesus. Not Caesar Borgia, your image Jesus. That was, remember, that was a homosexual pope who had a gay lover. The Borgias, you don't have to study that much to find that out. I mean, we do live in the age of the apocalypse now. We're in the last book. So it's not like we were back in, the book of Genesis at the beginning. We're here at the end, at the last book. Doesn't mean it's the end of the world either. I mean, well, the world as you know it will come to pass, but it says there'll be a new heaven and a new earth. So guess what? You don't go anywhere else. You just die and come out from the dirt, like it says. You'll come out of the sky. Heaven's not in the sky. There's no gods in the sky. Where do you get this from? Because you've been watching too much television. Universal Studios presents, Paramount Pictures presents, all this. It was the first time you saw some gray alien. They did that to you by shape-shifting you, right? There's no such thing as shapeshifters. That's another one of these things, lizard people. Where are lizard people are controlling the world? You've been watching too much True Blood, huh? Shapeshifters, right? Go gadget arm. Hold on, wait a minute. Now you're an android. I mean, you're a cyborg. You've been hooked up to like an antenna. Patent 060606, whether you like it or not. But that's okay. I'll be the crazy guy like Noah. And then it rained. You ever read the book of Luke? He said, my disciples in the book of Luke. So only the disciples will understand that one. Some of these things are inside jokes, like wandering Jews in the desert. It's only for the bride. Get it? Wandering Jews in the desert. Wandering Jews in the desert. In temporary places of study or worship. It's not going to get better. I still think this is the live stream called Sorrows, and that means it's going to get intense, baby. Tabernacles, wandering Jews in the desert, get it intense. Anybody know what a tabernacle is? I'm in my tabernacle, and my temporary, this place is going to blow away from the wind. Remember? Will it blow me away? Probably. I remember when I had Trish here, and I was building something out here. I haven't dated very many people, but it was a lady had out here for a little bit. She appeared and then she went, she appeared, she went. But I said, hey, all this is going to blow away. This will probably be over in Bend. And she's like, I said, well, You know, the shelter I have back here, it's not really to save my life. It's to archive the books. They don't blow away. I'm trying to, somebody's got to, you know, it's just, I'm crazy, you know, that when you met me. So, but, you know, this is all just surface stuff on the surface. Don't you understand this magnetosphere is getting crushed? And I cannot believe how much further it's gotten whacked since that time, because that's been years ago that, I can't remember. It's been several years, but, I don't think she could wrap her brain around the fact that the wind could blow 200 miles an hour for 2 weeks straight or 300 miles an hour for 3 weeks straight. Oh, no, it can't. Okay. Whatever you say, man. See, I'll be the Noah right now. You guys all go run off the cliff, and I'll be the only one going in the other direction. You guys call me batshit crazy, and I'll be all right with that. Because remember, it ain't even rained on this earth. And I don't make predictions of things and I'm not making any predictions or anything. I know what they're doing. I've got the white papers. It's called the Book of Revelation. So they're going by the scriptures, brothers, sisters. You just don't know. You don't love this word um, as much as you could, and we all fall short of it. That's why I told you. And I too, I still can. I'm hard on myself. I could have read, but I got hooked on the gospel, and it just tells me don't. I get this thing. It's like it doesn't matter. I can keep reading, but as long as I know this gospel and I love this, and I keep staying this and sharing this gospel, everything else just seems irrelevant to me. I don't have to read the other books. I don't have to. I still go back and study things but I don't need to like do this big master finding. And because Father has been calling this out to my heart since I was young, and He made me seek it in many ways and screw it up and make it my own and twist it and do all these things to it. But when I stopped massaging it and just let it do what it does, He didn't speak with marbles in His mouth. And there's the reason why aletheia, truth, is such an important word, as He tells us He's the truth, is because you don't find that without defining anything. And most people don't define anything. And that's where they're lost in space and heaven and earth and planet and big feet and aliens and sons of God being fallen angels and having, 30-foot dudes with, magic school bus sized cocks sticking them into a 5-foot frame woman. That's how that worked, right? That's how we've got these bullies walking around right now. That's what the word Nephilim means, but they'll take and twist a story to gods in the sky. So that's the whole thing. And they've got the whole thing. Look at, you don't think the president's in on it? He ain't say we ain't got any files, and he invented a whole Spaceballs force, remember? They already had the Not a Space Agency, or not a straight answer. What's that place called? NASA, that's it. NASA, all the billions of dollars. He had to steal more money from the taxpayer to gods in the sky. Here we go with this Space Farce logo and his Reiki symbol and with his warp speed. Hello, Captain Kirk. We're going to go trek through the stars. Here we go. Nobody's even looking at these celestial markers that have been left for us that Christ spoke of, even gave 2 witnesses, and were left even before this passing of this age when we were still in deception. He left the age of the birth of the Christ second, first, or he first birthed in flesh, second he'd sit in the stars, and then he gave that revelation as that second witness to John. And I know that we're in that book now because I seen revelation come to pass before the book even came to fruition by the age, by the celestial firmament declared it, not I, even Pluto, which they want to dispute whether it's a planet or it's a star or whatever. It's in Aquarius now, idiot. We're in the age of deception. Pisces, waterfish, it's over, idiot. Grow up. We're in this revelation. We're here. This is the book of this is the apocalypse. This is what the apocalypse, we're in the second rider of Revelation. The rider on the red horse, where man will kill them. We've already seen the rider on the white on the white horse. The one that comes, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. The one that Trump has his house decorated with Mithra, the sun god, Baphomet, Bel in the grove, tree and sun worship. Tree birthed in the middle of the winter, the sun god. That's Jesus Christ, December 25th. There's no mistaking it. 100%. I can prove it. So if you go after Jesus Christ, I rebuke you. Get out of here, you Christian idiot. You are swine, and you do this Catholicism, this crackers and grape juice. The body of Christ is the church. The church is your brothers and sisters and your mother, sons of God, not fallen angels, not crackers and grape juice. That's not what they ate when he said, eat my body. He's talking about supping with your brothers and sisters that are in the narrow way, and not with vipers and not casting your pearls before swine. Pigs. Low energy, brothers, sisters. Remember that man said he was legion demon, if you will, right? No, demon is a distributor of fortunes or lies. Lies. That's what he said. He was many lies. Legion. A demon is a distributor of lies. A Nephilim is a bully. A fallen angel doesn't come out of the sky. He said to meet him in the sky, and he's not talking above your head. You have to meet him to receive your inheritance. Hello? Hello? That's what this is about. The dead will be raised from the ashes and the dust. What can I tell you? These people don't love this word. They don't love the book of Revelation. I am Revelation. I continue and will always, till the day I die, minister this apocalypse, because this is the day, this is the age. The writers are here. We're in the last book. The firmament declared it, not I. He controls the Pleiades, the 7 stars, which are the 7 candlesticks, which are the 7 churches. For Christ's sake, know your historical, biblical, and scriptural record, and you might stop ripping my love down from the tree he hung from and putting yourself back under the 7 Noahide laws, Sabbath laws, and celebration, ritual, and fee, and fine. We're not under that covenant, you idiot. Grow up. You're not going to get there by works. Faith without works is dead. You have to endure to the end to be saved. You have to suffer under this covenant. You have to conform, and he was crucified, or they want to crucify you. So you're not a disciple of Christ unless they want to crucify you. It could be your friends and your family. It doesn't need to actually, I mean, I would, if I would, you stand up to this beast, because this is the strangled nation, strangulation nation with their petrodollar. And you have a chance now to speak up. And if you suffer, so what? Father will cover you. That's what he sent Christ for. Correct. For the sins of the world that you didn't go by. Not for your sins, you idiot. That's you did that to yourself. You'll pay, you pour out a measure on all of us. Vessels of wrath or vessels of mercy, brothers and sisters. There's no other way. So I don't know what this idiot was talking about earlier about. The only way is through the narrow. Narrow is the way. And that's the only way for the bride. They're the only ones who are willing to, not willing by their will, by Father's will. If I didn't call out to the hearts to seek, ask, knock, sup, not with vipers, show them to the way. If they're in the broad, to the narrow, hados. So don't listen to these beautiful Reiki idiots. They want to create peace, and says sorrows. How the hell you come on some channel and says sorrows? Because the person don't know the word. There's only one way to the Father, and that is the narrow way, and he's the one that said, I am the Aletheia. So it's only meant for the bride, so you don't worry about it. It's hard for some people to wrap their brain around. God doesn't love everybody. He loves his bride. They'll blot their name out. Those are the ones he already chose by this number. The 144,000 is not a literal number. You know how big I am, and Father does things exactly by the number. That's why we're the 490, 7 times 70, 7 times 70 gospel here. He does this, but 144 proved that it is Gentile, Jew, man, white, black, red, brown, woman, man, good, evil. All. He didn't say 1201 under this covenant because, hey, I'm Christ and my favorite, and we didn't succumb because I came from out of Judah, not of Nazareth, you idiots. Nothing good could come of Nazareth, right? So now we get 1201 and Jeremiah, and then so Gad, you guys get 1100, 999, and Ham, you got, no, he said 12,000 from the 12 tribes, fulfilling all covenant, all. Nobody else teaches that. There is the true aletheia of the 144,000 is elect. It's not a literal number. Stop taking and twisting his words. You know what I mean? Saying that's, people love to do that under this. Oh, it means this because we're the Jehovah's Witnesses, we're this religion, and we're chosen. You're an idiot. It's everybody. It's from all 180 countries, not some place in the middle of the desert, you Old Testament idiot, fleshy fool, you fake Jew.
Those are fake Jews in World War II. They were spiritual Jews, you idiot. Grow up. Wandering spiritual Jews, inwardly spiritual Jews. It's a spiritual baptism. It's spiritual blood. Blotted out in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. Remember the blotting out? 144,000. Only those that will be written in the Lamb's book of life. It's not a literal number. His father's house is a mansion. It's a mansion. It's a many rooms. He said this, correct? He would stand up because he was seated at the right hand of the Father. And he'd come back and he would crush with that heel that was bruised, that serpent, Leviathan. Remember this demon, this distributor of fortunes. He would make this right, correct? He would make your enemies your footstool, ashes under your feet. He would make that happen, correct? By that heel that was bruised. He would do it with fire. It's going to bring the fire. Remember, not water. We're not in that age anymore. We're in the age of air, where the heirs will be crowned. Let no one take your crown. Revelation 3 and 11, 2 kings, 2 crowns. Hello, I come quickly. Revelation 9:11 says they have a king over them. They just had their no kings rituals, mocking the whole world. Guess who paid for that? Walmart. The corporation, the government. I already told you, Walmart. Work camps, baby. It's coming. I think the robots will defile them. Oh, well, they'll file them in there. Their little robot daddy, little Iron Man, little stinky muskrat, remember? He'll help with the cause. He's got a little Starlinks up there to check you out. So you're the wireless. You're remote controlled. Patent 06, stand on the X666, patent 0666. Gates through the broad way leads to the wide gate. There you go, worshiping the system. Mammon traditions of men, loving this. People do, they love this. And actually, let's take a pause for the cause here, because we still got to deal with this. Oh my gosh. And I better get off here pretty soon. Trump just turned on his fan base, guys. His little MAGA idiots, all of them. There's a lot of them. 81, I don't know, whatever, million or whatever. There's a whole bunch of them that voted for him, and then again and again and again. So 3 times they gave their, not twice, they voted 3. They did. Joe Biden, he didn't come out of his basement. Donald, Joe Biden, Trump, Hillary Clinton, Kennedy, Bush Jr., Washington. How about that? Roosevelt. I don't care. They're all on the same team. So wings to the same dragon. But how do I live in a world where the so much that they revel after this man before, but I do see a splitting and a faction, and I actually think it's a another fan, because he's waving. Because Nathan got it. It's all right. He's a China, man. I love China, right? With their, all right. Anyways, but who's going to put out the fire, man? So peace, 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 peace. And all he's doing is dropping. You guys, they put manned aircraft in Ukraine. You're talking about 100 men per Patriot, that's a battery of 100 people. Man, he's talking about. They just supporting this, guys. Declared war on the world. So I know Father's using him like a tool, like a puppet on a string, and he's doing such a good job that he put the best actor in the world to do it. So I tried to tell people that if they were going to collapse the economy and collapse the country, they would do it under Trump, because he's the one who's had how many bankruptcies, and he's still a billionaire, 36 felonies. He's the president. I mean, you got to have some pull like Joe Biden, right? You got to skip Joe Daddy. So to be 47, which is 11, president, blind 11, 4 plus 5 is 9. He skipped Joe, 4 plus 7 is 11. So that's how blind the public is as a bat, like soup out of a laboratory, or in an alphabet soup gang, aren't they? He loves that too. Remember, he loves cops. He is the Second Amendment grabber, I do believe, again, through my works, and not just a thought in my head, that he'll be the one to take the Second Amendment from the American public. And it says it in the there was some change too. I don't know if anybody would have looked at the debt calculator. It's cool that they changed it. I thought they might leave it up until that date, but it was up there for a long damn time. So you should see what's coming in your bubble trouble. You'll get in your FEMA Walmart work camps, because you're in FEMA region. What? I'm in FEMA region 10. If you're outside the bubble, you'll be feral. Ooh, it might be pretty hard to be outside the bubble. They might be able to use those direct energy weapons against you, and like an antenna track and trace you if you're outside the bubble. So
it's going to get interesting. It's not going to be the end of the world. I really feel like we have several years, they keep pointing at this 2030 thing, guys. It's just don't overdo it. We're going to be here until Father is done. Nobody knows the day or the hour. Only Father, not Christ. And the angels in heaven isn't somewhere above your head. So you might want to recorrect that, because maybe if we don't do something and get anything in through your thick skull tonight, I know you're not Cro-Magnon. You don't have as big a brain and as Cro-Magnon and as thick skin, but um, you know, this is part of this. If you continue, everybody keeps warping this, where we're headed here. This is going by the book of Revelation. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to change. I didn't understand how Trump could have this anti-gravitic technology and this free energy and this. Why do we fight all these oil wars? Because these people think they can upload. Just listen for 1 second. These people think they can upload what you think is your Jiminy Cricket, conscience or whatever you want to call it, right, to the cloud or some robot. Because if you haven't figured it out yet, you don't get a new body that's flesh. If you're going to go to where his Father's house is at, and he's preparing that place, your inheritance that you reign over is this flesh. That's what you get as a, you know that's what you're going to, that's what you receive, is the ability to rule over your meat suit, because you think you need to have a new body, and that will come again, but that doesn't happen until the little season, and that hasn't happened yet. He said, when I return, no one will know my agape. I'll make a new Shem. And so we haven't seen that final trump shofar, that last of the seven. Seven is like the number of maturity, or seven is the number of completion, and so, or judgments. Remember, seven judgments, and those seven ram's horn, and that final trump. He puts 1 foot on the land, he puts 1 foot on the sea. It says time is no more. So this is it for this. Here you've got one, time to before the final seventh shofar judgments. These people think they can make it through this time. I don't know how. And I think once again they're going to try to go underground. I think that's what Scripture talks about again with the Hopi, and we always do this because of the sun cycle. And some of these arcs that they built before were not even arcs that were above the ground, guys. They literally built arcs, castles underneath your feet, and you just don't know that these things exist. And there are major, floors. I think so. What was that one? It was like 200, feet or something. How many stories or whatever it was, or, but it was you know, this is how nations had made it through these cycles that we're in right now. And that's what this book of Revelation is telling us about the time of sorrows, where this negation, this cancellation of this magnetism is going to continue to cause this massive evolution that you're seeing. And it doesn't mean like new species, but that's what they're going to try to reveal. So if Trump didn't hold this tech, if he wasn't trying to use it, I do believe we've already would have destroyed everything, and it would have gone off too early. And I didn't quite understand why his family got to hold this tech, because they could separate silver, which is things, I say this every time. I know they hate this because I don't think this has ever been said. And whatever, I put out a channel called Silver's Like Gold. So I kind of, whatever, I have a phileo for silver. It's just a worldly thing. It's not, I don't have love for it. It's just, it's money, but it's not, I don't care about it. But, again, they sold Christ for 30 pieces. It was the first, grain monetary in the silver dinar. So, but it is the lifeblood of the military industrial complex, and they could use that type technology to separate the silver from any elements by vibration and sound, and maybe that's what they got going in the future. And I do think that's why they have their eyes on Mexico, because they can't go into a big robotic world and tech for the next, let's say if this lasts for 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 or 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 more years, that they need silver to do all of this. They cannot do, every screen that's a swipe screen, every circuit, every switch, everything, it has silver in it. So solar, they've got this photovoltaics now, which is a double, almost triple the amount of silver as a normal solar panel. It's used in medicine. It's used in clothing. I mean, it's the most widely used metal. It's most conductive, most reflective. They use it to spray in our atmosphere, to cloud seed with silver iodide. Um, it's just such a complex. They've used it. What's the most purest thing on this rock? Water, right? Pure water. They use this to purify water. Silver to purify water. So it's kind of the sleeper, guys. It is the lifeblood. And I know people think it's oil, and that's how we control. But silver has made World War One, two, three. All these worlds are possible. There's 500 ounces. I was saying, I don't know where in the tip of a cruise missile or a Tomahawk missile, that smart missile, and they blow that up, and that silver all blown to well, that's Nathan. That's if you look. I'm glad that you say that. If you look, they're really starting to release. They just did that big, beautiful bill is going to allow them to sell off a loss of these national parks. I'm glad you're paying attention to that. And that's where I believe they have all these minerals locked up at. Like how many dams are in private, parks across the, it started obviously with the, Grand Canyon with the gold discovery that they had found there, and it would ruin the monetary system at the time. So they put it in a reserve, and they all met at Jekyll Island and said, what the hell do we do? If this public figures out that there's more gold than we're telling them, we can't control the system anymore. We're going to lose our control. And you can find all this in the New York Times. They're not hiding this, but it's out there. And they do their road to Ruta, and they'll go back eventually to the gold standard. That's why it's all in the right here. It's already showing you. They've been trying to tell you guys for a long time. I'm going to take this greenback system back to this. If you read all of this, it's all here. It's all in their writing and all. Very few things are hidden, especially in this age. And that thing came out in the age of deception. So they were already giving you an idea of what was, yeah, there we go. There's nothing changed. The head and eagle, it used to be grains, right? But now we got the head and eagle. So the Club of Rome, there we go. The head and eagle coin, two cheeks to the same dragon, two sides to the same coin. So, but it's good that people, understand, there's not a bunch of us guys, but we're not fooled by their trickery, and they can't, you can't take away God's money. But I do believe, again, with all my understanding, if they were able to use this frequency wave technology, and they could separate silver from the rock and would never have to use a chemical or such a massive process. They could probably even use it in the e-waste. Darn it, I let it slip. That's all right, guys. I don't care. Father didn't make me a prophet. I'm not a prophet. I just have the ability, the word is prognosco, to have foreknowledge of these things, because it's not that hard to figure these things out. So separation by sound wave and frequency, if that makes sense. So they could do this with many things, and they don't use this type of, right now. They have compression and pneumatics in Rome, and with air and frequency and energy wave. And there's so many things that could be done here that, people have just fallen for this. I don't know. They've got everybody on the illusion that they're spinning around on a block, on a planet. I mean, a ball. So, that's exactly how sound works. They're eggs addict. Sound is the beginning of all things. Remember, this was created with sound. So don't. Oh, we're on one of these. We're on a globe. Get out of here, egg addict. Leave now. You're not allowed to be here. Get out of here, child. Go on there, spinning ball camp. Take your little egg worship somewhere else. Your little spinning eggs. Take your little
puff. I don't want to hear the puff bunny out of you. Little sugar-coated peep out of you. Time to go. Puffy bunny. Little egg addict. Wouldn't know anything probably about the ovulation cycle. Let me guess, egg addict. What year is it right now? Let's see if you know anything that you're talking about before you get silenced. Oh, darn it. All right, it's okay, guys. They're like, oh, they ain't gonna make it. It's okay, no worries. They probably think it's 2025, spinning around on a ball. So, hey, are you spinning around on an egg? Anybody spinning on a egg? Anybody spinning around a block? Anybody spinning around a ball? Anybody hexagon? Anybody hexagonal? Come on, guys. Are you spinning around on a cube, block, ball? Anybody won? Y'all in? Y'all done? We're auctioning off balls and blocks, and hey, we're just gonna throw it all at you. Might as well just put you in a pool of spinning qubits. All right. Nano qubits. All right. Anyway, so don't worry about it. It's okay. You got a name, all right. So egg is the Giannis, and that's the pecker god. Remember? Well, anyways, the Joker. Like two decks and two jokers in a deck of cards, like 52 pickups, smoke and fire. They're not into it. They're Uno, skip, and reverse and all that, draw two and all that. Wait, hey, go fish. It's a silly little whatever. They want to play war. I know what they want to play. They want to play a game of war, and I ain't trying to war with anybody. Remember that. Not trying to change anybody. So, but anyways, I was saying silver because it's the lifeblood of the military industrial complex, brother, sister. So, with silver is the bank killer. Just so you know, if you look what's been happening too with these banks, these top 8 banks, Citibank, Wells Fargo, HSBC, Chase Bank, all these are the ones. These are Chase is over the custodial market right now, and these paper comics market. I really been trying to bring people into this understanding, and it looks like I'm gonna have to just get rid of all my silver to get the attorney and my gold, but that's okay. But if you look at silver as the bank killer, because it's the lifeblood of the military industrial complex. We've scraped most of the surface silver off this rock. Silver is a very rare mineral as far as by itself. It comes up as a byproduct of mining base ore metals, copper, zinc, again, ore and iron and things like this. And it's obviously has more value than those other metals. And so they're going to, like when they mine gold, God's ratio is about 7 or 8 to 1. When they take this stuff out of the ground, it comes up with it. So everything. I think about it. Blades about aircraft destroyer, like one of these smart ones too that we have right now. You know what I'm saying? Think about that. Think about how much silver is in a nuclear, because most of them are nuclear subs. Like I said, every swipe screen's got a. So how many pounds, how many hundreds of, there's 500 ounces in a cruise missile and a smart missile. Imagine how much is in a, one of these high tech drones. There's a lot of switches, a lot of communicating with satellite, and a lot of ground base, and a lot of there's a lot of silver that doesn't makes that possible. It's the most reflective, most conductive metal on this rock, and it's the most widely used metal of all metals. It truly is. Without silver, they can't have all their future into this. We went over for oil, okay, and drugs, guys. More drugs and more oil. So, hopefully people see how important silver is. But again, in the future, guys, I think that we might see something like that come to fruition. But please pay attention. They're trying to cling to this life extension technology because they know after this time in the book of Revelation, brothers, sisters, that there is no flesh. The flesh comes back, but it's for an undetermined time. And I've studied this, and I haven't been able to ever determine after reading this new heaven and this new earth, because then it talks about a little season, but it doesn't actually give any numbers. So that's undetermined, that we're going to exist without flesh. And these people that for 8,000 at least years, and probably much longer, brothers, sisters, again, if we be really realistic about it, okay, because Rome never died, all these things, they're not going to keep their reign after this.
This is where they lose their reign over this rock. And this scares them so much that they are literally trying to build some kind of body. Their AI Antichrist, C3PO, Golden Bell God. Watch, it'll be some kind of robot that these people are going to rebel after. It'll probably be some kind of cyborg, Iron Man, if you will. Okay? But, and they think they can uplead their conscience to these robots and make it through this next time. And somehow come back and still reign, because somehow they've been able to do this. And I don't understand how, you look a lot of these people like Obama, he looks like this pharaoh, and these people go back and somehow they figured out this things that we're not supposed to be messing with in this time, brothers. People used to live for thousands, over 1,000 years old, right? And we don't live for 80 years now or something like that, so it's a different time, and if he said in the end days, if he didn't shorten, the days, no flesh would survive. So there you go. It's just in his word. So I hope you're ready. You know what I'm saying? Um, these people are so in deep embedded into this, I don't think we have a whole lot more time where they're going to start unleashing warehouses of these things, guys, because they have the whole general public thinking that these robots are alive and they can learn and they're their own people and they got feelings, and that gets them to program these robots just like they program these sheep to believe all this nonsense that computers can learn and computers have feelings and this won't shut itself off and it's like it's alive. You know what I'm saying? uh, this gives them a reason to come in here and eugenics a whole bunch of this stuff, and then they get to live in these robots with their Starlink uploaded to the net, whatever, you know. Um, they've already said they did this already, and don't act like they can't get inside your head, know what you think, and put it on a computer already. They can get inside your head and make that onto a screen. They have voice to skull technology. That's old technology. A lot of the, like I said, there's so much of this tech that's going to be revealed. It's going to come out. Yeah, you give them rights, and then they're alive, and then they have rights, and they can control people. They'll be guarding presidents and governments, and it's going to get pretty sci-fi, pretty stupid in here. Watch, it's not going to take long. It's going to come on real fast too. I'm not making a prediction like the COVID came on, bam, like a thief in the night. It is. It's the next thing you know, that stuff's going to be all over your head. There's going to be shit in the sky. I apologize, but drones. We don't see all the drones flying around. Did you see Peter? See, there we go. I didn't see that, but Elon's in the same thing. These people are all in their same. You guys, this transhumanism is exactly what I'm trying to tell you. These people know that this time is coming up. They know scripture better than all the religions, maybe better than all of us in this room combined. I'm telling you guys, these people are very savvy. The devil is a deceiver, and remember, we must be wise as a serpent. So they know what they're doing. They're very crafty, and they will perform all the same miracles and wonders, and and some of these things, like I said, we see some of these things already on this rock, brothers, sisters. You see things on this rock, and you shouldn't say, hey, that's not pure. That's a bleed over already. We're already seeing people levitating and doing things that I think before in time, brothers, sisters, there were things that we can, because we've all had the dream that we fly. Each and you can fly. It's this flesh that's holding you back. Don't fool yourself. Every one of us has had that dream. You start bouncing around and you like almost like a video game. It's like light. You're like, this is easy. Every one of you, and I know all 18 of you, and I have a horrible sleep schedule like that, whatever, but we've all had that dream, because you can fly. You know what I'm saying? You can. It's this flesh that's holding you back. So don't be trying to jump off anything, being something stupid. But we can, brothers, sisters. We all have this ability, like I said. But we're not supposed to be messing with this stuff in this lifetime. This flesh is here. We're not getting out of this thing. Where water's above, water's below. There's a reason why Father doesn't want us to go be bouncing around in the sky. it's fun. It's amazing. I love it. I mean, it feels like, because all the world is down there, especially when you get up there. It's like once you leave this world, you feel so much better, especially when you get your head above the clouds, if you will. But you know what I'm saying? And that's who you are, brothers, sisters. Never forget, that's who you are. And that's why everybody always hated me. My parents, like I said, I was so different. Everybody, because they told me my head was somewhere up there. I wasn't here. And because that's where it's at. That's where it's at. That's who you are. You are that spirit that can fly without this flesh. You are this without flesh is what you truly are. It's what you were before you came into this. Your parents made you. Your father created you. He knew you from the foundation of the world. But you didn't exist in flesh. This flesh is the test. So don't overdo that. Don't overthink what I just told you. But seriously, it's just this flesh that's the restrictor. It's just a temporary restrainer, and it will be lifted one day, and you'll get to be with Father again. But you can't go with flesh. You will not go to any place. And for right now, brothers and sisters, we don't need the flesh to be with Father, and that's what you probably can't get over. So this new heaven and new earth doesn't exist in a physical form. There is no physical new heaven and new earth. That's why you receive your inheritance. And the meek inherit reign over the earth, the ruled. And it is this ruled and earthly class that's ruled by these, masters, these lords, these deities, these principalities, powers, spiritual wickedness in high places. And they don't let Father and they don't let the Word rule over them. So you can't change them. But if they love this Word and they came to this gospel, you would realize that Christ left this place and he said he was going to go to where his Father's house is at, and that's inside you. So if you're telling me that right now Father's inside you, which if you hadn't figured that out right now, exists in a physical form, then you don't know Christ. You don't know Father. He destroyed all this physical. We're not under this, you know what I'm saying, um, physical covenant. Father does never existed in a physical being as a physical being. He birthed his son, who he is his only begotten son. Father, he being the son, Christ Jesus, to fulfill a nation. But again, um, if you would pay attention, he left to go to where his Father's house is at, and he destroyed already all these rituals and celebration and physical. And so now this only exists in a spiritual testament. I want to find your garments washed clean and white, right? Baptized in the blood of the Lamb. That's what that, washed clean, because you were supposed to be, that it's a spiritual blood. See what I'm saying? That this is all spiritual. And people aren't, that's the word Hokadesh or Holy Ghost. But ghosts aren't physical things, once again. That's why there's no physical ghosts. That's why people are just too much manifesting their own fairy tales, strawberry shortcake, type, Inspector Gadget, go Gadget arm, whatever you want to do, too much Felix the cat, too much, it's okay. But, so, but, anyways, try to remember that, brothers, sisters. Again, these people are in control. They know this word. They know what they're doing. They're very aware of what's going to happen. And that's why they're trying to segment this body to sever the conscience and upload this conscience to some metal frame to withhold it for this next age, because it's an undetermined. So I'd be ready for that. And they're going to try to turn you in one of these things, whether you realize it or not. And they're going to offer people this at one point in time. You want to go to the new world. You want to go to the, I mean, remember 40 years ago, they told you don't sit next to the television too close. Now these people got these things right in their faces, right? But it's such a crazy world that it's so right in your face now. You know what I mean? So here we are, and they're bringing this to come to pass. So I don't think we have years before this tech, when we see this next tech release, because they used to release iPhone, 1 to 4, 5, 6, and this, it'd be like a drip of once a year. But now, I mean, was it 2 or 3 years ago, they had robots on strings, and now they got them riding bicycles by themselves, doing the Macarena or whatever, the backflips. And I even saw I saw a cop dog fighting a drone the other day. Not even robots, but these were robotic guys for the first time ever. These literally equipped with weapons, and these two were fighting each other. That cop dog on the ground, hey, we're coming in to do a welfare check. Oh, nobody's here. All right, send them in anyways, right? Well, we did it for your safety. We love you. But you didn't answer the door, so we came in. They've already done this so many times using these. But anyways, there was this one battling this drone, guys, and I was like, holy crap, here we go. So this next release of tech should just be a massive tech drop is what I'm thinking again. And that's the new false flag. And this will come with the new setting of the new, digital credit system, and the digital communism, and the new monetary system. And it'll all be a part of this event that will take place, and it'll involve, spinning, a lot of spinning things, and things of doing all kinds of. And remember, they have what is called holographic technology. We've already seen they can take and put, Tupac on stage and do the moonwalk backwards. Maybe that wasn't, whatever, but they can put things in front of our eyes that we can't tell. They have blurred the difference. That's the other one. That's the other thing that I want to mention, guys. I think it's absolutely, it's so hard to tell what is a meme now, an AI generated, and what is real. It's like they do these, it's like the president is releasing these tweets or whatever, these shorts, right? And they've got everybody hooked on this. And it's like, I don't know if you've seen the one, but you see the one where Trump comes in, it's a meme. I think it's about 30 seconds. And he's talking about how he's going to, ship Elon Musk out of the country, and his Teslas are pieces of shit and all whatever, or something like that. And it's man, if you didn't know it, you'd think that, well, the president just made a release. Remember Biden, he didn't say nothing but now they've got people backing again on this tweet and whatever, and X but you can't tell the difference between a meme, AI generated meme, and the truth anymore. It's just all the same. There's the lines have been so blurred. Are you starting to see that? I think they can do that to you, by the way. That means they already have, oh, you've talked in your phone, you jerked off to your phone or whatever. They've been close enough to scan it. They got you if you want. I don't mean to go there, but look at, they can produce you anywhere on this world because of the Starlink stinky muskrat satellite thing system. They got you moonwalking into a bank and then robbing it or something. And you're sitting at home, guys. And actually everybody saw this happen, and it's on camera. It's thank you. You see what I'm saying, Justin? It is crazy, guys, how far we have gotten down this blurred rabbit hole line where you've talked in your phone by voice command. Guilty. I didn't do it for years, and I finally gave up on it. I'm like, whatever. I'll talk into the stupid phone. I've already said it a million times to yes, no, operator, representative. We've all done it, right? We've given it enough of our own voice. Some of you guys are laughing. So, hey, we've all done it, right? Freaking, I can't even understand this. Honey, listen to this crap. But but anyways, all right, check this out. So they can make you do whatever they want. They've got your voice, guys, and they can make you. So what is these memes now? You can't tell the difference between what is real and what is not. They have blurred the lines. Do you understand what I'm saying? How is what is real now, and how does it? So they can make any one of these public announcements and see if people would respond to it. Now it's like they're doing this this ritual. You know what I mean? And it's like the president did you hear what he said today? He straight gaslighted his whole MAGA base. Hello, MAGA.
Father, forgive them for they know what they do. So there we go. You know what I'm saying? Between endeavor. Yeah, remember Epstein didn't Epstein himself. Okay, guys, we know that. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy. This is crazy. So there's all these files existed for how long? You know, remember Pizzagate, guys? I mean, he's gonna drain the swamp, all this sense, you know. And now he's just gonna come out right and say it doesn't even exist. And it's the Dems' fault. And they doctored it. But it doesn't even exist. Epstein, the FBI actually came out and said that Epstein didn't have any clients and that there is no list. You know what I'm saying? There's no list. What the hell, guys? He just straight up, and then he came out today and he flipped on his whole MAGA base and said, if you believe this crap that the Dems are saying and you believe this, when he's protecting these people, whether he was on the list or not at this point is obviously irrelevant. He's protecting the people that were on that list, saying it didn't exist. So he's protecting all these pedos. And so he is starting to really, at a staggering rate, some of his fan base there is, I've already seen people burning MAGA hats, and this one might be the one that could organically take out some of these people that maybe were truthers that joined that stupid J6 nonsense, the honeypot or whatever, and he swooped up a lot of these people in this country that were supposed either more right, not this left, and I don't care about that, but he did the job that he came in to do. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and isn't Maxwell sitting in jail right now? Isn't there already someone sitting in jail over this crap? You know, Epstein's, you know, partner. I mean, this is so deep down the rabbit hole. For him to flip on this, guys, should show you. Why does anybody live anymore? That's why I'm telling you guys, I don't know how, you know, Father's being so merciful right now that you're an idiot. And don't, I'm turning my back on you. He just straight up said he's going to do it. He just turned on his whole, flipped the script on 81 million MAGA idiots. And I kind of feel bad for these people, brothers, sisters, because, you know, I think some of them were, yeah, I don't know. I don't feel bad for them. I just, in some ways, it's just they got taken, kind of like the whole scamdemic and voting and then all the whole investigation. He was going to audit the Fed, and the economy was in a bubble, and he's going to build the greatest wall. And instead, you got the greatest jab, and he blew Powell's bubble. You know, yeah. I mean, it's just it's unbelievable how far down this rabbit hole is now that the commander of the free world can come out and just lie to the whole public. And he's a king now. He's just doing this by, like Obama. Remember Obama said, I got a pen and a phone, right? And he started 923 executive orders. You know what I'm saying? So how he can turn and all the pictures and all the videos and all this, everybody already knows. That's what I'm saying. How have we become such of a sick? You guys got to remember, the whole world's watching the U.S. right now. If you're just from the U.S., you've got to imagine how foolish you look as a nation. I'm a part of it until I can get out of here, you know, and I'm not turning my back on the people here that are good, you know, trying to, you know, left, right, Republican, Democrat, donkey, elephant. It's all a lie. She said she had the files on her desk. You know how many times there was the files of them all releasing the files. They all had pictures of the thing that said Epstein files. You know what I'm saying? So I don't understand how they can even, how anybody can follow this now. So I don't support anybody who supports the system, and any of this. To me, it just seems like you're talking to somebody who doesn't care about this country, and they're self-centered, and they just fallen for some paradigm, whether it's left or right or red or blue. It's not. They're an NPC.
You know what I'm saying? They're an NPC. They don't have any, they can be pulled any way that turn them into an android, whatever, an avatar. I don't know, maybe they'll turn them blue and look like Smurfette. I don't know what they're going to do with these people, but I guarantee it's not going to be nice. The government's never been nice to the people, so I just, again, I find it so ironic that I almost want to just shut it all off at this point. How do I live in a world where people don't even, there is an Israel, Justin, but the Israel that it speaks of in the book of Revelation is not a physical Israel. It's not some place in the middle of the desert. It's all 180 countries. It is a 66 canonized, and only his bride disciples that love that word. They're spiritual, inwardly spiritual Jews, spiritual Israelites, like he was a Hebrew Israelite. That's what, but thanks for pointing that out, because I don't care about anything else. That's a good point. At this point, I could just turn the whole thing off, the internet right there. Because if you fall for that, then you fall for everything else that's physical, So thanks for Dash, Holy Spirit, spiritual, Holy Ghost. So Ruach Hakodesh. So yeah. Well, Israel in Scripture is all flesh under this covenant. So when it says Israel in the new covenant, in the book of Revelation, it talks about Christ's bride, his elect, Israel. That isn't anywhere in one place. That isn't some place in the middle of the desert. That is America, Russia, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Israel, Iran, Yemen. It's all flesh under this covenant. So that is Israel. That is Israel. That is his body. That's what he wants you to eat. All of this, not some crackers and grape juice ritual. So remember that. And it's a spiritual Israel. It's only spiritual. So although it does exist, it has to be all flesh. You know what I'm saying? But please, brothers, sisters, it's important. And like I said, we get ourselves spiritually ready, because that's all we got. You're only going to take your spirit. Your flesh is going to stay here. So Paul wrote in his writings in Ephesians, wrestle not against flesh and blood. So if you let them, or you do it to yourself and pull him down from the covenant that he made when he hung from that tree, then you're going to have to face Father, where the wages of sin was one death, sisters. I would not want to see that happen to anybody. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't want to see that to happen to anybody. But that it doesn't matter. I'm not the decider of that. So try to keep that in mind. Don't be anxious. It's tough, but all you can do is show people to the narrow way at this point, and let Father condemn them. Just make sure you, when you have that chance, if you will, not by chance, like free will or by opportunity, that you give people that light. Show them this beautiful blessing that it is to be under salvation, to be under redemption, to be under repentance, to be under baptism. All these things are a long process, and we have to endure to the end. So imagine one sin was death. Bam, you're out of the book, man. You're done. That's a hardcore God. And he had a lot of 613 statutes, commandments was the law. One breaking of the law, sin, whether venial or mortal, was death, man. And we didn't have salvation. We didn't have forgiveness. There was no such thing as being rebuked. This was not even a thing at this point in time. So what of a blessed nation we are to be under the laws of right forgiveness, not bound by law, right? Because we're not under the law. We are destined, and only those he chose by not fate, because there is no fate, or my fate is not sealed by some law. I suffer under the law, their mammon law. But when I return to Father by judgments, I won't suffer that. He will cover me for these sins, and that is the blessing. So That's what this rock is all about, guys. It's a test of your will. It's a test of your faith, above all, and to see if you'll seek vengeance and you'll go after when somebody does something horrible to you. Will you go back and return them that favor, or will you turn your cheek? It says 7 times 70. You know what I'm saying? Uh, you know what I'm saying? So if there's something evil going on this rock, he says, do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Bring them in. Project Mockingbird keeps repeating these talking points, and then it's going to go away, guys. They can like I said, I told everybody that week. Okay, you have that under this covenant. I taught on that on the word orge. You have the right to protect yourself. Father didn't say let your wife or daughter get raped, or let somebody just, that's it's a whole different kind of thing then. And I struggled with it for a while. I did. I taught on it for weeks and weeks and weeks, and went back and called Brother Jim. I had Brother Ross involved, and I reproofed the word with the ministry, and we determined the same thing, that Father still created all things, and he's gonna tell you by having somebody beat you to see if you'll turn around and beat them back, or will you defend yourself. Is not, will you beat the brakes off them? If you think they're going to harm you and cause, you can defend yourself. You even have that under the Title 18, Fourth Amendment. So um, Father is not just going to let you get stomped, guys. Um, but if you have that chance at forgiveness, he does want you to, turn your cheek and give somebody the chance. Walk away if you can. Don't sit there and, you know, beat the brakes out of them and kill them if you don't have to. Use the necessary, force to, eliminate whatever threat you think it is to your houses, papers, persons, and effects. And that's covered under your Fourth Amendment. And that's a God-given, protected, organic law of the land. So remember, meek and weak are two different things. He didn't say be weak. He said be meek. So you do have the right to defend yourself, even though you're meek and you have to turn your cheek 490 times. There's a lot of times somebody get you fired at work, go try to get him fired. There's so many things that it's a long, that gives you a near lifetime as far as I'm concerned. 490 times is a lot of times for somebody to push on you and you not to push back. And you say, all right, Father, this one's in your hands. You're testing me. I know you are. And we're not going to fail this test, Father. I'm going to be like Daniel, and I'm going to have faith, and you can throw me in this den of lions, and I'm not going to falter, Father. And if they eat me, they eat me, but I don't think they will, because I've got faith like a lion's den Daniel, if you will. And I have to remind myself sometimes that too, to stand on my faith. So what if I cuss someone out? Should I write an apology to them? No, I wouldn't worry. I cuss people out all the time. It's not the end of the world if you cuss somebody out. I mean, words are not nice, and you can sin by a thought in your head, but just try to remember that we all fall short of the gospel. We all fall short of the word, and if it's that big of a deal, then go for it. Write them. Do whatever Father feels like. Um, you know, we take the Lord's name in vain, not by going, God damn it. That's not what Lord's name in vain means. So people don't even know what, fuck you doesn't, that's a curse. Is not, I've already taught this earlier on this, stream, that people have no dialect. So um, cussing, not a good thing. Doesn't need to be added to the word. Should be separate. It's standalone. It doesn't need exclamation points. And he said, don't add. Um, if you let a curse word slip out every once in a while, it's what comes out of us that defiles us. So it's not necessary. If you said it every once in a while, God's not going to throw you in hell. You know what I'm saying? Um, you know, over some curse words. He rebuked a mass murderer's heart, and a Pharisee, and a tax collector, and so I don't think that you know, again, it's not something that I don't think it's the deal breaker, but I cannot wait until I can curb my filthy swine foul mouth and stop doing it as often as I have been. But I do remember I had thousands of hours without cursing until, whatever happened. So we'll leave it at that. So lots been happening in this ministry out here. So, but that's what happens when you stand up against their perverted law. So this is the time. This is truly SHTF. This is an SHTF moment. I mean, I planned for 30 years for these days. If you ever wanted to go see my channel America Ever After, this is America. Now we haven't now. So we're here. I don't need to respond to anything like, oh my God, this is the end of the world, because the world that already we knew it ended, back at the beginning, basically the beginning of the age of COVID, and the start of this new age. But I don't know what anything else people would need to react right now. Honestly, I don't have any idea how people would not be finding a way to get away from this system, period. There's nothing about, I do think 2012 is the end. No, 2012 is not the end. 2012 is just the end of the Mayan calendar year. Under that, they knew, Justin, the Athabascan natives, they always go do their celebration up there in the north where the sun comes up at the certain. It didn't come up in the same place at the same time, and it came up at a completely different location. That's what happened in 2012. There was a shift, and that's all that happened in 2012. So, look at this solar cycles, look at these things, and it was just a forewarning. That's all 2012 was. It was just just the end of a cycle, and it wasn't even the end of an age. That's all that the 2012 Mayan calendar said. Didn't say the end of the world. Didn't say that's not how that works. So, one of those really was ripping people's asses in 2012, going, you guys are out of your minds. The calendar continues right here. You don't know how to read this Mayan calendar. So you're, they found the Higgs boson, much as Stephen Hawking said not to, but that's why we have a Mandela effect. No, I don't believe that either. The Mandela effect's been around a lot longer, Justin, than Nelson Mandela. And that Nelson Mandela was old, and I know exactly what that is. Obviously, some people think that he died in prison. Some of us remember he got out, so they love to. And if you actually go look into this, there was somebody else in. Look, I don't want to go down that whole rabbit hole, but I have taken and set the channel changer down, and the damn thing will reappear and not even get back up. You've forgotten what a channel changer is. Your lighter will do the same damn thing, and my dryer's been eating socks, and I haven't know where that other Mandela affected sock went and been, butterflied and placebo affected more than anything. So, so, so that's what I'm saying. Everybody has that difference. See what I'm saying, Dustin? So I understand, and you know what it is too. You know what I'm saying? Let's not get started on September 23rd, Nathan. That is it's not mine. Father made that the forte of this ministry. 923 has not been produced on any other ministry. There is no other ministry that's talking about the 923, 1945 ritual. So thanks for reminding me of that before I get out here. It's very important that you pay attention. 923 is in the date. 923 is the you get what I'm saying, David? My dryer's been eating socks. That Mandela effect's been around for a long damn time. Where are all those lost socks? They're hanging out with that, channel changer that never did really appear. Where'd it go, man? I never caught it for the damn couch. Hey, holy crap, it's right back there. That's, where I noticed this was in Scripture, where I first saw the Mandela effect, because it says in Scripture, it says, forgive us our debts. Hear me out on this, Justin, please. It says, forgive us our debts as we forgive us our debtors. Right, the Berenstain Bears and the Steen and the Stein and all that. But listen, in Scripture, because they said wine skins are bottles. Now listen, that's the same thing. A bottle was a your debt jubilee cycle, where all debt was forgiven. That wouldn't work out very good for those banksters now, would it? So now it says, forgive us. It says, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive us our. Then debts. So that's the very first time before they ever mention the Mandela effect, guys. I was trying to tell people that there's been changes. And then it wasn't that much longer, too, that whole thing with the Mandela effect came out. So I've been trying to explain people this. If you can go back, I've done videos and talked about this before in past, that this is something that cycles after the 49th year, on the 50th year, all debt was forgiven. They couldn't do that, brothers and sisters, anymore. That wouldn't keep these banksters going now, would it? So they don't want you to know about a Shemitah cycle. They don't want you to know about debt forgiveness. And so they're going to butterfly affect you and placebo affect you as well. Remember, that's the strongest effect on this rock, that you'll believe your own and manifest your own lies and believe your own bullshit. And you could see something there in your own eyes and nobody else sees it. But that person sees it with their own eyes and they think it's real. That is called the placebo effect. You know, you can take a sugar substitute pill, you know, your body will, yes, you can. So be careful with these effects, guys, because they can brainstorm, green needle, you know, yeah. Correct? Are you on the green needle? Oh yeah, this they can. They or have it completely, because this is how this works. They're good at the smoke and mirrors. You know what I'm saying? So you see what I'm saying? Be careful. Be careful what you put your eyes and ears on. That's why I want you to be very careful what you discern all things. You know, you're supposed to be discerning everything I say. I'm just some dude out here in the desert. Remember, I'm just a man. I'm not better than anybody else. You know what I'm saying? So, guys, I better get out of here. And what time is it? All right, yeah, I'll be right. So, I love you, brothers and sisters that are in the narrow. Thanks for all your help. Today was a long day, and I'm glad that I was getting able to come in here, because I truly woke up on the wrong side of the bed thinking I'm not going to ever see Ecuador. And, you know, I had to spend all this gold and silver on that, but it's okay. I'll spend it. If you guys have thanks for hanging out all day there, EMS for life. You're a long haul. We love you long time. So thank you so much, EMS. Appreciate your work that you do here. And if you guys want to support the ministry, what I'm going to try to do is, honestly, PayPal, Cash App, and PayPal Bitcoin would go to this attorney to try to do the civil case. After I get the civil case done, not out of vengeance or the criminal case, I'll get the civil case done. We'll get it all done. It'll all work out. So I'm thankful Father blessed me to work my fingers to the bone for the last 15 months and not get my head down and get in some depressed state, that I was able to obtain enough precious metals to have as a savings account. It was supposed to be a purchase for the ministry in Ecuador, but it's okay. It doesn't, you know, I need to get over that for now and focus on what I have in front of me. I just, sometimes I bite off so many things. You can see how my brain works. So that's how my life works out here too at the ministry. I got 5 projects, 10 projects going at one time. You know, you ever get done it? Well, I do. I just do it in stages. So that's how I work. But anyways, if you want to make a blessing to the ministry by tithe, you can do that through PayPal, Cash App, or once again, maybe somebody will just out of nowhere hit me up with a Bitcoin, because hey, it went to 116,000. I don't think it's done going up too. I think we could. I'm not some cyclist, like, you know, but I understand. I've watched and know how Bitcoin works. It could reach 1 million. The way they have it, and the cycle, and what they do with it. So, pretty incredible time to sit here and be a witness to all this. So, hopefully, Father will pull this all together. Like he always does, and he'll save the best for last. So he's not done with me yet. And so I'm so glad to be here, brothers and sisters. Again, I'd be sleeping on a hard bed, that is my kryptonite. You understand? I have a really bad back. So when I can't sleep at night, I seriously, guys, there is one way I can trick my body into going to sleep it's not like that, because my body, whatever, just, and I normally don't lay there too super long, but if something is just not working for me, we all have those nights. And I don't know if you've ever been there before, brothers and sisters, but this might help you. I'm going to give you one tip, and then you better go. Okay. Just think about how comfortable it is to sleep on a jail bed, you know, in jail, where they don't have a pillow, so you got to make it out of your blanket or your. That's my kryptonite. You understand? That is my absolute laying down. I'd rather sit up the whole time than lay down on a jail cell bed. So, if you ever struggle and you ever been to jail before, just remember what that jail cell bill said. You'd be like, "Oh my God, I'm laying in the clouds again." Oh, anyone ever do that? All right, I'm guilty. Hey, whatever. They threw me in jail because I stood up for the law. I stood against the law. Remember? You know what I mean? So, I'm not sure if anybody's ever got themselves thrown in the toilet paper. I made it on a roll of toilet paper go a long way to make a pillow. Huh? I did that in what was it, Mulver County or whatever. That's pretty funny. But anyways, all right, brothers, sisters, redneck naps. You see what I'm saying? Hey, hopefully none of you guys have ever been locked up. It's not fun, but it's not the end of the world. So, uh, oh no, I'm so messed up, Marissa. I need 2 major reconstructive back surgeries. I really am hammered. My back is bad, 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 bad. So they already had me lined up for back surgery, and I had left the state of Oregon because my son was freaking out, thought I was never going to be able to walk again. He was seriously was he was very disturbed by what that doctor had said, and that I wouldn't be able to throw him the football and all that. So I moved out of state because they wanted to just cut and do surgery on me. So I can't do none of that. I can't. A little bit of cannabis and that normally enough to kind of bring it down a little bit, but nothing cures the problems that I have. I'll live with them, and I just manage my pain. Pain you live with on a regular basis is something you can grow accustomed to, and if you forget about it, no matter how tough it is, it's just pain's just weakness trying to leave your body. That's it. So, but definitely, you know, uh, good diet too. Good diet and stay active. Don't sit around too much because you will lock up. That's what for me. Once in motion, stays in motion. So, um, yeah, I don't want to know. I said I'm not. No, 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 no. I said I was going to get cut on when my son turned 18. I'll go have back surgery. Now he's almost 26 if he's still alive. So, um, if anybody knows where Elijah Werner's at, please notify me. If anybody knows where Adriana Massazé is at, my daughter, please notify me. Um, that's my main focus right now. Hoping I can get that answer someday here soon, and I'll be able to have a little more settled uh, in here. I got missing kids, man. It's hard to go to bed in that night knowing that what if they're struggling right now somewhere? What if Marshall has them or something? I told you I don't stop thinking about that, guys. It's always there in the back of my head. And I try not to let it overwhelm me. But if you got a missing missing kids, you just can't let it go. So sometimes I get a little out of control at night, like I said. And it's Elijah Werner. My name is Tracy, and my son's name is Elijah, and my daughter's name is Adriana Massey. They were last seen in Josephine County, where reported their potential deaths, rape, or murder to Josephine County. Gave them motive, showed them all the reason, precious metals, felony large amount of, to take from me, my passport, federal passport, and they still didn't deny me call for service and threatened to arrest me. So my life is crazy. I would never want to wish this life upon nobody, no other man or no woman. I'm so glad I'm the only one asked to, and I know that we all have a very tough life, but I would never want anybody to have to be in the mindset that I am right now. And I know there's other people with missing kids out there, so I know that people feel similar to what I do. So, it is what it is. Maybe soon, like I said, John can find something out. That's the reason why I'm paying one of the most expensive attorneys in the state to find my son. He has an investigator that he uses. So I'm probably gonna need a lot more than that gold and silver at this point, but it's a start. It gets him retained, and I'll move on from there. So once again, I better go. If you want to support the ministry, um, by monetary tithe, there's links in my bio, and only do it if you have just a tremendous amount of extra wealth, and you can totally afford it without missing any of it. So don't send small donations, please, because those you can use for yourself or others around you in your immediate area. Okay, definitely. I don't want anybody doesn't have just a large number. Or somebody's going to hit a Bitcoin or something. I don't know. I don't care how it works out. It'll all work out in the end. I don't care. I'm not in jail tonight. I feel good, man. I feel good. I'm all stoked. I even stayed in here extra time because I love hanging out with you guys. So I just can't stop thinking about this. EMS for life in here was a witness too with the recording. That judge would have me in jail tonight. I'd be sitting there sleeping on that hard bed. So I'm gonna go enjoy my nice soft bed, guys. I love you so much, brothers, sisters. Thank you for being there for me today. It was a very difficult day. You know, this is the day of my trial date. So I anticipated this date to kind of for a long time, you know, that I would get some resolution, and now I'm nowhere further forward than I am. You know, I'm actually further backwards. So, um, but it's okay. There's nothing in this life that Father hasn't done to me or my son or my daughter right now that he doesn't want done to any of us. So, when he's ready to change it, he'll change it. And there's nothing, again, I don't think that at this point that hasn't happened is difficult as much as it seems like a complete nightmare. If I know Father, once again, brothers, sisters, even if it's after this life, he saves the best for last. So I'll get whatever I have coming. Good, bad, indifferent. Nobody's going to escape these judgments. It'll all come out in the wash. Isn't that a beautiful thing? I love it, you know. Um, no, yeah, they don't do it out here where I'm at. At the Dollar General out here. I do appreciate that, Marissa. So again, you guys appreciate your continued tremendous amount of times. Like EMS spent nearly all day in here with me. I love you guys that come out and hang out here with me. I hope that you're gleaning stuff and that you can share this with others, and this just keeps spreading, and it'll spread like wildfire. Not you know what I'm saying, within the body itself. You know, we're supposed to be on fire for the Lord, hot or cold, or he says I'll vomit for you from my mouth. So I love you, brother, sister, so much, and I couldn't do this without you. I really couldn't. It's just not possible. I think I'd have gone crazy. So some people think I'm crazy. 35 people didn't think I was. All right, you're a blessing. I couldn't imagine these last 15 months without you guys. It's just been, you are the reason. You've been, you know, he's the wind in my sail, but you've given me lift, and it's made this worth the matter. It's just spent 20 hours in here some days. You know, what a blessing it is to have this beautiful gift of this internet that I have. You know, a family that's on in all 180 countries. I don't think there's anywhere where this ministry hasn't reached. So that's a blessing beyond anything I could ever imagine. I just wanted to scream the gospel. You could ask my son if he's ever alive, and he'll be a witness that I just wanted to scream the gospel as loud as I could from the top of the highest mountain that I could find. You know, not necessarily the highest, but somebody where somebody would listen. And I remember telling my son that 50 times. I told him that one day, son, I'm going to get away from all this, and I'm going to go to the highest mountain. I'm going to share the gospel. I'm going to scream it as loud as I can. I don't care. That's all I want to do, son. That's it. I just want to go scream the gospel from the highest mountain. And look at this, all 180 countries. And it was my son, not by me, because I don't care about the numbers. It doesn't matter. But um, he said, Dad, this channel is, look at this. This is millions. You know what I'm saying? Um, Millions of views. You're getting a lot more of these views outside the country now, too, guys. You know, he was telling me that you know, and that was TikTok. And, you know, over here, it's staggering, you know, how many people have come here and just heard even a minute or two or three, but it's from everywhere. I could have never in my wildest dreams thought that people would hear this, love this gospel and hear it, and I'd have this blessing. So this is raised up higher than every mountain combined, every mountain on this rock, because I get to speak to all of you guys. So I love this, you know, um, not more than Father, but I'm thankful for having this internet, which helped to protect my life, but it helped me to be here with you guys today too. And so all the way up to this, you know, date, I, again, what a blessing. And I thank you for all your time. And, please, keep in touch with each other. Just because I don't bring the ministry up, I hope there's some of you guys that have bonded off of this and email each other. And I'm sure that there is, but please remember, do that. I want you guys to have, even if the ministry doesn't go up, you guys should be supping with each other either way, right? If I'm not here. So try to do that. Make your contacts, guys. The internet could go out tonight. Anything could happen. And or is this your last night to have contact with? This should have been the last High Desert Faith and Truth Ministry live stream for 10 years. You know what I'm saying? Maybe if I would have taken a deal or something, I don't know how it would have worked. And look at me. I'm still here. Thank you, Father, for that. So you guys are a blessing. I hope you see that, how much this means to me. And I thank Father for giving you guys a family, somebody to be with on the other end. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have anybody but my son Elijah. Never linked with anybody on this rock. And now I know there will be other people that I talk to here and in the flesh, and I'll get to be with them. So that's what we're experiencing, kind of a prelude of what's to come. All of us as one body, but we're just doing it through the internet. So much love, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna let you go. Thanks for your conversation tonight. I'll see you guys on the next live stream. Thank you for the 35 thumbs up. Thank you for whoever left that $10 super chat earlier. I can't remember who it was, but I thank you for your time, and I'll see you guys again on the next broadcast, the Lord willing. Welcome to the last book. Welcome to the apocalypse. Whoa.